This young man's name is Leon Casmos. He never would have imagined, not even in death, that his enemy, from the dragon clan, whom he had fought for decades, was actually a female dragon. What's more, she even bore him a pair of dragon children, all because while imprisoned, he had accidentally activated a blood curse. But instead of causing Rose wiser pain, it instead sent her into heat. As for what happened next, I'm sure everyone knows, huh? As the noble queen of the dragon clan, Rose had never suffered such humiliation before. But since the dragon clan always abides by the one-mate rule, no matter how furious she was, she couldn't kill Leon at this moment. To ensure her child would be born with a father, Rose decided to bring Leon back to her castle as her husband. Will our protagonist ultimately wake up and take revenge on Rose? Or will he decide to betray the human race to become the Dragon Clan's consort? We'll get right into the main story to find out. Inside the Silver Dragon Clan's dungeon, in the largest, centrally located cell, 2 Dragon Clan knights stood guard vigilantly. From this alone, one could surmise that the person imprisoned within was of no simple status at all. The silent atmosphere was suddenly broken by the clacking of high heels. The 2 Dragon Clan knights, startled, looked over and bowed respectfully, "Your Majesty." Both placed a hand over their left breast, their backs slightly hunched as they awaited the young woman's command. "You two may leave. I wish to speak with him alone." They replied in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." The one addressed as Your Majesty was a beautiful young woman. Her long, platinum hair flowed freely, and her matching eyes glinted with a sharp, proud air. She was the Silver Dragon Queen, Rose Weiser. Weiser stepped into the cell, looking at the man bound in iron chains. She spread her arms, her tone mocking. "Great dragon-slaying hero, how does it feel to be our prisoner?" The dragon-slaying hero was a young and resilient human. Despite his perilous situation, he showed no fear. His resolute black eyes stared straight at her as he coldly made his demand. "Kill me." Weiser looked as if she had heard something amusing. She brought a hand to her cheek, the corner of her lip curling into a smile. "You want me to grant you release?" The Silver Dragon Queen abruptly lifted her prisoner's chin, her voice brazen and dripping with contempt as she laughed. "It's not that easy. You're a handsome and tough man, though. If," she trailed off, using a sharp nail to draw a line across his cheek before continuing, "a few more scars would make you even more wonderful." Fresh red blood trickled down, staining the queen's beautiful fingertip. The dragon-slaying hero felt a sharp sting of pain. He clenched his jaw, unable to stop a groan from escaping his throat. Ugh! Feeling the thick contempt from the woman before him, he recoiled from her touch. He snarled fiercely, "Don't bother trying to humiliate me. If you're gonna kill me or cut me down, do as you please. Just get it over with quickly." Weiser didn't seem angry. Her pink tongue darted out playfully to lick the blood from her finger. She chuckled, speaking half-jokingly. "Someone as strong as you wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state if you hadn't been betrayed by lesser men. Why not seek refuge with our Silver Dragon Clan?" The prisoner didn't flinch at the offer. He sneered, his words dripping with arrogance. "You people, are you worthy?" The Silver Dragon Queen's brow furrowed in displeasure. She swung her arm, the force so immense that it shattered the thick chains. The dragon-slaying youth was sent flying, slamming into the stone wall behind him. He lay there, motionless, as a sharp pain shot up his spine. It felt as if his internal organs had been crushed, and he coughed up a painful mouthful of fresh blood. Before he could recover, a foot shot out and kicked him squarely in the stomach. The queen's clear, cold voice came from above. "That a mere prisoner. How dare you be so insolent to me?" Rose Weiser crossed her arms, her face contorted in anger as she stepped on him, her tone growing even more cruel and sharp. "Leon Casmos, do you still think you're the hero praised by the world? Are you still dreaming that ridiculous dream of leveling the Dragon Clan and leaving your name to posterity?" She tilted her head, a smile on her lips, as she uttered the most contemptuous words. Wake up. You're about to die here. You doesn't know his own limits. A failure, no better than an ant. Weiser ground the tip of her foot into his chest, laughing as she said, "Who knows? I'm just saying, maybe you could have had the chance to enjoy glory and wealth with your descendants." She leaned down, staring at the human, and said coldly, "An interesting hypothesis, isn't it? But what a pity. You have no successor. You will never see that day. The dragon-slaying hero, Leon Casmos, refused to yield. He hissed through clenched teeth, speaking defiantly, "Rose Wiser, do not underestimate humankind." The moment he finished speaking, a silver dragon tail coiled around his neck. Wiser lifted him into the air. She was starting to lose her patience with him, such a stubborn, mouthy brat. The dragon tail tightened its grip on Leon's neck, abruptly cutting off the air from his lungs. He clawed painfully at her tail. Ugh. Leon squeezed his eyes shut in pain, speaking in broken gasps, "Queen, Your Majesty." Hearing him address her respectfully as Your Majesty, Rose Wiser's foul mood finally eased. She asked, "What is it? Are you about to beg for mercy?" But unfortunately, Leon Casmos said nothing of the sort. He forced his eyes open, struggling to get out a broken sentence. "Starting from a moment ago, you've made 2 mistakes." The queen let out a surprised, "Huh," as she heard him say, "First, you should not have left yourself alone with the strongest of the dragon slayers, one who has undergone rigorous training." Rose Wiser pursed her lips, staring at the human youth as she listened. "Second, you absolutely should not have." The dragon-slaying hero's eyes shot open, his black irises now shrouded in crimson. A complex, multi-layered magic circle materialized within his pupils. Leon shouted, "Taste of my blood." At the same time, Wiser's eyes also began to glow blood red. Her face went slack and dazed, as if she were being controlled by something. The long silver tail went slack, dropping Leon to the ground. He landed lightly. Meanwhile, the silver dragon queen suddenly became inexplicably agitated. She clenched her fists, sweat beading on her skin. Rose Wiser bit her lip, almost whimpering as she thought, "So hot." Her body grew weak, and she collapsed to her knees. The queen could no longer control her own body. "Why? What's happening to my body?" Wiser trembled slightly, her face flushing a suggestive shade of red. An unknown heat flared up from her lower abdomen. What in the world is happening? Leon Casmos was completely unaware of this strange development. He simply assumed she was kneeling in pain. Thus, he let his guard down and approached her. "Your Majesty the Queen, soon you will taste a soul-deep agony for the rest of your life." Wiser kept her head down, not responding, her tightly pressed lips trembling slightly. Just as Leon drew near, the queen suddenly lunged at him. Her hot body pressed against his cool skin. Rose Wiser felt a sense of relief and pressed herself down further. Her lips were pursed, her expression aggrieved as she stared at him with a look of longing. Leon felt the soft sensation on his body. He was suddenly bewildered. What is this?" Seeing her unusually flushed face, Leon Casmos finally realized what the problem was. That what's going on? Is she in heat? As if in answer to his silent question, Wiser suddenly moved forward and kissed him. Leon's eyes widened. Even though he knew the woman in his arms was his enemy, he couldn't suppress the shame that spread across his cheeks. The Silver Dragon clan's dungeon suddenly fell silent. The sharp-tongued arguments were gone, replaced by ragged, gasping breaths. An hour later, the clothes of 2 people were strewn across the floor, a testament to how intense the recent events had been. Rose Wiser groggily opened her eyes, the crimson hue in them gradually fading. She looked in confusion at her naked body, only now becoming lucid after the daze and clutching herself tightly. "What have I?" The queen was no fool. She understood what had happened between them and cursed angrily, "You brat." Wiser angrily swung her tail towards him, scolding, "You little brat, what did you do to me?" Leon leaned against the dungeon wall and opened his eyes, calmly explaining as if nothing had happened, the blood curse. A forbidden art that can only be used once in a lifetime. You tasted my blood, creating a spiritual link between us. After I die, the curse will cause you to fall into extreme suffering. Rose Wiser roared in anger. Nonsense. If this is a curse that takes effect after you die, then what just happened? The dragon-slaying hero also hadn't expected this to happen. He half closed his clouded eyes, his tone flat and emotionless. "That was an accident. I thought the suffering would begin after my death, but I didn't expect the side effect would be to send you into heat." The queen didn't want to hear this. She cut him off in embarrassment. "Shut up." The atmosphere between them was instantly reversed. This time, it was Leon's turn to smirk at her, but as I understand it, your dragon clan follows a one-mate-for-life rule, correct? He was triumphant, as if he had just made a perfect checkmate move. "After I die, the great queen of the silver dragons will not only be unable to find a new mate, but she will also have no way to produce an heir, and she won't even be able to explain why. The effect of this forbidden curse far exceeds my expectations. The queen couldn't bear this humiliation. She roared you. However, Leon Casmos was not intimidated by the queen's oppressive aura. The corners of his lips lifted as he said with a relaxed smile, "What was it you said just now? Oh, great silver dragon queen, you said I would have no heir, but now you won't have an heir either. Oh, that is, no dragon successor." Having her sore spot poked, Weiser became so enraged that her claws transformed into their dragon form, and she lunged at him. "You little brat." Just as the dragon claws were about to reach him, Leon let out a faint laugh, his eyes gradually losing focus but still calm. "Want to kill me? There's no need for your majesty to do it personally. I will die very soon." In contrast arose Weiser's vibrant face, filled with utter hatred. Leon Casmos was now like a lamp running out of oil. His face was listless, devoid of any vitality, and the small spark of light in his eyes was gradually fading. Yet, Leon Casmos stubbornly uttered his final mocking words, "Live on with my hatred and a lifetime of suffering. This is the curse that I, a human, have placed upon you." The dungeon fell silent for a moment. The queen coldly put her clothes back on, remaining silent throughout the process, as if deep in thought. Rose Weiser crossed her arms and walked over to Leon, who was slumped on the cold stone floor. She snorted coldly. "Just a human, using such despicable means to take revenge on me, and you still want to die?" She raised her hand, and a cold light suddenly flashed from her palm. Her eyes were resolute as she said coldly, "How could it be that easy?" Along with that strange light, a peculiar silver symbol simultaneously appeared on Leon Casmos's chest. It looked like a sturdy shield made from the silver scales of a dragon. No one knew what Leon would face when he woke up. A young man lay quietly on a bed. It was Leon Casmos, the former legendary dragon-slaying hero. His life had been through a lot. As a child, he protected his friends from a vicious dog. At 5 years old, he killed a neighbor's ferocious dog with his bare hands and was taken as a disciple by a top dragon-slaying master. Growing up, he also attended a prestigious academy. At age 10, he entered the Empire's Dragon Slaying Institute, and in just 4 years, he graduated as the youngest and most talented in its history. As he grew older, he also participated in fighting monsters. At age 15, he began to join the dragon-slaying battlefield, killing countless evil dragons, reclaiming territory, and achieving numerous glorious victories for the Empire. He sat proudly on a dragon's corpse, and from then on, Leon was called the strongest dragon-slaying hero, leading the Empire to victory, the only hope to end this war. Until he became a prisoner of the Dragon Clan. 2 years had passed since he was captured. At this moment, Leon groggily woke up. Waking up suddenly from a long coma, he let out a terrified scream. As if waking from a long dream, he panted heavily. A sense of unease crept in, making him unconsciously touch his chest and say, "This is me." Now, Leon Casmos looked around the room he was resting in, realizing it was an unfamiliar place. "Where am I?" he mumbled, looking at the strange space before him. While he was confused, the main door in the room creaked open and a small lock of hair peeked out. A lovely little girl pushed the door open and looked inside. Seeing that he was awake made her very happy. "Oh, you're awake." Her appearance made a hero like Leon's heart flutter. So cute. And as if realizing something, he slowly got out of bed and praised himself, so that's how it is. "I'm starting to understand everything. It must be because my contribution to humanity was so great that I've ascended to heaven." This little kid, now in high spirits, Leon pointed at the little girl and declared, "is a legendary angel." This confused the little girl, who asked, "What's an angel?" Seeing her so innocent made Leon Casmos like her even more. He sat down next to her to chat. "Hello, little angel. What's your name?" The little girl replied cheerfully, "It's Moan." The more he looked at Moan, the more he felt she was obedient and adorable, making him unable to resist praising her. "Moan? That's a really beautiful name." But he also had a little question in his heart. "But this angel's hair color is a bit strange, both black and white." Hearing the praise, the little girl was very happy and explained the meaning of her name. "Mommy said it means moonlight." This made him even more curious. Angels have mothers too? In any case, Leon didn't bother much with these issues, so he began to introduce himself. "My name is Leon Casmos. The little girl also exclaimed with excitement. I know, Leon means lion. Surprised by Moan again, he asked, who told you that? Mommy told me that too, she replied immediately. The suspicion in Leon's heart grew in a way. He decided to ask directly this time. May I ask who your mother is? Before he could finish, the little girl answered immediately, Rose Weiser. The name he least wanted to hear at this moment turned Leon Casmos to stone on the spot. After a long while, he finally recovered from the heavy blow to his morale and managed to ask, Your mother is Rose Weiser. Then I am. Not knowing why he asked that, the little girl said innocently, My daddy. Hearing the answer from Moan was like being struck by lightning. Tearing at his hair, Leon asked himself, Daddy? Daddy? Is this really my and Rose Weiser's child? While he was struggling with what to do, he heard Moan call out, Ah, mother! A mix of shock and tension. He turned to look at the person who had suddenly appeared. In contrast to the frightened Leon, the little girl ran over happily, cheering, Mother, Daddy's awake. Ma'am, I know. Rose Weiser hugged the little girl and replied. At the same time, their eyes met. Leon Casmos looked at her with full vigilance, while Weiser said provocatively, You're finally awake, Leon. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, the little girl continued to chatter happily. Mother is very happy that Daddy is awake, because every day she hoped for Daddy to wake up. Hearing this, she also looked at him with a sharp gaze and said, Machim, that's right. Leon didn't believe her words for a second and thought, Only a fool would believe you. Too lazy to pay him any more mind, she said goodbye to the little girl. Moan, go play first. Mommy has something to talk to your daddy about. The little girl obeyed immediately. Okay, now only the two of them were left in the room. Leon Casmos got straight to the point. Moan, is she really my daughter? Hearing his question, she didn't seem surprised. What else? She is my and your biological daughter. That answer made him suspicious. You must hate me to the bone. Not rushing him, Weiser used her tail to close the door that had been opened. Earlier, not getting an answer made him even more annoyed, and he asked again, Why did you give birth to the child? Why did you save my life? His impatient demeanor only amused Rose Weiser more. You've been asleep for 2 years. What you did to me 2 years ago, do you think you can just let it go? Those words didn't soothe Leon, but made him even angrier. Do you think I wanted to do that? Humans and dragons are mortal enemies. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have touched you even if I died. This time, Leon had provoked Weiser. Oh, in other words, touching me was also a form of torture for you. He replied without a care, That's a given. After hearing that answer, she didn't hesitate and controlled her dragon tail to wrap around his leg, pulling him down onto the bed. Unprepared, Leon Casmos cried out reflexively. Ugh! The sudden event made Leon ask in confusion, what are you trying to do? Without delay, she crawled on top of Leon, using her slender hands to rip his shirt open. Her eyes looked at Leon with desire. Then, using her hand to create a magic spell, she shared with interest, I want to carve my dragon seal on you. Stop! Rose Weiser, he cried out in fear. But it was too late. The spell had already touched Leon's chest. It will become your mark of shame, representing that from now on you will be my prisoner, unable to leave me in this life or the next, she said slowly. The spell to carve the dragon seal was complete. She looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction and said, How will your human compatriots feel when they see the dragon seal on you? Will they think you are the great dragon-slaying hero or a traitor who has taken refuge with the dragon clan? The mental blow to Leon Casmos was immense. He looked at the seal on his chest and asked with difficulty, Why? Why go this far? Seeing his innocent expression made Rose Weiser even more excited. Still don't understand, Leon. And at this moment, I also came to understand that the Dragon Clan's concept of revenge has always been an unsolved mystery for researchers of their kind. That revenge no longer encompassed human desires or behaviors. It was a combination of factors like absurdity, extremism, and things beyond human comprehension. Now she looked at him with a sense of overwhelming desire and declared, I want you to live in shame for the rest of your life, to be humiliated by me for the rest of your life. Cruel. Leon's body also felt a distinct heat rising. He thought this feeling, seeing his helpless and resigned expression, made Weiser even more satisfied. She said, "Well then, let's begin." At this point, I also understood another distinct characteristic of the Dragon Clan, specifically Wiser. For the Silver Dragon Queen rose Wiser, turning the greatest human dragon slayer, Leon, into a slave of the Dragon Clan was, in a sense, making him the Silver Dragon Queen's closest companion. Although this might be hard to believe from a human perspective, this was her revenge against the Dragon Slayer as a member of the Dragon Clan. Outside the Silver Dragon Citadel, a magnificent and splendid place under the warm sun. Outside, along a long corridor in the citadel, two dragon maids were carrying two baskets, chatting happily with each other. "The queen is in a really good mood today," one maid said cheerfully. The other maid covered her mouth and laughed, replying, "Don't you know? Her husband has woken up." The drained dragon slayer, Leon, who was hiding behind a nearby wall, thought angrily, "Humph. So that dragon has already spread the word that I'm her husband? You people have no idea how terrifying that female dragon is." A flame of determination to leave this place ignited in Leon Casmos. "I will never obediently stay here to become her plaything." Ahead, a few Dragon Clan knights were on guard. They wore armor, held spears, and notably, these knights were guarding very seriously. Leon peeked out from behind the wall and thought, the side door is guarded by 4 Dragon Clan members. Getting out of here is basically impossible. He turned back, resting his chin on his hand to think of his next move. But why are there so few guards in the Silver Dragon Sanctuary today? It's not like when I came here 2 years ago. It's eerily quiet. Suddenly, he glanced aside as if he had discovered something. Why is there a cave here? He pushed aside some grass to reveal the mouth of a hole. This couldn't be a trap, could it? He pushed aside the grass to reveal a small tunnel leading outside. Leon Casmos squatted down, covering his face in confusion, then decided he didn't care anymore, that I can't think too much right now. No matter what, I have to get out of here. Even if it's a trap, I have to break out. Putting thought into action, he decided to crawl through the hole. Goodbye, you perverted female dragon. As for that little dragon human Moan, although she's very cute, she can only belong to you for now. He crawled on all fours, his eyes fixed ahead, hoping for a future free from this place. At that moment, little Moan seemed to have spotted him. She peered over the opposite castle wall, looking up excitedly. She turned back to Rose Wiser and pointed towards Leon crawling through the tunnel in the wall on the other side, saying, "Mother, look, Daddy is crawling through a doggy door. He's so amazing." Wiser, who was sunbathing in a cool swimsuit under an umbrella on the wall, a glass of wine in hand, replied, I see him. He's amazing indeed." Moan stood up, excitedly turning back to ask, "So when is Mother going to fish Daddy back?" She leaned down, placing a finger on the little girl's lips as if to silence her. She said, "Moan, you can't use the word fish back. It's very impolite." Little Moan tilted her head in confusion, her hands on her hips, asking, "Then what should I say?" Rose Wiser's face broke into a mysterious smile. She replied, "Catch him back." Sometime later, Leon Casmos had escaped the doggy door and was running for his life across the fields outside. As he ran, he speculated, after crossing a few mountains, I should be able to see the border of the territory. Leon didn't forget to stop, looking around. Having run this far, that female dragon surely won't chase me here, right? Suddenly, Leon Casmos sensed something and looked up at the sky, startled. Rose Wiser had now transformed into a white dragon and was flying to catch him. Leon watched in horror as she swooped towards him. She descended to where he was standing, shouting angrily, "You're quite the runner, aren't you, Leon?" His face filled with panic. He turned to flee in fear. Ah, damn it. Rose Wiser swooped past him to block his path. She landed in front of him, standing tall, and asking Leon angrily, "Was it fun, playing me like that?" Her eyes, filled with simmering anger, looked down as she exposed his plan. Very satisfying indeed. Didn't you feel that everything was a little too convenient? Who helped you move those guards away, and even left a hole for you to escape through? He broke out in a sweat, and answered her frankly, "Even if I knew it was a trap, I had no other choice. I just didn't expect you to catch up so quickly." Wiser leaned her face in close and continued, "So what if you run back to human territory now? You have my seal on your chest. Do you think they will still accept a dragon slayer like you?" Leon Casmos heard this and said even louder, "Then I'd rather start a life with a normal identity than be tormented by you. You don't know what's good for you." Rose Wiser, annoyed, flapped her wings, creating strong gusts of wind towards him. She used her tail to grab Leon tightly, startling him into shouting, "Ah, let me go. You female dragon, where are you taking me?" He screamed in midair as he was snatched away by Wiser. After grabbing him, Wiser flew up into the sky and went somewhere. She replied, "If you want to go back, then I will grant your wish." 3 hours later, near the border city of the Empire, the bright moon was high in the sky. She flew past a tall tree near it. Then she suddenly dropped him from high above, causing Leon Casmos to scream. He fell hard from above, through the canopies. Finally, Leon landed very painfully on a large branch, hitting his head. He still had some strength, pushed himself up, and rubbed his head, groaning, "So painful." Leon Casmos dazedly rubbed his head from the pain. He couldn't help but complain, "So painful." Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes and realized something in front of him. Before him was the sight of a village, its lights still on, blending with the natural foliage. Leon was surprised, his face stunned and emotional as he looked at the familiar scene before him. He exclaimed, "Is this a human town?" Rose Wiser transformed into her human form, standing beside him, crossing her arms in front of her enormous bust as she replied to him, "Exactly, that is the human empire." She stood beside him, also looking towards the town, seeing a human town she hadn't seen in a long time. "Do you feel that if you just rush over there, you can return to the human world?" she asked Leon. Leon Casmos was very emotional, looking at the familiar town as tears were about to fall, as if about to cry. "But Leon, you can't go back, even if it's right before your eyes." She continued smugly, the mark on her chest beginning to glow purple. He was startled and looked down at the mark on his chest, which was just like Wiser's. It too began to glow. "Oh, I forgot to mention, you two have a dragon crest mark. Once one person has relations with the other, the dragon crest will react." She explained to him boastfully, as if teasing him, backing him towards the tree behind him as she walked. Leon, frightened, backed away until he hit the tree trunk. Now, he had no way to retreat and could only stand there and take it from her. Wiser moved closer to him, placing her hand on his chest where the dragon crest was glowing. She said, "Are you feeling your whole body heat up now? Your heart feels like it's being clawed at, finding it hard to bear that emotion, right?" His body filled with fear, he stammered in reply, "You don't mean to do it right here." "Exactly. Do you know why I brought you here? I want to do it in front of your homeland, in a place so close, so you can understand what humiliation is." Rose Wiser, malicious, with a dark smile, revealed to Leon Casmos the reason she brought him to this place. Leon became serious. He gripped his collar to cover the dragon crest she had caused and asked her in return, "Do you think I will lose faith because of this?" He advanced towards her, grabbing her wrist and shouting in Wiser's face, surprising her, "I will wait patiently. Wait until the opportunity comes. At that time, I will take the humiliations you have inflicted on me and return them twofold." This left Rose Wiser stunned. After hearing this, Wiser was also surprised. She froze without a word, her eyes on him. As if understanding something, she closed her eyes and smiled smugly. "Ah, very well." After that, Wiser pressed close to Leon, pushing her chest against him. "I will wait for you. Until death do us part." Her eyes glinted with some scheme. At night, near the border city of the Empire, where a tall tree appeared under the gentle bright moonlight. At the giant tree near the border, Rose Wiser, after having her fill of Leon Casmos, had a bright, happy smile, satisfied as she adjusted her white robes. "Your performance just now, I was very satisfied with it," she said smugly to Leon, who was lying flat on the ground, his face pale with exhaustion, tears streaming down, looking like a corpse wrung dry dot, or perhaps, "I could bring you here every month to gaze upon your homeland. How about that?" Wiser moved closer and lay beside him, smiling at Leon, suggestively swirling a finger on his chest, wagging her dragon tail. He was annoyed, sat up, and judged her. "Humph, I see you female dragon only think about how to wring me dry." She wasn't embarrassed at all, and even teased him smugly. "Oh my, you saw right through me." Unable to linger, Rose Wiser turned to leave, saying, "Let's go. Our daughter is still waiting for us at home." As she spoke, she unfurled her pure white dragon wings with a purple aura, while Leon Cosmos was still sitting behind her, struggling to put his clothes back on. Wait, a call from a made her pause and turn her head to look. Leon stood up, bluntly refusing her offer to take him back, and started walking ahead. I'm a proud dragon slayer. I would never let you capture and bring me back like prey. I'll walk back myself. She laughed in response to Leon. To get back to the Silver Dragon Sanctuary from here, it takes even me 3 hours by flight. For a human, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. But he was still stubborn, refusing to let Wiser carry him back, and replied, it's only 10 days to half a month. Don't underestimate human endurance. I like to see just how long you can last. As if finding it amusing, she laughed, deciding to retract her wings and follow behind him. Sometime later, Leon Cosmos clung to the roadside bushes, panting continuously after the long journey. He was now very tired, constantly gasping for breath, his eyes also becoming listless. Rose Wiser, walking behind, taunted him, can't walk anymore? Beg me. But Leon quickly cut her off, turning around to refuse. No need. You said I'm tired. Hearing him say that, she snorted coldly in response. From head to toe, the only thing strong about you is your mouth. He angrily started to retort you. Before he could speak, they both heard a sound echoing from the distance. A group of people in iron armor were riding horses. From a distance, Leon recognized them, the dragon-slaying army, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. He was about to approach them. Great, these people might be able to help me escape from this female dragon. Wiser, in contrast, her face darkened, glanced at him, annoyed. Leon Cosmos turned and felt her killing intent. Seeing her face darken and her eyes turn red, his own face turned pale. He thought, this is not right. If I ask them for help, Rose Wiser will definitely not hesitate to kill them. Hold on a moment. The leader of the dragon-slaying army troop suddenly heard something and signaled for those behind him to stop. He turned, saw Leon and Rose Wiser in the distance, and asked, are you two lost? Leon Cosmos forced a smile, scratched his head, and replied, no, we just had some free time and went for a walk. Because of this, he had to give up his chance to escape, thinking, I can't involve innocent people. The leader of the troop dismounted and said, this forest is not a good place for a stroll. There are many dangerous plants and wild beasts. How about I escort you two for a bit? He offered to help Leon and Wiser. He walked towards Leon, extending his hand as if to help, and introduced himself. Oh, right. My name is Ak, captain of the 47th Squad of the Imperial Dragon-Slaying Army. Leon's face was flustered. Afraid, he replied to Ak, thank you for your kind offer, but we have had self-defense training and can protect ourselves. In his head, he was constantly pleading, don't come any closer. He begged Ak not to get near him, because Wiser was standing behind him, and it seemed she intended to kill the entire dragon-slaying army troop. Ak seemed to realize something. You look a bit familiar. Have I met you before? The question surprised Leon Cosmos. But that same question also made her even more displeased, her gaze sharpening like a blade. Leon turned and was stunned to see she had already prepared a move to eliminate the dragon-slaying army troop. He thought, this is bad. Suddenly, he grabbed Rose Wiser's hand, which was readying a move, and pulled her towards him. He said with a bright smile, sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I have a common face. Even my wife often mistakes me, right? He explained to Ak while asking her to defuse the current situation. Wiser looked at Leon, surprised and bewildered, not understanding why he had changed his mind so quickly. Leon Cosmos whispered to her, I'll obediently go back with you. Cooperate with me to send them away, he bargained. Immediately, Rose Wiser leaned on Leon, acting cute in front of Ak. It made him. The atmosphere between the two became quite sweet. Da-da-ha-ha. Then I won't disturb you two lovebirds any longer. Seeing them so close, Ak didn't dare to bother them further. He laughed, waved goodbye, turned to get on his horse, and continued his journey. The two stood hugging, waiting for the dragon-slaying army troop to get far away. As soon as they were gone, Wiser's expression changed as she asked, have you hugged enough? She pulled her hand back, moving away from Leon Cosmos, making him yelp, Leon, you're very smart, not asking them for help, but there's one thing. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, judging him. You need to be clear about your own status. Although we have a child, that doesn't mean I'm your wife. Wiser approached, speaking loudly in his face, poking him as a reminder. Tish, I never wanted to be your husband either. He turned his face away, replying helplessly, because that was the only way to save the lives of the dragon-slaying army troop. Rose Wiser turned sharply and walked away, crossing her arms and saying, Let's go. There's still a long way to go. Leon behind her collapsed, his face pale. His hand suddenly throbbed with immense pain, causing him to sweat in agony. Ugh. It turned out he had touched something earlier that made his palm bleed profusely. His eyes, looking at Weiser standing in front of him, began to blur. Then he collapsed to the ground, which made Rose Weiser turn around at the sound. Passed out, she said, coldly looking at the fainted man before her. Truly a weak human. As she scorned him, she began to transform, emitting a brilliant purple and white aura. Weiser turned back into a dragon. She used her mouth to grab Leon's clothes, pulling him up. She easily tossed him into the air and let him land on her back. I guess this counts as you begging for mercy, right? She said to the unconscious Leon Casmos as she flew him towards the dawn where the sun was rising. In the magnificent palace, everything continued as usual, but a new breeze blew in, causing things to change a little. Inside the palace, Leon slowly woke up. Seeing him awake, the little girl who had been waiting happily exclaimed, "Daddy's awake." But Leon didn't understand why his head was pounding. He frowned and wondered, "Why am I here?" Hearing that, the little girl said, "Mother brought you back." The memories of yesterday were still there, making him tremble as he recalled. Damn it. In the end, she caught me like prey. Feeling something a bit strange, he looked down at his hand and saw it was bandaged by someone that this is... Taking his hand, Moan happily showed off her work. "I helped Daddy bandage it." Her words made him think a little differently from what he knew. Dragon researchers say that the dragon race is a brutal one. Starting from childhood, their entire lives are a process of violence and bloodshed. Although Moan has very clear characteristics of the dragon race. He looked at his arm, lost in thought again. But she doesn't have a hint of hostility towards me, completely seeing me as her father. Is it because of the mixed bloodline of human and dragon? He happily patted the little girl's head, praising her as a reward. Moan is so good. Being patted on the head, Moan was also extremely satisfied and giggled. Hee. Then Leon Casmos reminded the little girl, "Moan is very cute. When you grow up, don't be like your mother, okay?" Moan heard this and looked bewildered, not understanding at all. But unfortunately for Leon, Rose Weiser had been leaning against the door all this time and heard everything he said, so she asked back, "What's wrong with being like me?" This startled Leon Casmos so much he almost faded away. It made Leon quickly deny, "No, nothing." Seeing her appear, Moan happily showed off her achievement. "Mother, Moan did it your way and helped Daddy bandage his wound." But Weiser didn't seem to think this was very important and said seriously, "MHM, these are things you should do. You need to try harder to please me." Moan, full of spirit, obeyed. "Yes, mother." Seeing this scene made him think to himself, what a strict mother. Then he gently said to the little girl, "Moan, go hide in the flower garden first. Daddy will count to 100 and then come find you, okay?" Hearing she could play with Leon Casmos made the little girl excited. "Really? Daddy wants to play hide and seek with Moan." Seeing her slight suspicion, he said in a firm tone, "Daddy is not like your mother. Go on, quick." Seeing the little girl look a bit dazed, he pretended to start counting 1, 2, 3. Daddy, don't count so fast." Moan complained as she ran off. He counted to 4, 5, then watched her figure run far away. Seeing that only the two of them were left, Leon immediately questioned, "Hey you." Hearing him say that made her a little surprised and asked, "What is it?" He ignored her and asked, "Why are you so overly strict with our child?" Rose Weiser sat down gracefully, crossing her legs, giving Leon Casmos an explanation. "That's how we dragons are. We must be strict with our children from a young age to nurture a strong warrior." But Leon retorted, he argued, "She's not entirely a dragon, and besides, Moan is so cute. How can you bear to?" She replied coldly, "She's a dragon. Cuteness is meaningless to a dragon." Hearing those words, Leon Casmos couldn't be bothered to care and even teased Weiser. "Well, you're quite cute yourself." That taunt made Weiser look back at him with a murderous gaze. She quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him towards her. Provoked, she yelled at Leon, "You are just a slave for my release. Stop trying to lecture others." Knowing he had gone a bit too far, Leon Casmos had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Seeing his obedient agreement satisfied her, and she let him go. "As long as you understand, I am the queen of the Silver Dragon clan. I have many matters to handle. The task of babysitting is yours." Taking this opportunity, Rose Weiser also hugged Leon to take some advantage. "That child quite likes you," she whispered in his ear. The scene changes to the garden in the palace, where countless brilliant flowers are planted. Leon was alone, looking for Moan. I am the Dragon Queen, so I'm very busy, as if implying that we dragon slayers have the responsibility to take care of the children. He mimicked Weiser's words while searching for the little girl. While looking around, he saw a small figure that looked a lot like Moan, and this girl who looked like Moan made him think. Moan is too naive. Does she think hiding behind that will keep her from being found? Leon Casmos walked over and pointed at the little girl, calling out, "Found you, Moan." But then the atmosphere became quite awkward as both fell silent. This made Leon worry inwardly. Is this child angry? And the little girl mistaken for Moan remained cold and expressionless. Seeing this wasn't good, he quickly apologized. "Moan, I'm sorry. You waited too long, we..." Before he could finish, the little girl quickly ran away. Surprising Leon Casmos, "Moan, what's wrong?" Not understanding why the little girl ran off, he chased after her worriedly. "Why are you running, Moan?" After searching for a long time without finding the little girl, Leon became anxious that she's gone. "I clearly saw her run past here just now." He couldn't help but think to himself, a child's mood is really hard to grasp. Frustrated, he continued to think, no wonder Rose Weiser gave me the task of taking care of the child. He scratched his head helplessly, not knowing that a small figure behind him had already seen him. While he was thinking, Moan jumped on him from behind, hugging him and saying happily, "Haha." Moan caught Daddy. Seeing her suddenly appear made him wonder, "Moan, didn't you just run past in front of me?" The little girl heard him and looked bewildered, not understanding. Moan said cutely, "No, Daddy still hasn't found me." So Moan came out to find Daddy. The unexpected answer made him hesitate. Could I have been mistaken? The little girl didn't care much and pulled Leon Casmos' hand to go play. "Daddy, Moan has something to show you," which made him stop thinking and could only agree, okay. In the distance, standing alone and watching the happy, harmonious scene made the girl who looked like Moan feel an indescribable sense of jealousy. At this moment, at the fresh and clear fountain, a cute little head was wiggling in a very happy mood, the scratching sound of a pencil coming from below. Watching Moan carefree, drawing with colored pencils, the sound of paper rustling, seeing his daughter so happy, Leon Casmos simply sat on the edge of the pedestal and watched. He smiled until his eyes crinkled, a cheerful aura spreading around him, his heart soaring. Having a daughter is really great. It feels like my whole soul is being healed. Suddenly feeling bitter, he clenched his hand into a fist, promising himself in his head, sooner or later, there will be a day when Daddy will take you away from the demonic claws of your dragon mother. Moan ran to Leon, showing him the drawing as if it were a trophy. "Tada, look, Daddy, Moan drew our whole family." Praising her before even looking, Leon quickly complimented, "Moan is so good, truly my daughter." He suddenly noticed the number of family members had changed. In the drawing, he and Rose Weiser were holding hands, and below them, Moan was also holding hands with another child. Leon wondered, "This is?" He pointed at the drawing and quickly asked his beloved daughter, "Moan, why are there two children here?" The little girl answered innocently, "That's my older sister." Like a bolt from the blue, Leon Casmos was shocked as this secret information dropped on his head. Moan has an older sister? In his head, he compared the appearances of the two children. Leon knew he had been led on .s. Oh, it wasn't a one-shot, one-soul situation, but twins. He put his hand to his hair in distress, groaning, "The child I saw in the flower garden just now was her. I called her by the wrong name. No wonder she was so angry." Knowing his father's mood was at rock bottom, the little girl tried to soothe him. Moan thinks sister isn't angry. She's just a little shy since she just met Daddy. The head of the optimism department, Leon Casmos, placed his hand on his chin and pondered, "Actually, we haven't officially met yet. It's normal to be unacquainted." Looking towards the distant castle, he silently cursed his sham wife. "It's all that female dragon's fault for hiding it from me. About the other child, I have to find her and demand an explanation." In Rose Weiser's study, she was reviewing documents, a messenger dragon squawking beside her. Suddenly, they both heard a noise from outside. It seemed Rose Weiser already knew who it was and what it was about. Like an abandoned house with no owner. Without even bothering to knock, Leon slammed the door open and shouted the other's name, Rose Weiser. This action directly startled the red dragon. In contrast to her foolish husband, she was strangely calm, putting the paper into an envelope and only asking coldly, "Where's Moan?" Although very angry, he still answered in a very curt manner, scolding Weiser to her face. "She went to find her sister to play, I suppose?" "Huh, You're good at hiding things. When were you going to tell me I have an older daughter? Seeing that he had finally realized, she answered nonchalantly, Haven't you found out now? Slamming his hand on the table, Leon said in an extremely unpleasant tone, I should still thank you. Giving birth is already hard work. I didn't expect you to give birth to two for me. It's really been too hard on you. Leon Casmos even roared, Wait until the day I can return to the Empire. I will definitely write your name on the family tree. Rose Weiser. Smiling challengingly, Weiser asked him back, do you know why I didn't tell you about the existence of our older daughter? Used to her sharp tongue, he probably answered arrogantly as well. Why? I bet you were jealous that I'm close to Moan, so you deliberately didn't let Noah meet me, her father. Suddenly, she wondered, Are you that eager to meet her? Lifting his chin to the sky, Leon provoked, obviously. Who wouldn't want to meet their own daughter? I'm different from a cold and strict mother like you. I still need to build a bond with her. Smiling slyly, Weiser rested her chin on her hand, looking forward to his reaction. She spoke softly, All right, just don't regret it. A while later, a cozy space appeared. It was the kitchen, with the sounds of brisk work. Holding a knife, as if preparing to slaughter a chicken, he said smugly, Rose Weiser. Today, I'll show you, the young father said, quickly chopping radishes. This was also Leon Casmos' strategy. To close the distance between Leon and his older daughter, the first step, fill her stomach with delicious food. Proudly looking at the pot of food in front of him, his heart filled with victory. The milk-stewed meat my squad used to cook, everyone who ate it said it was delicious. The sweet flavor is perfect for little kids. Looking at the thickness of the broth, Leon judged himself. Not bad. My cooking skills haven't declined. Noah will love the food Daddy makes. Cheered on by Moan. His ego soared to the sky, his face full of confidence as he said, This flavor will definitely win Noah over. Seeing him giggling, the maid somehow found it amusing, even though Leon Casmos looked like a madman right now. The maid with bangs praised. His Highness the Prince Consort has just recovered from his illness and is already in the kitchen for his family. He's truly a male dragon who knows how to care for his family. The maid next to her suddenly saw him coming in. The distance. Seeing Rose Weiser leading Noah and Moan, they bowed their heads. Your Majesty the Queen. Knowing his plan, she instructed her servants, You are not needed for tonight's banquet. Go and rest. The maids replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Looking out from inside, seeing the three of them enter, Leon approached the prepared dining table. You've come at just the right time. The little girl ran to him, her voice as sweet as sugarcane as she praised, Daddy, it smells so good. Leon also quickly showed off. I heard you kids love to eat meat, so I specially made stewed meat and beef bones for you. Confident that he had the upper hand, he looked towards the little girl. Noah, can you feel Daddy's intentions? But Noah just coldly turned away, making Leon choke in shock. The plan had failed, and Leon Casmos was utterly disappointed. Why is this so different from what I imagined? He looked resentfully at Weiser, grinding his teeth. This female dragon, she must have planned this all along. That's why she didn't let me meet Noah. Paying no mind, she patted Noah's shoulder and said to the little girl, This is your first official meeting. Introduce yourself. The little girl obeyed. Yes, mother. Standing in front of the other person, Noah put her hands on her hips and introduced herself. I'm the eldest daughter of the Silver Dragon Queen, Rose Weiser, Noah Melka, 21 years and 2 months old. The twins being quite old is explained by the fact that the dragon race is a long-lived species, and the growth rate of young dragons is much faster than that of human children. You try to get acquainted again. Step 2, to close the gap between Leon and his eldest daughter. A polite greeting to leave a good impression. He held out his hand to be friendly. Hello, Noah. My name is Leon Casmos. I'm your father. But Noah didn't care. Being snubbed, Leon was helpless. Why is this child's attitude so cold? She doesn't have a problem with me, does she? Moan held Noah's hand and whined. Big sister, talk a little more. Don't make Daddy embarrassed. And then Noah continued. He looks weak at first glance. Is he really our father? The words, is he really our father? He looks weak. Well, like a slap in the face and a stab to the heart of Leon Casmos, causing him to cough up blood in pain. Blood. The childish father Leon felt danger for the first time. Looking at that difficult little one, he said sarcastically, What a filial child. In the warm dining room, the family of 4 was gathered together. a family reunion. It was supposed to be a time for happy family conversation, but now it had turned into Leon's most torturous moment. Leon Casmos smiled as he looked at the two little ones. Only the two girls seemed the most natural. Moan pushed her plate of meat to her older sister, her voice wheedling. "Sister, help me cut it." Noah calmly took it. He silently assessed them. The two daughters looked alike, but their personalities were a world apart. He watched the composed Noah cutting the meat while Moan waited excitedly, then formed his opinion. Moreover, it was very clear that Noah leaned towards her mother's side. Leon clasped his hands, smiling as he tried to probe the little girl. "Noah, do you like today's food?" But the little girl slowly replied, "It's hard to eat." Each word was like a knife stabbing straight into his heart. Rose Weiser couldn't help but let out a laugh. She immediately covered her mouth, but her eyes couldn't hide her teasing amusement. Seeing her mother laugh, Moan turned to ask, "Your Majesty, Mother, why are you so happy?" She smiled and replied to the little one, "It wasn't easy for your father to reunite with our family. Seeing him so happy makes me happy too." She shot him a sarcastic glance, rested her chin on her hand, and pressed him. "Isn't that right, Leon? Why aren't you smiling?" Leon Casmos, resigned, forced a laugh. "Ha, ha, ha. Being with my family, of course father is very happy." "Then will you have dinner with us every day, father?" Upon hearing this, little Moan shot up, excitedly raising her fork, which still had a half-eaten piece of meat on it. Her sparkling eyes looked at him. "So, how about it?" He answered awkwardly, silently complaining in his heart, "As if I'd want to eat with that female dragon every day." "No." Noah's young but firm voice rang out, her face stern. "Why not?" Moan looked at her sister, disappointed. Noah, however, replied slowly while eating, "Because I want to go to his Green Academy to attend the dragon nursery class." Weiser's face fell. She asked the little girl seriously, "The nursery class at his Green Academy is for dragons who are 4 or 5 years old. Why are you in such a hurry to enroll?" The little girl replied resolutely, her voice firm, "Because I want to defeat the dragon slayers." As soon as she finished, Leon jumped, panicking and coughing nonstop. He took a napkin to wipe his mouth, his heart filled with unease, feeling as if his daughter wanted to defeat her old man me. Leon Casmos smiled brightly and tried to coax her placatingly. "All dragon slayers are very strong. Noah, you're still so young, you'll get hurt. Don't think I'm a child." The little girl crossed her arms, looking down at him with an arrogant gaze. Hearing this, Leon panicked even more inside. "But you are a child." Rose Weiser's face hardened. She crossed her arms, her voice calm but resolute as she said, "I think Noah's idea is very good. The sooner she goes to school, the sooner she can fight against the dragon slayers." Her eyes glanced at Leon Casmos, full of provocation. "Isn't that right, Leon? Or do you have some other reason for wanting to stop Noah from going to school?" The question made him grit his teeth in frustration. He couldn't answer. Leon frowned, thinking, "If I keep objecting, Noah will definitely hate me, her father, even more. I can only secretly try to make her change her mind." With that thought, he pretended to eat leisurely, replying very awkwardly under his daughter's scrutinizing gaze, "No, I don't." Chewing while watching Weiser eat with gusto, he silently speculated, "Damn it, I get it now. This female dragon wants to use Noah during dinner to mentally attack me." In Leon's mind, a terrifying image of Rose Weiser appeared, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Leon Casmos was furious, a fire raging in his heart. "Just you wait, Rose Weiser. I'll show you." Despite his silent rage, Weiser spoke calmly. "If your father has no more objections, then it's decided. His Green Academy will have its entrance exam in a month. During this month, your father will prepare you." Hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up, showing great determination. "Yes, mother." The family dinner ended. Weiser stood up immediately. Beside her, Moan rubbed her round little belly, smiling brightly as she showed her sister. "Look, sister, Moan's belly is so round." Noah also used her small hand to gently rub the little girl's taut belly. Suddenly, Leon's voice rang out, "Hey, Rose Weiser." Hearing that, she turned her head to look. He irritably pointed at the pile of dirty dishes and said, "These plates haven't been cleared yet." Rose Weiser looked at him, puzzled. She replied, looking annoyed, "These things can be left for the servants to do." Leon Casmos chuckled, touching Weiser's shoulder and reminding her in a low voice, "After dinner, the husband and wife clear the table and wash the dishes together. Only then does the family dinner officially end." He moved close to her ear, asking provocatively, "Don't you want to build a harmonious family atmosphere in front of the children? Even if it's just an act." As soon as Weiser heard this, her eyes met Moan's expectant gaze. Not wanting to disappoint her daughter, she sighed and agreed, "Fine." Waiting for just that, the little girl quickly raised her hand. Moan wants to help too. As soon as she spoke, a small hand reached out. Noah quickly grabbed Moan's dress and pulled her away. "Let's go, let's go." Ignoring Moan's struggles and frantic screams, "Sister, where are we going?" A while later, all the dishes were washed clean. At the sink, Rose Weiser, with a cold expression, took off her apron and asked irritably, "When are you going to help me?" Leon didn't answer, calmly asking her in return, "Rose Weiser, have you forgotten what I told you 2 years ago? Never be alone with the strongest, most rigorously trained dragon slayer." As soon as he finished speaking, Weiser's body froze, unable to move. The crest on her chest suddenly lit up. She cried out in panic, "Leon, what are you doing?" His face hardened, his aura turning cold and serious as he said, "Before, I was exhausted from a long journey. When my stamina was low, you subdued me with the dragon crest and played with me in the palm of your hand. But now, things are different. Don't think you can escape from here with this trick." Rose Weiser shouted, breaking free from his restraint and swiftly attacking Leon with her tail. He reacted very quickly, blocking the blow with his hand. "Who said I wanted to run?" His hand tightened around her tail as he stood up. Suddenly, she let out a cry, her face involuntarily flushing as that familiar sensation appeared within her. "This brat." Weiser's whole body went limp as she knelt down. Leon Casmos confidently approached her, his voice threatening, his hand still squeezing Weiser's tail. "Lost your strength, have you? Your Majesty, the effect of the dragon crest makes your tail extremely sensitive. When I squeeze your tail, you're like a weak little cat being grabbed by the scruff of its neck." Her body trembled in spasms as he continued, "This is knowledge I discovered from your Dragon Clan's books." He bent down, moving closer to Weiser's trembling face. Each word was spoken menacingly. "Rose Weiser, your desires to conquer, your desires to control everything. But have you ever been conquered?" As soon as the question was asked, the panic in Weiser's eyes was impossible to hide. Rose Weiser's heavy panting echoed in the dark room. She trembled, turning her head back, and pleaded with Leon with difficulty, Let go of my tail." He held Weiser's tail, his voice filled with a hatred that could swallow her whole, venting all he had endured. "From the day I woke up, you've always trampled my dignity under your feet, treating me like a toy. Consider tonight a little payback." His voice was arrogant and provocative. She couldn't stand his boundless rambling anymore. She shouted angrily, "Leon, you bastard." Suddenly, a sound came from outside the door. Both of them startled and turned toward the door. It turned out to be two maids outside, giggling and joking with each other. "I wonder if Her Majesty the Queen's after-dinner time of affection is over yet?" The two opened the door. Inside was a sparkling clean kitchen, which surprised them both. One girl couldn't help but say, "Wow, it's been cleaned so well." The other maid asked, "Did the prince consort do it?" The maid with her hair tied up picked up a thoroughly washed plate, clicking her tongue and smiling as she showed her companion. Through the crack in the door, Leon meticulously observed the two maids' every move, a thought flashing through his mind. He turned around, one hand gripping Weiser's chin as he reminded her, "Shh, don't make a sound, Your Majesty the Queen." In this confined space, every action became ambiguous. Her face flushed because of it. He continued, "You wouldn't want the maids outside to discover that the normally high and mighty queen has become like this, right?" Looking toward the other side of the door were the lively voices of the maids. She had no choice but to remain silent. But her dagger-like eyes kept glaring at him. Ignoring her anger, his hand lifting her chin tightened, and he gloatingly pressed his face against her cheek to praise her. "Well done. Now let's begin, my beloved wife." Leon smiled triumphantly, a cold and satisfied laugh. He looked down at Weiser's face, which had turned pink from his words, but she didn't reply, only meeting his gaze with a pair of resigned eyes. One morning, 3 days later, at the castle. "Father hasn't woken up for 3 days. Is he dead?" Moan's innocent question rang out. On the bed, Leon Casmos lay motionless. The two little girls crawled closer to him. Moan asked worriedly, but in contrast, Noah looked very calm and replied, "Let's test it and see." The little girl swiftly used her tiny foot to kick him hard in the face, making him grimace and cry out in pain. Ack, that hurts. It hurts so much. Noah kept her foot on his face, nodding as she concluded, not dead yet. Leon silently endured it, lamenting, is this any way to treat your father? Finally, he opened his eyes, letting out a groan, ugh. Then he opened his eyes as if just waking up, ah. Seeing this, little Moan cheered happily. She turned towards Rose Weiser, who was on the opposite side, and obediently announced, Your Majesty, Mother, Father is awake again. Beside her, a tired Leon was sitting up, asking in confusion, When did I pass out? Weiser crossed her arms, glancing at him, and asked in a cold tone, Do you need me to help you remember? Ah, he cried out in surprise, vaguely recalling the events of that day. I remember now. At the end of that night, the Dragon Crest's effect wore off. I really took a hit from her. The past flooded back, the image of that heaven-sent slap appearing clearly in his mind. Leon put his feet on the floor, looking at the woman who was tidying her clothes, his heart filled with resentment. This female dragon is truly vicious. A normal person would have died several times under her claws by now. But as he watched Weiser open the door to welcome the sunlight, her delicate face clearly visible in the early morning light. For some reason, a thought appeared in his mind. Looking closely, she's actually quite beautiful. She's clearly a female dragon over 200 years old. Why is father motionless again? Moan's sudden question and childish voice rang out, waking him from his daze. Little Noah saw his expression and immediately recognized it, replying to her sister with dissatisfaction. He's staring at Her Majesty, Mother, like a fool. After opening the window, Rose Weiser placed her hand on the table, clumsily knocking something off. She was momentarily surprised, her eyes darting down to pick it up, but a large hand had already picked it up first. Leon clipped it into her hair, smiling gently at Weiser. This suits you quite well. This swift action made her reveal a hint of surprise, her eyes widening as she looked at him. But not for long. She soon returned to her initial coldness and arrogance, asking scornfully, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. You haven't done this with any other woman, have you? Leon Casmos was utterly helpless upon hearing this, and retorted unhappily, That's right. When I was young, I often groomed my master's donkey, so I'm very skilled at it. Little Moan came over, looking up at him with her big, curious eyes. Father, what's a donkey? Facing his daughter's expectant gaze, he immediately updated her knowledge. A donkey is almost like a dragon. 2 ears, 1 tail. Very stubborn. Whenever it's unhappy, it likes to snort. As he spoke, he used his hands to describe it, to Moan's delight. Just like your mother. As soon as he said this, Weiser immediately shot him a look. Quick as a flash, she lunged, driving her elbow straight into his stomach. Leon clutched his stomach in pain, shouting loudly, Father, are you okay? Moan asked worriedly, her small hand reaching out to see if he was all right. Opposite her, Noah's small face was observing coldly. He clutched his stomach, bent over in pain, but still pretended to be fine. Father is fine. Your task today is to learn to write your names. Your father will be in charge of teaching you. Finally, Weiser's voice rang out. She looked sternly at the 2 surprised children as Leon's desperate shout tried to cut in and object. You're giving me tasks on your own again. Yay, father's teaching us to write. Moan was extremely excited, her mouth in a wide smile, her arms spread out in delight. In contrast, Noah muttered angrily, I can write by myself. Before she finished, Moan had already grabbed her sister's hand and run to the study, saying excitedly, Sister, let's go to the study and pick some pretty pens. She chattered on, asking Sister, what color do you want? Although she didn't seem very enthusiastic, Noah still answered perfunctorily, purple. Leaving only the 2 adults in the room, Rose Weiser warned Leon in a stern voice, My older sister is visiting me today. I don't want you to appear in front of her. Hearing this, his brows furrowed, and he asked mockingly, Why's that? Don't want me to meet your family. Now, she moved close to his ear, whispering with a smirk, Leon Casmos, right now you are a male dragon who married into the Silver Dragon clan. Due to some illness, you were in a coma for 2 years and have only recently woken up. If it becomes necessary for you to be seen, you must also act according to the role I've assigned you. Rose Weiser said, tapping his chest. She looked extremely defiant. Hearing her provocative words, he looked annoyed but couldn't say anything back. Finally, he glanced at her in agreement. I know, Your Majesty the Queen. After her slender figure had left, his face darkened, feeling uneasy in his heart. He angrily asked himself, "Humph, female dragon, you think I'll obediently listen to you?" A gloomy aura surrounded him as he gave a cold, calculating smile. "Rose Wiser, I'll make you lose face right in front of your sister." In the Silver Dragon Sanctuary's children's study, a room with many books on shelves and a tall, large window that allowed gentle sunlight to illuminate the entire room. "Do as father just taught you. Watch carefully." Leon Casmos' voice echoed in the quiet room as he focused on writing with a pen. Moan, her little tail wagging continuously, listened attentively, while little Noah just observed silently. He wrote as he pointed, just like this. "Now father will write your names at the top. You can copy them a few times." With that, he pushed 2 pieces of paper towards the 2 little girls. Moan jumped up, staring with interest, while Noah crossed her arms, not showing much expression. The little girl picked up the piece of paper and commented flatly, "It's not as pretty as mother's writing." Hearing this, he became upset, suppressing his anger to say, "Hey, father has work to do." Seeing him stand up abruptly, Moan asked curiously. Leon replied gently, "I forgot to give something to your mother just now. I have to go give her double back." He rushed out the door, calling back inside, "Wait for father to come back and check." Moan waved goodbye to him, while Noah looked at him with great displeasure at this action, asking quietly, "Is he an idiot?" Hearing this, Moan replied with amusement, "But it seems like sister is a little happy." Noah turned away coldly. "No, I'm not. Hurry up and write." But her flushed face and sparkling eyes staring at the paper Leon had just written on betrayed her childish soul. At the gate of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, a majestic figure with fiery, red hair stepped in, flanked by guards and maids who welcomed her. This was the Red Dragon Queen, Isamelkov. She possessed a proud beauty with brilliant red hair and eyes, her arrogant demeanor enhancing her powerful aura. As soon as she arrived, Rose Wiser ran to embrace her, greeting her effusively. "Sister, it's been too long." She was calm, looking at her younger sister. "We haven't seen each other in a year, and your complexion is much rosier." Wiser shyly cupped her cheeks, her voice wheedling. "Is that so?" "No, it's not." Isa tilted her chin, asking curiously, "I heard your husband has woken up. Why don't I see him?" Rose Wiser forced a smile, making an awkward excuse. "He's not feeling well today, so he can't meet people for now." Isa closed her eyes, looking thoughtful. "Is that so? What a pity. I thought I'd get to see what kind of eye-catching Dragon King my little sister has." With that, she stared at Wiser's face, her tone probing. "The unions of Dragon Kings are all for the benefit of the clan and military. There is no love, but for you and your husband to marry and have children so quickly, your relationship must be quite good, right?" Wiser blushed, turning her head to object, snapping back at her sister. "Does getting married and having children mean the relationship is good?" She asserted decisively, "I have no feelings for him. Not now, and not in the future." Isa, as if she could read her sister's heart, already had the answer. She just smiled faintly, still as stubborn-mouthed as before. All right. It's been so long since we've met. Let's chat while we stroll through the garden." Wiser linked arms with her sister, winking playfully with a hint of flattery as she made the suggestion. In the distance, the image of the 2 sisters talking and laughing happily was captured in someone's sights. "So she's Rose Wiser's sister?" Leon held a pair of binoculars, observing carefully as he wondered. He lowered the binoculars, smiling with a devious plan. "Well then, let's test the range of the Dragon Crest's influence and see how far it goes." The 2 women walked to the flower garden, looking at the blooming roses. Isa calmly updated her sister. "The dragon territories haven't been very stable lately, especially the Red Flame Dragon King. That brat has been very active recently." An image of a fierce fire dragon appeared in Wiser's mind. She thought tensely, "Is it Constantine?" Then, hasn't Constantine been out of sight for a very long time? Her face suddenly became somber as she asked again. Isa crossed her arms. Her voice was hesitant as she replied, "Who knows? He's always been a hothead. Maybe he wants to take the opportunity to expand his territory." Suddenly, it was as if a jolt of electricity ran through her, causing the crest on Rose Wiser to emit a purple light. She looked down in shock, and at that moment, her eyes widened in panic. "What's wrong?" Isa seemed to notice something was off and turned to ask her sister. She quickly covered the crest on her chest, replying awkwardly, "No, it's nothing. Please continue." "That damn dragon slayer. Wiser directed her gaze towards the castle, thinking of the image of Leon gloating over what he had done to her. She cursed him silently in her heart. In the same even tone, ISA continued their discussion. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, we need to strengthen our border defenses. If there are any new developments on that side, I will send a messenger dragon to contact you. But she didn't notice Wiser's face, which was flushed and extremely uncomfortable, not hearing a single piece of information. The effect of the dragon crest is getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, Rose Wiser's whole body tensed up. She trembled uncomfortably, her mind racing. ISA turned back, keenly noticing her abnormality, and asked with concern, Rose, are you really okay? Your face is all red. Wiser was extremely flustered, her gaze evasive. She replied with trembling shoulders, Sister, I suddenly remembered I have something urgent to attend to. Perhaps, she stammered, I'll be back in 20 minutes. ISA waved her hand to show it was fine. Go on. Do you need me to go with you? Rose Wiser hurried away, not forgetting to shout back her reply. No need. ISA smiled slyly, her eyes watching her sister's retreating back with a knowing look, as if she had discovered it long ago. The dragon crest, huh? Young people these days really play for keeps. Rose Wiser, I like to see just how long you can endure. His teasing voice rang out as he leaned back in his chair, casually propping his feet up to enjoy the moment. Leon. Wiser's piercing shriek burst in as she slammed the door open. He turned his head in surprise, saying excitedly, why are you back so soon? You deliberately made the dragon crest resonate at this time. Wanted me to lose face in front of my sister, didn't you? Rose Wiser's eyes were wide. She grabbed him by the collar, her voice full of anger as she scolded him. He was frozen by her ferocity, not knowing how to react. I should probably play innocent first. With that thought, Leon Casmos put on a tearful face, his sparkling eyes looking at her, and wheedled endearingly, responding with a cheesy question, Is it wrong for me to miss you? She was taken aback by his words, her hand loosening its grip on his collar. What did you say? A moment later, her head felt like it was about to explode, her face as red as a ripe tomato, unable to believe what she had just heard. Looks like the effect wasn't bad. Huh? At least now she's disgusted by me, right? He smiled smugly, watching her cover her burning red face with her hands. After a few seconds, she regained her composure and turned to shout, stammering, Shameless, shameless. What's the point of a defeated prisoner saying such trashy words? Take back your thoughts right now. I clearly came to deal with him, so how did I get scared by a few of his words? She scowled at Leon, who was casually waving with a smile, forcing her to comfort herself again. Finally, she returned to her calm demeanor, giving a cold laugh as a warning. Humph, consider yourself lucky this time. If there's a next time, I won't be so forgiving. Wiser had no idea that behind her back, Leon was making faces, silently mocking her. What, you think I'm scared? But then his face also turned red. He stroked his chin, proud and amused. Just one pickup line was enough to make her go weak at the knees. The effect of the dragon crest is really powerful. Suddenly, he touched his chest, feeling a flutter within that made him tell himself, but why does my heart beat so fast when I think of her face? My heart is beating so fast. Casmos, get a grip. Stop thinking about such nonsense. The mere thought made him shout, slapping his own cheeks to calm down. The two little ones are still waiting for me. In the study, little Noah was diligently practicing her writing, while Moan was so bored she was sighing, Why isn't Father back yet? At the gate of the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, soldiers stood in neat rows behind. Isa Melkoff. Well then, I'll be leaving for today. Isa Melkoff waved goodbye to Wiser. Behind her, a pair of fiery red wings unfurled. Rose Wiser was happy, one arm crossed in front of her chest, the other waving goodbye to her. Yes, sister, travel safely. At this point, Isa Melkoff had transformed into her dragon form. Her dragon was a deep blood red, radiating a powerful red aura. She said to Wiser, You have to let me see your husband next time. Wiser agreed, replying her, all right, we'll talk next time. Then Isa Melkoff and the group of dragon knights also transformed into dragons and soared into the sky, leaving Wiser below. A second later, Rose Weiser's expression changed instantly after they left. Her face looked furious. She gritted her teeth angrily, thinking, that dragon slayer. Does he think I haven't taught him enough of a lesson? I'll teach you a lesson tonight. Weiser cursed silently. At the same time, Leon Casmos, who was sitting in his room, suddenly sneezed. It seems the idea that talking ill of someone makes them sneeze is true. He thought, is that female dragon cursing me? He rubbed his nose, wondering to himself, are they both asleep? Seeing the two little ones sleeping soundly, he closed the storybook he had been reading to lull Moan and Noah to sleep. Leon pulled the blanket up, tucking the two in and whispering to his children, don't catch a cold. Then Leon tiptoed to the door. He gently tried to close the door to avoid waking the two little ones. Before he could do anything, Weiser was suddenly standing behind him, slamming her hand on the door right in front of Leon, making him jump. He turned around to see her looking unhappy. She asked in a stern voice, where are you going? Leon Casmos knew he was done for. He fearfully tried to change the subject by asking another question. Your sister, has she left? Rose Weiser replied with a sinister smile. We still have some unfinished business today, don't we? Then, without giving him time to react, she grabbed the back of his collar and dragged him away helplessly. She said loudly, follow me. Leon struggled to reply, no, don't. She dragged him to the Silver Dragon Queen's bedroom, a place decorated in white and gold, exuding an elegant and noble air. Leon Casmos brought out a basin of hot water and placed it on the carpeted floor. He rolled up his sleeves, knelt down, and looked up to ask Weiser, the hot water is here. What do you need it for? Weiser, sitting on the bed with her legs crossed, extended them towards Leon and ordered, I walked all day today, so I'm very tired. Help me wash my feet. Leon looked at her confused and asked again, what? She looked down at him with an annoyed expression and said, less talk, just do as you're told. This is your punishment for what you caused today. With a displeased face, Leon Casmos took off her shoes and gently lifted her feet, thinking to himself, Tisk, I'm a dignified dragon slayer, and yet I've fallen to the state of being a slave washing a female dragon's feet. He had no other choice but to wash her feet for her. That damn female dragon really knows how to enjoy herself. Who knows how many corpses of dragon slayers these feet have stepped on? He thought as he stared at Weiser's soft feet after taking off her white socks. She was surprised and looked at him, wondering, why is he staring at my feet like that? Could it be that he has some kind of disgusting fetish? Weiser's mind started to wander, and her face flushed red at the thought. Suddenly, he grabbed both her feet and plunged them forcefully into the water, startling her. He shouted triumphantly, hey, dunk them in. Her two soft feet, soaking in the basin of hot water, began to turn red. So hot. Weiser reflexively jerked her feet up. Because the water was too hot, she accidentally delivered a powerful kick straight into Leon's mouth, snapping his head back as he spat out blood. Hit by her powerful kick, he fell backward onto the floor with a thud. Ugh. Very good, Leon. You're intentionally getting revenge on me, aren't you? Weiser was now furious. She got off the bed and approached him, stepping on his chest with the same foot she had just kicked him with. He looked up at her with a smug smile, teasing, hey, who told you to make me wash your feet? Hearing this, Weiser became even more furious. Her face still flushed and retorted to Leon, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson. You never thought you'd see the day. As she spoke, she tiptoed her wet foot down to his stomach. When you be stepped on by a dragon's foot, have you? She moved her foot all the way down to his crotch. Then she stomped down hard, making him jolt and squeeze his eyes shut as he flinched, letting out a cry. Ugh, stop your foot. Leon Casmos lifted his head, opened one eye to look at Weiser, and said with a flushed face, but in his mind he thought, damn it, this feeling of both humiliation and pleasure. It seemed Leon felt satisfied as Rose Weiser pressed her foot on his thing. She smiled triumphantly, tilting her head as she looked down and laughed at him. Her foot was still on Leon's little brother. Her jade-like toes gripped it tightly, as if torturing a slave. She continued, I want to see how long you can endure this. His face turned red from embarrassment, but he refused to surrender to her actions. No, I can't submit to the authority of a female dragon. Leon reached out and grabbed Weiser's ankle. He sat up, a triumphant smile on his face, and said loudly, I've eaten pork hock, beef shank, and goat leg, but I've never eaten a dragon's leg. Weiser was startled, freezing as she asked Leon, what are you trying to do? Without hesitation, he lunged forward and took a big bite out of Wiser's fair, jade-like leg with a look of satisfaction and extra dish for tonight, gnawing on a live dragon's claw. He cried out in pleasure as he bit her leg. "Leon Casmos, I'll kill you," she screamed so loudly it echoed outside the palace. By morning, the second day, the two little ones, Moan and Noah, had just woken up, still looking dazed. "Your Majesty, Mother, why are you limping?" the little girl asked Rose Wiser, who had one foot bare and bandaged. She crossed her arms, replying with an annoyed look, "It's nothing." Moan then turned to ask Leon, "Dad, why are there bruises on your face?" Leon, also with an annoyed look, stood with his arms crossed and said, "It's nothing." Moan looked confused, placing her hands on her hips as she looked at Leon and Wiser. Then Moan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she raised her hand as if she had an idea. "Oh, you two must have been playing some fun game behind Moan's back, right? Moan wants to join too." Noah, standing beside her, looked on helplessly, not saying anything. In a flower garden outside the Silver Dragon Holy Palace, Leon Casmart and Rose Wiser were taking a stroll. Although they were walking together, the atmosphere between them was somewhat distant. Neither said a word to the other, just kept walking forward. The servants in the distance saw them and couldn't help but admire. "Look, the queen and the prince consort are on a date." A short-haired female servant heard this and smiled in response. "Haha, how romantic." But she was also sharp enough to notice the problem between them. "But why does it feel like Her Majesty the Queen is being distant with the prince consort?" Just as she said, things were very quiet between Rose Wiser and Leon Casmart. They didn't say anything to each other. She just stared coldly ahead. Leon also glanced away, not saying anything to her. Walking behind her, he frowned and asked himself, why did it turn out like this? Isn't it because, to know the truth, we have to go back in time a little? At that time, Leon was startled when he heard what Wiser said. "What a walk. Why do I have to go for a walk with you?" She just frowned, crossing her arms, not looking like she was willing to go with him, and replied, "Pretending to be a harmonious family in front of outsiders is also something you need to do." Back to the present. As the two walked in the flower garden, Leon looked at her back walking ahead, still not understanding why she was doing this. Rose Wiser is a bit strange today. Normally, she's not this proactive. What is she planning? Moan and Noah Melville peek from behind a tree in the distance, unable to help but complain. "Foolish father, you don't even know to hold her hand." As the beloved daughter, Moan volunteered to solve the problem. Moan will help them. This alarmed Noah, who tried to stop her. "Wait, let them be alone." Before she could finish her sentence, her younger sister had already leaped out and run towards the two. The little girl excitedly ran to them, calling, "Your Majesty, Mother, Dad." Hearing the call, both of them turned their attention to the little one. Leon Casmart saw her and wondered, "Moan, why did you follow us out here?" Moan said nothing, grabbing her father's hand with her left hand and her mother's with her right. She very naturally placed their hands together and said innocently, "When you go for a walk, you're supposed to hold hands." Having completed her mission, she turned and ran off. Moan is going to play with Big Sister. Leon watched Moan's retreating figure, a bit speechless. Where does this kid learn these things? But he didn't know that what awaited Moan was a lecture from Noah. The little girl cried out in pain, begging, "Boo-hoo, Moan was wrong. Moan won't do it again. Big Sister, please let go." Both of them seemed to understand the child's intention, and their faces flushed red. Leon Casmart looked away and asked her, "This is a bit sudden. What should we do?" Rose Wiser replied shyly, "No, it's fine. Let's just hold hands like this." However, the two didn't forget to jab at each other a bit. "You're so gentle today, I'm a little not used to it." Hearing him say that, she replied confidently, "It seems you've been tamed by me. Now that I'm being nice to you, you're not used to it." He glanced at the woman beside him, silently assessing her. In front of others, Rose Wiser always maintained the image of a queen, but unexpectedly, she was flustered by this hand-holding. Seeing that the awkward atmosphere couldn't continue like this, Leon started a conversation first, saying, "In front of you, Moan and Noah always call you Mother." Hearing him say that, Wiser frowned and asked back, "Is there a problem?" Leon directly stated his point of view to her. "Look, you see, usually Dad is used with Mom. Moan always calls me Dad, but calls you Mother. Doesn't this show that the kids aren't close to you?" Rose Wiser didn't answer, just shyly glanced away, avoiding the topic. "Is Mother that different from Mom?" Hearing her say that, he smiled and sincerely suggested to her, "Of course it is. How about you try telling the kids to change how they address you to Mom? I bet they'll be closer to you than they are now." Every word he said immediately touched Wiser's heart. It made her blush for a moment, her eyes widening as she looked. at Leon. She couldn't keep her composure and immediately walked faster ahead. I know. I'll try it next time. Leon, being pulled along, lost his balance and quickly said, "Hey, why are you suddenly walking so fast?" The two slowly walked towards the castle in the distance. Under the golden sunlight, she suddenly spoke up. "Hey, Leon, do you miss home?" Hearing that, he replied nonchalantly, "Why are you suddenly asking about this? It's not like you let me go back anyway." She also revealed her purpose for bringing him to that castle. "I can't let you go home, but there's something that might help you ease your homesickness." Hearing that made him astonished. The two of them stood before a thick, black, intricately carved gate. It was the gate leading to the storehouse behind the holy mountain palace. He looked up in amazement at the massive gate before him. "Where is this?" Weiser calmly took out a bunch of keys and said, "Well, I haven't named it yet." She took out a key, inserted it into the lock, and told him, "You can call a storehouse a storage room, whatever." The heavy door of the storehouse slowly opened, releasing a thick layer of dust that had accumulated from not being cleaned for a long time. She continued to say, "Whatever." Rose Weiser walked in first, while Leon Casmos, visiting such a strange place for the first time, couldn't help but look around in awe, the treasure trove of a great dragon. Then he suddenly saw an emerald bracelet in the distance and couldn't help but approach it in amazement, intending to touch it. In the Empire, this would sell for at least several dozen gold coins. She, from behind, explained to him, "This is the bracelet my mother gave me for my coming of age." Ceremony. Weiser stood with her arms crossed behind him and added, "Besides spoils of war, there are also some items in here that have significant meaning to me." Hearing her say that, Leon exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, besides your sister, I've never heard you mention any other relatives." She also told him honestly, "I've never met my parents. My sister and I were raised by our great-grandmother." Hearing her talk about her past, he also honestly told her his story. "Ah, that's similar to me. I grew up in an orphanage, never met my parents. My master and his wife adopted me." But he didn't forget the reason why Weiser brought him here. "So, why did you bring me here? What did you want to show me?" Rose Weiser also remembered her purpose and bent down to pull a large chest from the distance closer, saying, "I told you earlier, something that can make you temporarily forget your troubles." Leon looked at what was in the chest and was astonished. Black gold battle armor. Looking at the gleaming black armor in the chest, Weiser asked him, "Leon, you've always wanted to get this armor back, right?" Her question struck a chord deep within him. He didn't hide his emotions and sat right down to get a better look at his familiar armor. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Am I dreaming? Are you really giving it to me?" Rose Weiser then gave a mysterious smile, pretending to grant his wish. "Yes, that's right." He reached out to gently touch the armor, and immediately a surge of energy erupted from it. A complex sigil appeared on it, quickly knocking him back. Leon exclaimed in shock, "Enchanted dragon rune." He couldn't believe it and thought to himself, "Black gold battle armor. My good brother, how could you have fallen to this state?" Seeing his shocked expression was exactly what Weiser had planned. With a darkened face and a deadly aura around her, she concluded directly, "You've finally fallen into my trap, Leon." She even kindly revealed one more thing to him. After the dragon rune is enhanced, the effect is doubled. Then she bent down, lifted his chin, and asked, "Now, my dear dragon slayer, can you handle it?" Rose Weiser looked down from above with arrogant eyes, her face holding a challenging smile as she observed Leon Casmos' expression. As he struggled against the pressure from the magic circle thick with aura beneath his feet, a seal appeared on his chest. He asked in alarm, "What are you doing?" Rose Weiser. Weiser's face was full of excitement. A similar seal appeared on her chest. She explained, "I've added an enhancement attribute dragon rune to your armor. The moment you touched the armor, it activated." After hearing that, Leon could no longer resist and collapsed onto the floor. "Oh!" His whole body trembled. His face contorted in agony as he bit his teeth hard. He gently touched the seal, cursing inwardly. "Despicable dragon matriarch, I let my guard down." Weiser let out a delighted laugh, revealing a devilish canine tooth. After the dragon rune is enhanced, the effect will be doubled. Her slender hand caressed Leon's endlessly trembling chin. She slowly enunciated her words, as if to seduce him. "Now, my dear dragon slayer, can you handle it?" Leon frowned, determined to grit his teeth and endure, his face covered in countless layers of sweat. Faced with her provocation, he seemed to reach his limit, his angry eyes spitting out each word. "Rose, Wiser, having the upper hand, mercilessly pushed him down onto the floor. Leon's body was still trembling uncontrollably, his face flushed with passion. His deep eyes tried to resist, but his face only grew redder. Sensing the unusual change, he cursed softly. Damn it, my body can't move, and the stimulation in my lower region is even more intense than before. Seizing the opportunity, Rose Wiser propped her hands on his body, her cheeks faintly pink. She laughed provocatively. Don't tell me you thought that the time you conquered me, I wouldn't hold a grudge. These past few days, I've been thinking about how to get revenge on you, thinking of ways to make you let your guard down. I didn't expect you to fall into the trap so easily. Leon maintained his posture of gritting his teeth and enduring, his brow furrowed. You dragon matriarch. Seeing this expression, Wiser became more delighted, her eyes filled with a captivating haze. So, my acting wasn't bad, was it? Leon was so angry he couldn't stand it anymore. He roared, scolding her. Were the things you said to me today all lies? Never meeting your parents. You'll let Melvie and Noah call you mom, and a hand-holding too. Wiser gazed intently at his face, her words turning serious again as she honestly denied it. No, all of it was true, but it doesn't affect what I'm doing too. You, Leon. As Wiser spoke, she began to remove her thin robes, her full breasts appearing and disappearing. What did you say to me before? In just a few seconds, her upper body was bare, her slender, snow-white back enticing the gaze. Ah, you said I like to conquer. Her eyes completely lost in a web of infatuation, she let out a satisfied laugh. Huh, that's right, I really do love to conquer. That beautiful face moved closer to Leon's handsome one, every word a seduction. Are you ready, my dear husband? He, of course, couldn't resist, only cursing softly. Oh, damn it. Outside, the castle was quiet, a stark contrast to the couple's actions inside. Sometime later, Leon Casmos had a vacant look in his eyes, crying like a fountain. Finally, it's over. Rose Wiser propped her head on one hand, watching him with amusement, their bodies still naked and pressed together. Leon resentfully threw her a sharp glare. He asked unhappily, "What are you planning to do?" She cheerfully pinched his cheeks into two little buns, laughing softly, deliberately teasing. Compared to 2 years ago, the scars on your face have faded, but you've also become more haggard and tired, and you're filled with the air of a more mature man. Being bullied by her like this, Leon turned his back, crossing his arms and refusing to look at her, his face pouting in extreme anger. Humph, teasing me again. I won't fall for it anymore. Of course, Wiser was very pleased, a sly grin on her face. Pulling up her clothes to cover her jade-like body, she conveniently praised him. Humph, you've gotten smarter. In a flash, her clothes were neat, and she spoke softly, but Leon Casmos whipped his head around, glaring at her so hard his eyes could pop out. Wiser covered her mouth, laughing as if she'd won the lottery, her cheeks still slightly flushed from their romp, her eyes full of teasing intent. This body of yours, it's not what it used to be. Leon froze, his eyes wide, his face showing a hint of dark circles, his mind as if falling into a black hole in the universe. That sentence, "it's not what it used to be," made his eyes roll back for a moment, thunderclap ringing in his ears. A few seconds passed. He was still motionless, not what it used to be. So embarrassing it could be entered into an encyclopedia. Leon couldn't accept it and shouted loudly, "Not what it used to be, not what it used to be, huh?" The next day, the early morning sun shone throughout the magnificent castle. Leon opened the door, revealing a tired face with eyes like a panda's. "I'm here." Wiser arrived with Noah Melvie, a faint smile on her face for her male pet. "Good morning." She frowned with a smile and teased again. "Looks like you didn't sleep well last night." Leon was furious, clenching his teeth to hold it in. "Isn't it because of what you said?" Wiser smiled smugly, her eyes crinkling. "What was that?" "I don't remember." Noah saw that her two parents were less mature than her and judged them with a bored look. Here we go again. After a bit of joking, Wiser returned to the main topic, seriously mentioning Noah. The entrance exam for Green Hills Academy is very strict. Starting today, you must carefully review the knowledge of the Dragon Clan with Noah. Not a second later, she leaned close to Leon's face, whispering a taunt. After all, for the time being, you can only demonstrate your value in other areas. Raging with anger, Leon clenched his fists in protest. Damn it, last night was just an off night. He put on a look of embarrassed determination and declared loudly, I will definitely help Noah pass the exam, but I also want to exchange for items of similar value from you. Wiser laughed coldly. Promising you is not a problem, but your demands must not be too outrageous. Leon's eyes were pained, hiding unknown thoughts. A promise is a promise. A second later, she turned to leave, laughing heartily, not forgetting her knack for parting shots. Then you too study well. Dearest, don't get too tired, okay? Leon was so angry he was about to start a rebellion. Will you stop it, you dragon matriarch? Noah asked gently. Why are you fighting with Mom again? Leon was still fuming, but quickly hid his bad side. No, it's just normal communication, Suddenly, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Oh wait, what did you call her? Noah replied faintly. Mom. Leon saw a ray of light, extremely excited. Did she tell you to change how you call her? Do you like the old way or the new way? The little girl suddenly asked, shyly turned her face away, the new way. He smiled with satisfaction. Haha, I told you so. You kids would definitely like it. Noah was also a little surprised, her cheeks blushing with a hint of sweetness. Try to maintain her cool composure. Noah turned away. When are we going to start studying? Leon also hurried after her. Hey Noah, wait for Dad. That night, inside the children's room of the Silver Dragon Holy Palace, a place filled with all sorts of games and stuffed animals for children, Leon Casmos was somber, his face very serious as he looked at the pile of books on the table. From a distance, Wiser saw him constantly reading and crossed her arms, asking curiously, Oh, it's so late, you're still not asleep? He scratched his head with his pen, looking very troubled as he answered her. Noah's learning ability is quite good. She's not suited for simple things. I plan to filter out key knowledge points, combined with exam questions, to teach her. For now, I can only stay up all night to prepare the lesson plan. Thinking of his dear daughter's sleeping face, Leon confidently told her, Noah is very smart, so I'm confident I can get her to pass the test within a month. Hearing Leon praise her daughter like that, Wiser also felt prouder. She smiled smugly and replied, Of course, Noah is like me, after all. Hearing those words, he refused to back down and glanced up to retort, Not necessarily. Leon stood up confidently to show off his achievements during his school years. I used to be a genius slayer who graduated with top scores in both practical combat and written exams every year. All the highest scholarships in the school belonged to me. Then he didn't forget to turn and ask Wiser, So what about Her Majesty the Queen? What championships did you win? Being asked so suddenly, she was at a loss for words. Wiser frowned in annoyance, thinking to herself, I thought he was just a brute who only knew how to fight. I didn't expect him to be a top student too. But she quickly caught Leon's tail and retorted, Humph, if you're so amazing, how did you become my prisoner? Hitting a sore spot, he immediately flared up and shouted, Damn it, I only lost that one time. Leon Casmos deeply mourned his fate, turning his back to Wiser and shedding 2 streams of painful tears. One misstep leads to 1,000 years of regret. A tiger in the plains gets bullied by a dragon. She, from behind, relentlessly reminded him with satisfaction, You were ridden by a dragon. To be precise, right? Suddenly, Wiser saw a plate full of small orange chili peppers on the table. She asked curiously, chili peppers? She didn't quite understand Leon's purpose, so she crossed her arms and asked further, What are you using these for? He, on the other side of the table, answered her, this? He smiled with determined eyes and replied, I got them from the kitchen to keep my spirits up. Seeing him immediately bite into the chili in his hand, Wiser hurriedly reached out and shouted, trying to stop him, Wait, those are the Dragon Clan's golden chilies. A human like you probably can't handle it. Just as she finished her sentence, it was too late. From inside his stomach, a fiery sensation shot straight up to his face, making Leon's face flush red. The very next second, he experienced what it felt like to breathe fire. Like a fire dragon, he breathed out a cloud of fire, constantly yelling, so spicy. His mouth was burning, and his whole body was scorching hot. He immediately ran around the room in a frenzy, rummaging through everything and shouting, Water, water, water. Is there no water here? Seeing Leon in such pain, Wiser was a bit worried and unconsciously reached out to hold his face, which surprised him immensely. His face instantly flushed red as he looked at the hands placed on his cheeks. Wiser was no different from him. She shyly turned her face away and said that, My hands are quite cold. They might help you feel more comfortable. Just as she said, the very next second, Leon felt a cool sensation spreading, soothing the burning heat on his face. He closed his eyes in enjoyment and thought to himself, Weiser's hands are cool. They feel very comfortable on my face. Feeling her long, slender hands on his face, he couldn't help but praise her silently, not ice cold, but a gentle, soothing coolness. A moment later, feeling that the burning sensation in his body was gone, Leon Casmos pulled away from Weiser. He shyly thanked her. Hey, thanks. I'm fine now. Hearing that, she also replied hesitantly, After that, the atmosphere between the two became awkward for a while. Both of them blushed and turned their heads away to prevent the awkwardness from escalating. Knowing she couldn't stay long, Weiser turned to leave first, not forgetting to remind him, go to sleep early, don't eat too many chilies. If your mouth gets swollen from the spice, you'll have to teach Noah using sign language. Leon placed a hand on his chest to calm himself and quickly replied, I know. Watching her retreating back, he couldn't help but blush as he thought about what just happened. I just let her touch my face. Feeling that what just happened was too absurd, a cold shiver immediately ran down Leon's spine, making him tremble uncontrollably. Get a grip. She's the vicious old matriarch who tricked you into a corner, frantically drained you, and then told you your stamina was no good. Thinking back, it's a bit perverted. I have to find a way to recover my body quickly. With that thought, he immediately set to work, searching for materials in the pile of books on the table in front of him. Leon slowly flipped through the pages of the book in his hands, reading. Crimson dragon fruit has the effect of regulating chi and blood. Not this one. Dark lotus herb. Drinking it can regulate digestion. Applying it externally can treat wounds. Not this one either. Suddenly, he saw a page with an image of those black, pill-like pellets. It was the dragon's might pill, which had a super good effect of nourishing the body. It balances yin and yang, nourishes the body, and restores bodily functions. He was overjoyed to have found the item he needed. Found it, this is it. Early the next morning, the sunlight shone brightly outside, and the green trees were lush. In the room, Leon's voice asked Noah, Dad has finished grading the test you just did. The total score is 100. Guess how much you got? Noah seemed cold, as if she didn't have much hope for this test. She replied softly, 50. He happily held up the test, excitedly showing it to her, 62 points, a little higher than you expected. But contrary to Leon's expectations, Noah frowned, her face scowling, looking very dissatisfied with her test. Seeing this, he perceptively realized and thought to himself, she's not satisfied with her result? That's right, this child always has very high standards for herself. Leon bowed his head to look at the little girl who was intently staring at the mistakes on her test. He felt a bit of pity in his heart. At an age where she should be carefree and just playing like Moan, she was the one who asked to study. To encourage her, he bent down, smiled gently, and patted Noah's head, praising her softly. Getting 62 points on your first try is already very good. Noah's face flushed slightly at the praise. She quickly replied, Thank you, Dad. Hearing that, he knew her mood had improved and was about to continue teaching her. Next, let's focus on solving the wrong questions. But before he could finish his sentence, a coughing fit suddenly erupted, making him quickly cover his mouth and cough a few times. Cough. Leon frowned, his hand rubbing his sore throat from eating several chili peppers to help himself stay awake. He quickly apologized to the little girl, sorry. His mind was filled with discomfort. I really ate too many chilies last night. My throat is so itchy. Noah saw her father's discomfort, and an image of Rose Weiser smiling and confiding in her appeared in her mind. Last night, your father was planning some kind of study plan for you. That idiot usually looks unreliable, but he's actually a top student. But last night, because he stayed up all night, he ate the Dragon Clan's super spicy yellow chili. It would be strange if his throat wasn't sore. Her mother's words echoed in her head. As if understanding those words, she quietly rummaged through her bag. Then Noah held out a turquoise box to him, her voice soft as she said, For you, Dad. This. He took it and opened it to find many medicinal pills inside. He asked in surprise, For me? Noah obediently replied, Yes, Mom gave them to you, not me. Leon happily took one of the pills and thanked her, then thank your mom for me. In his mind, he also happily assessed the similarity between the mother and daughter. This little girl is just like Rose Weiser, cold on the outside, but really just doesn't know how to express her good intentions. As he held the medicine in his mouth, he also regained his strength and raised his hand to cheer. Then let's continue studying. Noah, also full of determination, replied, Yes. From then on, The relationship between the father and daughter became even closer. In the kitchen of the Silver Dragon Holy Palace, all sorts of tools, as if for concocting medicine, were laid out on the table. From the doorway, the sound of footsteps echoed continuously. Two servants cheerfully entered, carrying all kinds of medicinal herbs of various shapes and colors. One said to him, "Your Highness, the prince, all the herbs you ordered us to find are here." He was satisfied and gestured towards the tray on the table. "Good, leave them here." He smiled as he watched the servants' figures leave the room. "I deliberately had them find some unnecessary herbs, so they won't guess what I'm planning to do." Leon rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully looking at the pile of medicinal herbs on the table and thinking. The ingredients to make dragons might are very easy to find. It seems the refining steps aren't too complicated either. But why does the book say that even for the best pharmacist of the dragon clan, the probability of successfully concocting dragons might is very low? On the other side, Leon used his hand to stir the pestle and mortar in his hand to grind the medicine inside. As he worked, he said, "First, grind up the necessary herbs. Then put the medicine into the pot in order and cook it." As he spoke, he poured the finely ground medicine into the pot and stirred it evenly. A few hours later, he looked at the 4 bottles of medicine of different colors on the table, clutching his head in pain and shouting, "Ah, I failed again. It's really not that simple." Leon picked up the purple bottle and shook it, muttering to himself in frustration, "I've followed the method in the book several times, and every time I fail at the filtering step." He looked at the 2 bottles of medicine before him that had been refined. One side was refined into a chunk of sea blue crystal, and the other was a purple liquid. He looked at the 2 bottles and assessed them. The high-temperature filtering method in the book: if the temperature is too high, the medicine will lose its effect. If the temperature is too low, it's impossible to refine out the pure medicine. Leon rubbed his wrist while shaking the purple bottle. Then he asked himself, just shaking it by hand can't achieve the effect of filtering the medicine. I need to use professional machinery. Master often said if you can't go down one road, look for another. Are there any other effective ways to filter out the dregs? Outside, the sky had turned dark and continuous thunderclaps echoed, making the atmosphere even more eerie. Leon leisurely leaned back in his chair, looking outside and wondering, is that thunder? Is it going to rain soon? Fearing that rainwater would get into the room, he carefully walked over to close the window. Suddenly, he looked up at the dark sky where lightning continuously struck and muttered softly, "Lightning, thunder, thunder." A novel idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He also remembered what his teacher had taught him before: thunder. I remember in the gold refining class, the teacher once said that electrolyzing impurities sometimes has a higher success rate than burning with fire. Realizing his new direction, Leon's mood quickly recovered, and he rushed back to his medicine-making table, thinking to himself, maybe I could try refining it with the lightning element that this book doesn't mention. I'm best at lightning element magic. My magic power has only recovered a little, but it's more than enough to do this. As soon as he thought of it, Leon used his ability to create powerful bolts of lightning at the bottom of the bottle. The bottle quickly produced a strong reaction. Half an hour later, Leon succeeded. He held up the black pill in his hand and said joyfully, "Success." He happily put it into the small box in his hand, smiling smugly. The Dragon Clan's medicine is easy to make after all. At this moment, Moan suddenly appeared from nowhere. She looked up, her face excited, and asked him, "Dad, what are you doing?" He answered her very calmly, making something cool. But then he suddenly paused, feeling that something was wrong. He looked at the cheerful Moan who was still looking up at him from below. Then he realized what was wrong, and he shouted in alarm, "Amon." Leon quickly shut the box in his hand, bent down, and hurriedly patted her head to distract the little one that it's nothing, sweetie. But it wasn't easy to fool Moan. She had already seen the box and quickly asked, "Are you holding candy, Dad?" He raised his hand and gently shook the box, replying to her, It's medicine I made for Mom." Hearing that, Moan became worried about her mother. She asked him again, urgently, "Medicine for Mom? Is Mom sick?" Leon, afraid the little one would overthink or do something rash, quickly patted her head to reassure her. "No, I saw that your mom has been working too hard lately, so I made some medicine to nourish her. Don't worry." Of course, he couldn't just say that the pill was made for him to eat. Moan believed him and was very worried about her mother, so she resolutely pointed her finger and reminded him, "Then you have to take good care of Mom." On the outside, he cheerfully agreed and replied to her, and of course, it's what I should do. But in his mind, he thought differently. Once I've recovered, I'll show her who's boss. At night, the rain outside was still falling incessantly. As the night deepened, the rain fell even heavier, accompanied by continuous thunder and lightning against the black sky. In the luxurious room, Leon sat on the bed, continuously tossing the medicine box in his hand into the air while thinking nonstop. Although I've successfully refined the dragon's might, I wonder if the Dragon Clan's nutritional supplement will have side effects on humans? Leon was afraid the medicine wouldn't have the effect he hoped for, so he clenched the medicine box in his hand and decided maybe I should just wait. Before he could finish a sentence, a knock on the door caught his attention. Seeing Rose Weiser enter, Leon quickly hid the medicine box behind his back and shouted, asking her, "Your Majesty the Queen, why are you here?" Weiser crossed her arms and replied smugly, "I heard from Moan that you made me a type of medicine that looks a lot like chocolate, to nourish my body." Leon glanced away, hesitating, unable to answer her. In his mind, he couldn't help but wonder, how did my little secret get out so fast? "Don't worry, I'm not here to question you about anything," she said, not intending to make things difficult for him. As she walked over gently, "I'm just very surprised that you could refine medicine in such a poor environment." Weiser couldn't hide her curiosity, bending down, holding out her hand, and asking him, "What did you make? Let me see, can you?" Leon had no intention of hiding it. He just gently placed the box in her hand. "Even if I said no, you'd just use violent means to snatch it away, wouldn't you?" She opened the box and looked at the pill inside with great satisfaction, praising, "Not bad. To be able to refine such a perfect dragon's might pill under these conditions. You are truly skilled, Leon. What's that saying? A scholar and a warrior, are you?" Hearing those words of praise, he was astonished and couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, "She's not mocking me." But suddenly, Weiser snapped the box shut and reminded him, "You can keep this, but you are not to drink this medicine." After she finished speaking, she returned the medicine box to him. Seeing this, he still didn't understand and asked her back, "Why?" Weiser patiently explained, "It's a body-strengthening tonic of the Dragon Clan. For a human body, its effect is too strong." Leon couldn't believe it and asked again, "Is this medicine that good?" The more she spoke, the colder her eyes became as she warned him very seriously, "I'm kindly reminding you, a human like you can't withstand its power." Leon, on the contrary, felt as if he was being looked down upon. He frowned, picked up the pill, and asked her back, "So what if it's the power of a dragon? I've defeated countless dragon kings. What's so unbearable about a tiny pill, Rose Weiser? Don't you look down on me?" As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for her to react, Leon directly swallowed the pill. Gulp. He even replied proudly, "Courage is the song of humanity." Weiser was driven mad by such a defiant act, "Leon, you..." Just as she said, the very next second, Leon felt something strange in his chest, as if something had been triggered, stunning him. The sensation was like something stabbing deep into him, causing him to collapse onto the bed in pain, crying out, "Oh, ah." Weiser saw his painful reaction and scolded him, "Damn it, I don't use healing-type magic much, you know." Seeing his face darken as he clutched his chest, she worriedly placed her hand on his chest, and a purple magic circle appeared. She intended to use her own magic. "What do you feel now? Let me try to break down the medicine's effect for you." Suddenly, he cried out, "Ah!" Blue streams of magic began to appear around him. Rose Weiser saw this and quickly tried to stop him. "Ah, don't move." Leon, on the contrary, didn't need her help. More blue lightning bolts appeared around him. Although he was in pain, he gritted his teeth and stopped her. "Watch closely, Silver Dragon Queen. This is the courage and determination of a human." Outside, the rain fell even harder. However, inside the mansion, a dazzling blue light shone, accompanied by a shocking sound that echoed around. In the room, Leon Casmos cried out in pain, his whole body continuously emitting electric sparks that flew out around him. Rose Weiser looked in astonishment at the streams of electricity he was emitting and thought, using magic on his own body? What on earth is he doing? Due to his body being tormented for a long time, Leon's body was exhausted and could no longer bear it. His consciousness gradually faded, and he cried out, "Oh!" The stream of electricity he was emitting immediately stopped. Seeing him fall, she quickly ran to catch him, calling his name loudly, "Leon." Weiser quickly laid him down on the bed to rest. She still didn't forget to scold, "What a madman." Knowing she couldn't delay, she turned to leave, saying, "You wait here, I'll go find a royal physician." Leon, lying on the bed, was now gradually waking up but his face was strangely flushed. Suddenly, he reached his hand out towards Wiser. This made her eyes widen in astonishment. What Leon grabbed was not her hand, but her tail. At this moment, he was like a fool, just giggling and wagging Wiser's tail. Having her tail grabbed like that, she felt uncomfortable and quickly asked the other person, "What's wrong with you?" It must be due to the shock from using so much magic that he was like a different person now. Leon, without any shame, rubbed his cheek against her tail, cooing, "Hee hee, wifey, where are you going?" Wiser heard those words and blushed with embarrassment, even getting goosebumps as she retorted, Who's your wifey?" She knew something was wrong with him and quickly pushed his face away from her tail. "Let go of me now." But Leon held on tightly, his soft voice speaking up again, "No way, I won't let my wifey go anywhere." Then he continued to rub his face against her tail with satisfaction, constantly calling out, "Wifey, wifey." Rose Wiser helplessly turned her head away, thinking the dragons might should only have the effect of strengthening the body. It probably wouldn't cause such a state of mental confusion. Did the lightning element magic from earlier change the medicine's effect? She looked at Leon Casmos's clingy behavior, blushing with embarrassment as she asked, "But he looks so foolish like this now. He's probably not in any life-threatening danger for the time being, right?" On one side, Leon was still relentlessly hugging her tail and calling, "Wifey, wifey, wifey, wifey." Wiser couldn't move or do anything, so she could only sit down helplessly. All right, I'm here. "What is it? Tell me." Suddenly, without any warning, Leon, in his dazed state, directly proposed to her, "Let's have another baby, wifey." Hearing those blatant words, she was shocked, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "Huh?" Seeing that she wouldn't go along with his words, he acted like a 3-year-old child, constantly hugging her tail and rolling around on the bed, whining, "I want another one, come on." Seeing this scene made her blush even more. She didn't understand why he was being so shameless. She shouted her refusal. "You haven't even taken proper care of the first two, and you want another one? Forget it." Afraid of alerting the people outside, she could only helplessly hold her head and think, to avoid any more trouble, it's better to just go along with what he says. Outside, the rain was still falling incessantly. Rose Wiser could only agree with him. "All right, we won't just have one more. We'll have a few more, okay?" Leon Casmos, being spoiled like this, demanded more. "Then you have to come back to my hometown with me." She knew she couldn't refuse anymore and quickly agreed. Fine. We'll go back when we're settled." At this moment, he was exactly like a child given candy, happily raising his hands to the sky and cheering great. Only Wiser beside him was not so happy. This guy is even more annoying when he's being clingy than usual. While she was still thinking about what to do next, he suddenly pressed his face close to hers and puckered his lips as if about to kiss her. He said without any shame, "Wifey, you're so good." Mwah! She was terrified by this scene and hurriedly grabbed Leon's face and pulled it away, shouting, "Don't push your luck." In her mind, she was panicking. When will the medicine's effect wear off? She couldn't even hold back her anger and punched him straight in the mouth, shouting, "Idiot!" Leon, having been punched, his face immediately darkened as he cried out in pain, "Ow!" Seeing him collapse onto the bed, Rose Wiser then became aware of her unconscious action and thought in alarm, I lost control for a moment and threw a punch." She shook him in panic, afraid something had happened to Leon, and quickly asked, Are you okay?" Leon Casmos's whole body suddenly trembled, as if there was a fire inside him, and he kept breathing out with difficulty. His face also turned red as he quickly told her, "Wifey, I feel a little uncomfortable." Immediately, a familiar purple sigil appeared on her chest. Rose Wiser thought in alarm, "This is bad." She quickly pulled open his shirt, and a purple sigil also appeared on it. She couldn't believe the events unfolding before her eyes. Why is the dragon crest activating at this time? Suddenly, before she could react, and without knowing where Leon got such great strength from, he immediately grabbed her shoulders and pushed her down onto the bed. She asked him in panic, "Leon, you bastard, what are you trying to do?" Leon held her hand tightly, his clingy voice sounding again, "I feel so uncomfortable, wifey." Leon Casmos's face grew redder and redder, and he breathed out with difficulty, saying, "My whole body is hot, and my chest is itchy." Rose Wiser looked at the person in front of her, and with the resonance from the sigil, her whole body also heated up, her face flushing red. The dragon crest mixed with the lightning element has made the desire in his body more intense. than before. He even shamelessly grabbed her tail and sniffed it deeply, saying, "Wifey's tail smells so good. I love wifey's tail so much." She looked at the scene before her with even more fear. If this continues, I'll be by him again. Rose Weiser knew she couldn't let Leon continue like this, so she quickly grabbed his face, pushed it away, and shouted, "My tail drags on the ground all day. Don't you find it dirty putting it in your mouth? Get up for me now." Just as she was about to say more, he stopped her by placing a hand on her lips. Leon, with a look of ecstasy, looked at the person beneath him and couldn't help but praise her. "Melkvi, you are beautiful tonight." Being praised so unexpectedly, the pink on her face grew even redder, and she quickly glanced away. Even if you say that. In her mind, she thought nonstop, what is happening? This man's attitude is completely different from before. This ferocious appearance and this irresistible madness. Although she thought this, Weiser still couldn't help but glance at the man before her, thinking, why do I feel a little expectant? Leon knew she was starting to feel the same way he did and smiled seductively, asking her, "Wifey, you can help me, right?" She had, of course, been successfully persuaded by him. Her face also flushed red with shyness, and she glanced away but still answered him. "All right then, just for tonight." Then the two of them gradually sank into a scene of passion. Her whole body trembled, and she couldn't help but moan, "Oh." The next morning, outside the luxurious white mansion, the gentle sunlight shone everywhere. Leon Casmos slowly woke up, letting out a soft sound. But what met his eyes was Rose Weiser, completely naked as was he. Seeing him looking at her in shock, she smirked smugly and asked, "You're awake?" As if seeing a ghost. He immediately shot up, goosebumps all over his body as he shouted at her, "Ah, why are you here? Ah." At this moment, Leon also felt sore all over. He frowned and touched his muscles, complaining, "My whole body hurts so much." He didn't understand what had happened and quickly asked her, "I don't remember anything. What on earth happened last night?" Seeing that he didn't remember anything, she very slowly placed her feet on the floor. She calmly asked him back, You've forgotten everything?" But she didn't forget to turn her head and smile smugly to remind him, "You shouldn't forget this, you fake dragon." Leon noticed the red marks on Weiser's body and was shocked, unable to help but think, so many hickeys, was that me? His head also suddenly throbbed, and immediately, images from last night flashed through Leon's mind. For being clingy to constantly hugging her tail, and even shamelessly begging her, everything played back in his head like a reverse tape. As if waking up from a nightmare, he clutched his head in agony and screamed, "Oh no." Seeing his reaction as if she were watching a good show, the smile in her eyes deepened, and she didn't forget to remind him, "Remember now? Last night, you were the one who begged me to do it with you." Rose Weiser slowly repeated every word he had said last night to Leon. "Darling, let's do it one last time, okay? Wifey, I'm so uncomfortable. Please help me, just this once, it's the last time." Leon Casmos tried to cover his ears, his whole body trembling to the point of gritting his teeth, unable to accept this reality. Even as she was about to say more, "Wifey," he quickly held out his hand to stop her. "Stop, you don't need to say it again. I remember everything." He hurriedly grabbed his clothes and put them on, while not forgetting to speculate. "I refined the dragon's might just to nourish my body and teach Rose Weiser a little lesson. I didn't expect the medicine's effect to be so strong." Leon was still very concerned about Weiser and asked, "I admit I went a bit too far last night. I didn't hurt you, did I?" She seemed to be used to it and didn't feel much pain. She just calmly got dressed and replied, "It was tolerable." Hearing her say that, he crossed his arms and looked very smug, saying, "Now you should be clear on whether my body is okay or not, right? Next time, don't say I can't do it." Those words made her feel annoyed, and her deep gray eyes narrowed. She immediately rushed to his side with a look of displeasure. Leon was surprised to see her rushing towards him. What's wrong?" She wasn't angry with his words at all. On the contrary, she confidently lifted his face up high, as if catching prey, and said, "Your performance last night was very satisfactory, you fake dragon. I hope you can maintain this state forever." Leon heard every word enter his ears and was so shocked he couldn't believe it, his eyes wide. "Huh, have I become a service industry worker?" Suddenly, she crossed her arms and brought up another matter. "That's right, the bet about changing how we address each other from before." Mentioning that, Rose Weiser blushed with embarrassment, looked away, and asked him, "You won." Have you thought of a request yet? Leon scratched his head awkwardly and replied hesitantly, that I've thought of it. He didn't know if this request of his would be accepted, so he could only look at her with a sad gaze. Can you send someone to the Empire to visit my master and mistress? Weiser lowered her head, chin down, considering Leon's words. But to her, it wasn't a big deal, so she agreed that MY Silver Dragon Clan isn't good at infiltration. But if it's just to visit someone, it probably won't be a problem. Seeing that his request was approved, he became much happier. Really? Then thanks. He realized he was acting a bit too much, so he quickly calmed down, just coughed a few times, and replied seriously, cough, cough, sorry to trouble you. On another side, there was a lush green garden, with wreaths of flowers and bushes carefully planted and tended to all around. With the best care, the flowers bloomed brilliantly. That was the garden of the Silver Dragon Holy Land. In a corner of the garden, Leon Casmos sat slumped on a chair, sighing. Beside him, Moan saw him like this and asked worriedly, Dad, are you sick? Afraid his appearance would worry the little girl, he quickly sat up straight, smiled, and asked her, No, I'm not. Why do you ask? Moan confidently held up her 2 small fingers and told him, Mom already told me. You drank the medicine yourself last night. You're a man, and men aren't allowed to say they're sick. Hearing those innocent, childish words, Leon couldn't help but curse Weiser in his head. That dragon mother. Why would she tell a child about this? I guess I don't need my dignity anymore. Mo, still unaware that her every word was hitting his sore spot, innocently asked, Daddy, are you still not well? Is it because the medicine isn't strong enough, or did you not take enough? Hearing every word, he was so infuriated he coughed up blood and quickly stopped her. Mo, it's not polite to keep asking. Seeing the blood at the corner of his mouth, she panicked. Daddy's mouth is bleeding. Completely oblivious to what was happening and only afraid that he would leave her, she rushed to hug him tightly, pleading, Daddy, Daddy, Mo can't live without you. Please don't die. Boo-hoo-hoo. Leon Casmos quickly patted her head to comfort her. Daddy's really fine. I'm healthy. But seeing Mo's overly blunt way of speaking, he couldn't help but think, as expected of Rose Weiser's daughter, I feel like she resembles her in some ways. Then he bent down to tease her, cheerfully suggesting, How about Daddy makes you a new toy today, okay? Hearing this, the little girl became more excited. A toy? Yes. Mo loves toys the most. With that, he immediately started making the toy for her, which was a Rubik's Cube that he carefully crafted. After painting the last square, Leon excitedly turned to show off to his daughter, Ta-da-da-da. This toy is called a Rubik's Cube. You can twist it freely, give a try. Seeing the new toy in his hand, Mo lunged forward, yes. Seeing her eyes sparkle as she looked at the toy in his hand made him think to himself, back when I studied mechanical alchemy in school to learn some simple machine assembly principles, I never thought I'd use it for childcare today. Could it be that I was born with a talent for taking care of kids? Suddenly, he felt as if someone was staring at him, and a sense of unease arose. Leon Casmos hurriedly turned his head to look back towards the distant entrance. Seeing him so tense, Mo quickly asked, Daddy, what's wrong? Not seeing anyone, he replied to her, No, it's nothing. But deep down, he sensed a familiar energy and speculated in his mind, a moment ago, I felt a dragon's gaze. That direction, is that Noah's physical training area? Leon also felt that she was a bit strange and couldn't help but think, but that child won't proactively join me to play today. I'll make one for her too then. With that thought, he looked towards the wooden blocks and tools on the distant table. There was enough to make another one for Noah. At night, the room door slowly opened. Noah, after a long day of training, opened the door and saw Mo sleeping soundly on the bed. She slowly walked to the desk in a room and saw a Rubik's Cube placed on it, with a note left by Leon underneath. Noah coldly picked up the Rubik's Cube and couldn't help but criticize it. Foolish. I have no interest in this toy. Despite that, she couldn't resist playing with the Rubik's Cube for a moment. But Noah was, after all, still a little girl. She couldn't help but play with the new toy. Her eyes lit up and her face flushed with excitement, silently thanking him in her head, Thank you, Daddy. Next up is Noah's treasure chest segment. A few days later, Mo noticed her sister was secretly doing something behind her back, so she started secretly following her. Peeking from the outside, Mo saw Noah hiding something under the bed. She couldn't help but think, Sister has been a bit strange lately, always hiding things from Mo in the chest under the bed. bed. With her curious nature, she dressed up as a detective, determined to find out what that item was. She excitedly pulled back the curtain. Staring at the box under the bed, she thought, today while sister isn't here. Let's see what's inside. Detective Mo on the case. She opened the box, and a few familiar items appeared, including the Rubik's Cube from Leon, a piece of paper with her name written by Leon, and a fragment that fell from Leon's black gold war chariot. Looking at those items, Mo quickly recognized them. Oh, it seems they're all things related to Daddy. Feeling like a great detective, she couldn't stop praising herself. Mo gets it now. Actually, sister. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a murderous glare from behind, staring right at her. The next second, Noah gently turned and left with the precious box in her hand. She also very gently reminded her sister, no peeking. Meanwhile, poor Mo was tied up behind her, her mouth taped shut, struggling and crying out. A few sounds. Green Hiss Academy is an academy for the nobles of the Dragon Clan, with strict admission standards, and family is an important part of the standard examination. True to its reputation, the academy's emblem features a dragon in the center, flanked by 2 laurel wreaths, exuding prestige at a glance. Green Hiss Academy believes that whether through asexual or normal reproduction, only a family living in harmony, love, and respect for the Dragon Clan's philosophy can nurture qualified dragon children, and the Academy will only accept such students, a standard that speaks to the desire for the image of a happy family together. In order to create the false appearance of a harmonious and loving Dragon Clan family, the Silver Dragon Queen decided to take her family on a trip to take family photos together. Sky City. At this moment, Rose Weiser transformed into a dragon, spreading her wings to carry the whole family towards the magnificent castle before them. The landscape of mountains and water truly picturesque. Around them were many other Dragon Clan families bringing their children. Upon arrival, she folded her silver-white wings to land, the force impacting the air and kicking up a cloud of white dust that filled the sky. Mo, as adorable as a little dough ball, beamed, her eyes crinkling, and slid down from her mother with her arms and legs out, right into the waiting arms of Leon Casmos. Slowly, Daddy will get you down. Noah, acting like the big sister, got down first, her baby face looking mature as she watched the father and daughter. A faint aura appeared in the air. Leon caught Mo, whose eyes were shining with delight. She innocently asked her father, Daddy, why didn't you turn into a dragon just now? Mo wants to see Daddy turn into a dragon. Hearing this, Leon broke out in a sweat. He gave a stiff laugh. Ha ha ha. While suffering inwardly, my dear daughter, I'm very skilled at killing dragons. But as for turning into one, forget it. However, this expression couldn't hide from Noah's sharp eyes. She noticed at a glance and bluntly exposed him, making him freeze. It's not that you won't, it's that you can't, right? He was instantly flustered. On one hand, he tried to force a smile to placate the precocious Noah. On the other, he turned to Weiser with a panicked look, pleading for help. Well, about that, Weiser gently explained to her 2 daughters, your father hasn't fully recovered his health yet, so he can't transform into his giant dragon form for now. Wait until he recovers, and he'll transform for you to see. The innocent Mo naturally believed these words. She clasped her hands worriedly, her brows furrowed pitifully. Then Daddy must get well soon. Leon felt encouraged and soothed. Daddy will try his best, while silently resisting. However, it's impossible. After a moment of awkwardness, the family held hands and walked on. All right, let's hurry into the city. We still have things to do today. The city gate here was exquisitely carved, soaring high, with people bustling in and out. Mo looked adorable, her round, innocent eyes gazing at the fun ahead. Ooh, sister, look, so many dragons. Noah followed with a composed, mature demeanor. Acting like a grown-up, she reminded her, slow down, don't walk so fast. The sight of the 2 playful little girls made people turn their heads. As he followed his daughters, Leon's whole body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Weiser glanced over and noticed his unusual behavior. She couldn't help but wonder, why is this brat trembling so much? Right? This must be the first time he's seen so many dragons since waking up from his coma. Although she was worried, she put on a roguish look, smirking teasingly. What's wrong? Scared. Though his body was struggling, Leon endured it, forcing a smile to act like nothing was wrong, and retorted, what? Scared? I'm just excited, okay. He pointed at the crowd ahead. Old, young male, female, they're all here. He then spoke confidently, first-class merit, second-class merit, a street full of merits. We're about to get rich, you know. After saying that, Leon laughed heartily and walked on, his spirits lifted, a far cry from his earlier demeanor. Ha ha ha. Bringing them back could fetch a lot of money. Seeing this childish attitude, Weiser put a hand to her forehead, speechless with exasperation. Tiske, my concern for him was unnecessary. A moment later, a small bell above the door jingled as it opened. Selena and the staff member bowed respectfully, warmly welcoming their patrons. Welcome, esteemed guests, Your Majesty the Silver Dragon Queen. It is a pleasure to serve your family. Led by the staff member, the two little girls happily pulled each other along. Sister, look, so many dragon pictures. A certain pair of parents leisurely walked behind, admiring the shop's decor. Leon whispered in confusion, aren't you the Silver Dragon Queen? Why come to a shop in person to take pictures? Weiser seemed displeased. She frowned slightly and explained, a Dragon King's clan can only command those within their own clan. These are dragons of Sky City. They don't belong to any clan. Hearing this, he grew cheerful again and threw out a teasing remark. Then your status as a queen is a bit low. But he immediately regretted it as Weiser kicked him hard. Ignoring Leon, who was clutching his aching leg behind her, she stormed off angrily, not forgetting to retort, still higher than you. Selena calmly adjusted her glasses, her voice full of courtesy. To be able to take pictures for the Silver Dragon Queen's family is an honor for my humble shop. Weiser, also understanding the subtle etiquette, gently returned the compliment. Everyone says Teacher Selena has the best photography skills in the Dragon Clan. To be able to book an appointment with you is also our family's good fortune. After speaking, Selena looked at Leon and wondered, Your Majesty, your husband's tail? Fortunately, she calmly found a reasonable excuse that he doesn't like to show his tail. Pick out a suit for him in a style without a tail. As Weiser finished, she felt a little guilty, remembering when she had tried to make Leon wear a fake dragon tail. She recalled how Leon had refused to the death before, you can beat me to death, but I won't wear this. This is a matter of my dignity. She didn't ask further, leading the family into the fitting room. Did I understand, Your Majesty? Please come this way to try on the clothes. The youngest daughter's mouth never stopped moving. Mo wants to wear a pretty dress. A while later, the two sisters came out, one looking mature and elegant, the other splendid and mischievous, truly a pair of sweet plum wines. Leon also pulled back the curtain, stepping out in a dashing, pure white suit. His hair was slicked back, revealing a serious and dignified demeanor. Mo's eyes sparkled as she quickly praised him. Ooh, Daddy is so handsome. Selena was also quite stunned looking at him. The Prince Consort looks very good in this suit. You must have been very popular in the past. Leon was also pleased. Thinking back, really? The last time I wore a suit was for my graduation ceremony. He happily adjusted his jacket and asked his eldest daughter, Noah, what do you think? The little girl blushed shyly, praising her father in a small voice. Yes, very handsome. Hearing that, Leon was overjoyed and patted his two darlings on the head. Your dresses are very cute too. At the same time, Weiser pulled back her curtain. She wore a black and purple dress that exuded a noble yet mysterious beauty. Her snow-white skin and graceful figure were further accentuated by the dress's alluring design. Mo's eyes went wide. Mommy is so beautiful. In that moment, Leon couldn't help but be moved, his eyes fixed on her until his cheeks flushed pink. When she asked what's wrong, he shyly scratched his head, not daring to look at her directly. No, it suits you very well. Weiser suddenly felt shy and looked away. I feel like you would be better with a tail. Even so, Leon was resolute. I will never wear a tail in this life. On the other side, the two little girls were already looking forward to it, calling out loudly, Daddy, Mommy, hurry over here. Selena's kind eyes seemed to smile as she said, Get ready to shoot. Your Majesty the Queen, Prince Consort, could you please stand a little closer? Yet the young couple was still shy, acting as if they didn't want to look at each other and oh way. Finally, the family of four looked seriously at the camera as instructed. Smile, you two. 3, 2, 1. The result was many pictures, the happy family. The two adorable plum wines and the young couple, at times shy, at times bickering. Selena smiled and remarked, They really look like a couple. Flashing back in time to Leon's graduation ceremony, so many beautiful girls were surrounding and flirting with him, leaving Leon trapped. Senior Leon, can we take a picture together? Can you have a meal with me? Please accept this gift. Yet his mind was only on the donkey at home. He refused with a deadpan expression, "No, I have to go home and shoe my uncle's donkey." Next time, Leon turned and walked away, leaving a trail of broken hearts. Goodbye. Hey, this 7-year-old uncle has never seen a scene like this. If it were me, this kid, did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? After the photo shoot, they went to the city center for the festival. The photo processing will take about 6 hours. During this time, would Your Majesty the Queen like to take a stroll in the city? Leon led Noah ahead, while Mo was looked after by Wiser. The little girl even turned back to wave goodbye to the shop owner. Of course, Mo couldn't sit still. She grabbed Noah's hand and ran ahead. "Sister, let's go over there and see." Behind them, Rose Wiser and Leon Casmos followed quietly. He started the conversation. "I never thought there would be a day I could stroll with you like this. It's truly magical." She was calm. "This is all to protect our family's image." Noah takes this entrance exam very seriously. "You've also worked hard for this for almost a month. It's not bad to relax a little once in a while." Over there, Mo's eyes shone like stars when she saw 2 teddy bears at shooting gallery. The 2 parents immediately noticed and understood the problem. Noah had tried and failed, and Mo's face was filled with disappointment beside her. The vendor feigned consolation. "What a pity, little one. Try a few more times, and you'll surely hit it." "Oh, they have a shooting game here too, huh?" Leon was surprised. Seeing her savior arrive, the little girl said, "Daddy." Noah, however, was still disappointed that she couldn't hit the target, puffing her cheeks in a sulk, her voice a mumble, "Can't hit it." This made him laugh helplessly in his head. "Isn't that right? The owner only makes money if the game is hard to win." Wiser looked at the gun and commented, "The bullets of this toy gun are formed by magical energy. It also requires a certain level of skill to control the magical energy precisely." For Noah, it is indeed a bit difficult. The little girl puffed her cheeks and handed the toy to Leon. He suddenly remembered he had seen others play this at a human market before. The shop owner rubbed his hands and invited them. "You too, want to get a try? If you can hit all the balloons in 10 shots, you can get the doll." Your daughter seemed to really want it. His voice was sweet, but his mind was scheming otherwise. "I deliberately let the kids try first, precisely to lure their parents to take the bait." Leon bent down to look at his 2 plum wines. "Do you want that teddy bear?" Noah shook her head, her cheeks flushed. "I don't want it." Mo was the same. "MHM, I don't want it either." Finally, he understood the concept of yes means no. Understood. That means you want it. Overflowing with confidence, Leon Casmos said, pointing his hand at Rose Wiser beside him. "Shopkeeper, give me 10 rounds." She paid the money. Feeling like he had lured a cow in, the owner laughed gleefully. "Heh, sure. She tossed the owner a few coins. He replied, "Thank you." Meanwhile, he raised the gun. "Thought it's been a while since I held a gun. The last time was at the Dragon Slaying Academy. When the gun fired 2 shots, it veered upwards. As expected, it missed." Seemingly sensing the problem, Leon stared at it. The shop owner was arrogant and triumphant. "I've tampered with the gun a little. No matter who it is, there's no way to easily hit the target. Life is not a dream." "What?" He almost screamed when he saw him hit 5 in a row on his second try. Spinning the gun as if he had won a great victory, Leon said, "The first time wasn't very accurate, but I didn't expect to hit all the next ones. My luck isn't bad." The owner was stunned. "How is that possible?" "Not bad." Even Wiser had to praise her fake husband. Mo, of course, was completely impressed. "Daddy is so good." Noah was no different. Amazing. Afraid of being exposed, the owner handed over the 2 teddy bears. Really amazing. "This is your prize." In his heart, he wanted to curse him out. "Take it and get lost." Leon took the toys happily. "Thank you, shopkeeper." "For you." He handed them to the 2 children. "Thank you, Daddy." Mo said. "Thank you," Noah added. Witnessing that scene, Wiser was also surprised. This brat is usually a bit dull, but every time he gets serious, he always has a special kind of charm. Suddenly, Leon looked up at her, startling Wiser a little. "What is he looking at me for?" Time passed. A child pointed at Rose Wiser. "Mommy, I want that too." She was struggling to hug a teddy bear almost as big as herself, which Leon had probably won for her. Beside her, he said arrogantly, "Did you see the annoyed look on that crooked merchant's face? So annoyed." Leon laughed out loud as he remembered paying for another 10 shots, which made the owner's face turn pale with fear. She was sharp-tongued as usual. "If it were me handling it, I would have just advised the children not to waste time on such childish games." He retorted, "We came here to have fun. As long as the kids are happy, that's all that matters." "What's wrong? You don't like it?" Leon asked. Wiser pretended to be cold. "I already said I didn't need it." He seemed to be coaxing her. "We're already here. I can't let you go back empty-handed. Hearing such sweet words made Rose Wiser blush. Living creatures like bears are just unpalatable food, not even enough to fill the stomach. But as toys, they're kind of cute. Wiser turned her face away sharply, ordering Leon, after dinner tonight, come find me in my room. Hearing that, he shouted so loudly the whole square could hear what? Late night had arrived, right at the castle. Leon walked down the corridor, his heart in agony. Rose Wiser invited me to her room. A lone man and a lone dragon. Late at night, something is definitely going to happen in her room. He grimaced in protest. If I go, I'll suffer for one night. If I don't go, I'll suffer for a week. Just like that, Leon resentfully headed towards her room. Damn it, I'll risk it with her. As he was about to raise his hand to knock, he saw a sliver of light. The door is unlocked. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, he walked right in, looking around the empty room. Where is she? Hearing the sound of running water, Leon understood the situation. That I'm early. She's still taking a shower. Through the glass, Wiser's back was clearly visible. A thought crossed his mind. The quality of this glass seems not to be very good. Fearing he was about to be drained dry, Leon panicked. Tonight, she really wants to do that. He had to calm himself down, shaking his head back and forth. Calm down, Leon. Before he could think of a way to escape, the bathroom door swung open. Rose Wiser, wearing a purple nightgown that showed off her curves, spoke up. You're here. Then let's begin. Knowing he couldn't escape the dragon's clutches, Leon asked for the sake of asking, am I going to be squeezed dry again? The next morning, the photos from the festival had been delivered. Mo praised, Mommy and Daddy looked so good together. He saw a handwritten card on the photos. There's a card attached to this photo. She said, what is it? Let me see. They both read the words, which seemed to be a poem. May the dazzling silver light forever shine upon the lover in your eyes. Hearing this, they both shyly backed away from each other, saying in unison, who wants to be his lover? Her, that is. Wiser picked up the photo and turned away. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. I'll take care of this photo. Leon also put his hands behind his head nonchalantly. That's right, it must be a mistake. The warm yellow light made the view before one's eyes even more hazy. Facing Leon Casmos was Wiser's beautiful, noble face, and her nightgown made her alluring figure seem both there and not there, almost completely exposed. She asked him nonchalantly, where do you want to do it? The living room or the balcony? Upon hearing the last two words, Leon looked away to observe. His whole body stiffened, and he stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Forcing a smile, the balcony isn't a good idea, right? It would be so embarrassing if someone saw. Rose Wiser turned her back, admiring her own exquisite beauty, holding a scroll of paper in her hand. Her tone, different from her emotions, was decisive. Then we'll do it in the living room. It's the same no matter where we do it. Leon bowed his head and let out a long sigh as if preparing himself. 2 seconds later, he squeezed his eyes shut, not daring to open them, his brows furrowed in fear. He shouted loudly, as if saying his last words before heading to the execution ground. Then let's do it. Leon's limbs went limp, his face full of indescribable suffering and pain, no different from a chicken thrown onto a chopping block to have its throat slit to dough. Wiser turned to see this scene, completely bewildered. What are you doing? He opened his eyes wide in surprise, not knowing when his cheeks had turned bright red. Huh? Didn't you want to do that? Wiser smirked, seemingly very pleased with his pleading attitude, but still refused. Mr. Casmos, you seem to be sexually frustrated, but not today. Let's save it for another day. Leon felt so embarrassed he could have been awarded points for it. He quickly sat up, coughed dryly, and pretended to be calm as he asked her about the papers on the table. Ahem, what is this? As he listened to her explanation, he carefully examined the test paper. This is a past survey test from Green Hiss Academy for families with children. It includes questions about lifestyle habits, personality, and experiences. Different from her teasing demeanor earlier, Rose Wiser returned to a serious look, carefully reminding her fake husband, we need to align our answers beforehand, to avoid failing to sign successfully at that time and affecting Noah's admission evaluation. Listening to her, Leon also focused on reading the paper filled with questions, even feeling 80% confident that aren't these all just boring questions from a couple's compatibility test game. To practice, he turned and asked, hey, what's your favorite color? She replied, black. And you? Silver. Suddenly, the atmosphere became awkward. The two looked at each other silently for a few seconds. Then they pretended to be cold and turned away, but both of their faces were as red as a GAC fruit. Tiske, just a coincidence. That's right, just a coincidence. Returning to the main issue for their little plum wine, Wiser tried to act calm and made a decision. In short, let's test our understanding of each other first. Leon naturally agreed, all right. And so, they each took a test to do on their own. An unknown amount of time passed. The candles still flickered, both illuminating and warming the room. Finally, Leon finished first that I'm done correcting it. They both looked at each other's results. He, having the upper hand, laughed smugly. Haha, my score is higher than yours. It seems I understand you better, Your Majesty. Wiser, however, was displeased and sulked. With a look of annoyance, she frowned in thought, but in her heart, she gave him some credit. I didn't expect him to even notice trivial habits like how I like to sit or where my tail is most comfortable. He's quite observant on a daily basis. Wiser was contemplating the answers marked in red ink. The wrong ones were all questions that guessed at her viewpoints. Her face exuded a cold, distant air, even though her heart felt the opposite. I've always kept everything to myself and never told others. It's normal for him to guess wrong. Wiser looked gently at the man focused in front of her, a special emotion suddenly surging in her heart. Maybe with him, I can. However, in Leon's eyes, her expression was all scorn. She's been staring at me since just now. Is it because my score is higher that she's holding a grudge? Thinking it was true, he smiled warmly, not minding the distance as he touched her shoulder, surprising Wiser that the time we've spent together is still short. It's normal not to get a high score in such a short time. His gaze then gradually became incredibly gentle as he encouraged her. For Noah's sake, please try to understand me better. Wiser's heart pounded. Perhaps this moment of emotion made her whole body blush. She kept her composure. She then lowered her head slightly, feigning annoyance and scolding him. Stop being so cheeky. Hurry up and write down your correct answers. Being hit by her with the whole stack of papers, Leon yelped in pain. Oh, after bickering for a while, the two started talking seriously again. Say, did you write it wrong? Have you never been disappointed in me? Wiser answered honestly, never. If I had to say something, it would be that you took too little dragon's vigor last time. Hearing this, Leon boasted loudly. But for now on, I'll drink dragon's vigor like water. Don't you regret it? Then I'll be looking forward to it. The night before the entrance exam, Leon assessed the test paper with satisfaction. Not bad. After a week of hard fighting, our average score has reached 80 points. If we perform as usual, the family exam won't be a problem. Wiser, on the other hand, was so exhausted she just collapsed. With everything settled, he picked up the papers and cheerfully said goodbye. If there's nothing else, I'm heading back to my room. Suddenly, she pulled on the corner of his shirt. Wait, Wiser pointed coolly. There's a bathtub in my bathroom. Go take a bath before you leave. Leon, a bit uncomfortable and shy, asked again, go take a bath? In your room? Giving him no chance to refuse, she pushed him insistently. I told you to go take a bath, so go. Hurry up, hey. The door closed. Leon took off his shirt, revealing a firm, chiseled physique, wondering aloud. Why out of the blue is she making me bathe here? Could she have some bad intentions? Then he sighed wearily. But she's been so stressed these past few days because of the entrance exam. It should be fine, right? Sitting in the bathtub, soaking in the hot water until his face turned red, Leon laughed heartily. Whatever. But just enjoy it for now. The relaxed mood made him feel even more comfortable. Oh, this feels so good. Behind the door, a slender yet curvaceous figure appeared. Wiser, wearing only a white towel, casually walked in. Leon couldn't believe it. Rose Wiser. She gently brushed back her hair, her tone ambiguous and seductive. I've been under a lot of pressure these past few days. I want to... His eyes darkened, heavy with this fate. What must come will come. The plight of a man. Leon protested indignantly. You being under a lot of pressure is your business. Why are you putting pressure on me? Wiser winked, her words a flirtatious lure. If I transfer the pressure to you, I'll be relieved, won't I? Then she boldly dropped the thin towel, leaving Leon with no escape. The marks gradually appeared on both their bodies. Besides, didn't you come here a few days ago with this very intention? He refused just for show, but of course, he was also willing. Taking the opportunity, Wiser pressed her body tightly against his, her dragon tail wagging behind her. Her seductive eyes, very pleased with his cooperation, whispered in Leon's ear, You can't run anymore, Leon. Just surrender. At Hit's Green Academy on the day of the entrance exam, a school with a grand and majestic landscape appeared right before their eyes. Leon Casmos and Rose Weiser brought their daughter, Noah Melvey, to the academy to take the entrance exam. Leon looked at the surrounding scenery and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, so this is Hit's Green Academy?" He glanced at Weiser's tense expression. Unable to resist, he leaned his face close and teased her. "What's wrong? You just relieved all your stress last night. Did the effect wear off that quickly?" His words made her face flush with embarrassment. Weiser shyly hit Leon's shoulder and whispered, "Go to hell." He just laughed loudly in response. "Haha, let's go." They all went inside to register. The staff member there looked at their daughter's file and read aloud, "Noah Melvey, Silver Dragon Clan. 1 year and 3 months old." She was surprised by the girl's age because she was so young. Seeing this, Leon asked curiously, "What, is there a problem?" The staff member quickly explained, "No, I'm just surprised." She smiled and continued, "Although the Academy's regulations state that the minimum age for young dragons to enroll is 1 year old, in reality, the majority of children enroll between the ages of 4 and 6. Your princess, isn't she a bit too young?" Weiser replied firmly, "Noah is very smart. Age is not an issue, and we also respect her wishes." Hearing what Rose Weiser said, the staff member agreed to let it pass. She gestured towards the other gathering parents and said, "I understand. Please come inside. In a little while, a staff member will take the child to the written exam. The accompanying parents need to go to the 4th floor to participate in the family exam. On the 4th floor, in a reception room, a luxurious space where a tense test was taking place. Leon and Weiser were sitting opposite 3 old examiners. She smiled, hugged Leon's arm, and whispered to him, "With your experience, do you think the 3 of them will be easy to deal with?" Leon observed the 3 of them and made a brief overall assessment. They look easy enough to handle. Before you took me prisoner, I could win a good 50 rounds." The more he spoke, the more his fighting spirit flared. "If they dare to not let Noah enroll, I'll come at them with a knife." Seeing his fearsome expression, they all had the same thought. This parent has quite an aura. The old man in the middle introduced himself. "I am Vaughn Wilson, Vice Principal of Hit's Green Academy. Today, I will be in charge of examining you 2 parents. No need to worry, just answer my questions comfortably." Leon and Weiser forced a smile. She smiled in response. "Of course, Principal." But inwardly, she was anxious. This old guy doesn't look simple. He's not going to ask some bizarre question, is he? Vaughn Wilson, holding a paper, began to ask them, "Do you 2 remember your wedding anniversary date?" Hearing this, they both understood and glanced at each other at the same time, as if they had already guessed the question he would ask. As expected, this question came up. Recalling the past, the 2 of them were sitting on the bed with stacks of documents scattered all over it. Weiser said, "If they ask for our wedding anniversary, what should we say? After all, we aren't officially married, and we had a child out of wedlock." Leon, sitting cross-legged with his arms folded, replied, "If we're talking about a deeply memorable day, it can only be that one." She said pensively, "It was the year 1733 of the Genesis calendar." Having prepared the answer beforehand, Leon and Weiser answered in unison, "May 25th. He thought to himself, "That was the day Rose Weiser and I coupled in the dungeon." The man stroked his beard and said, "Married for less than 2 years, and your child is already 1 year old. That's faster than a normal family." Leon laughed and replied, "Haha, we fell in love at first sight. Our feelings were very strong, so we got married and had a child quickly." He continued to ask them, "In your 2 years of marriage, have you discovered any flaws or bad points in each other?" But this time, they gave different answers. Leon said yes, while Weiser said no. This surprised the man. He thought to himself, the answer has to be half truth, half lie to be believable. The man asked curiously, "Tell me about it." He placed a hand on his chest and explained, "I sometimes feel as if I don't exist." Then he smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling as he continued, "My wife is too talented. Whether it's work or handling housework and childcare, she does it all very well." Hearing those words, she looked like she wanted to shrink away from him. Then Leon took her hand, looked at her with an affectionate gaze, and continued, "But she gets stressed easily, so I want to take this opportunity during the interview to let her know. I also want to do things for this family. Just rely on me." Weiser shyly played along with him. Inwardly, he had a different thought. In the future, don't drain me dry every time you're a little stressed. Mrs. Selena, sitting next to the principal, spoke up. "What a thoughtful husband." "So, Weiser, what do you find most attractive about your husband?" Weiser's face turned bright red. She turned away and said shyly, "Handsome, great figure, faithful, serious, intelligent, not cheesy, responsible, likes children, not grumpy. Although his body isn't as strong as it was before we got married, it's no big deal. My husband also knows how to brew potions. He knows how to use various medicines to nourish his body." Hearing her words, Leon thought with embarrassment, "Is she praising me or mocking me?" Then she imitated him, directly taking his hand and saying with a determined gaze, "So, I also want to take this opportunity during the interview to say one thing to my husband. Don't push yourself too hard." After speaking, she didn't forget to squeeze Leon's hand so hard that he almost wanted to scream. Seeing this, all three examiners were pleased and had the same thought. What a loving couple. After that, their conversation continued normally and smoothly. At the end of the interview, the remaining examiner asked the final question. "So, at the end of the interview, is there anything you two want to ask each other?" This is a bonus question. The person asked doesn't have to answer truthfully. Weiser shook her head and replied, "I have nothing to ask my husband. I understand everything about him." The examiner asked him, "What about you, Mr. Leon?" She turned to look at him, mentally urging him, "Don't drag this out and say something stupid. Let's just end the exam quickly." But Leon was still holding his chin, lost in thought about the examiner's question. Then he glanced over at her and asked, "You like the toy I gave you, don't you?" This made her blush in surprise, thinking, why is he asking a question now that has nothing to do with our status, positions, or grievances? His thoughts are always so unpredictable. Weiser shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and stammered, I like it a lot." Leon clapped his hands enthusiastically and said, "All right, I have no more questions." Then he stood up and shook hands with the principal, who said, "Then the interview is now over. The exam results will be sent to the Silver Dragon Holy Temple via Messenger Dragon in a few days. Thank you again for your cooperation." A few days later, the sky was blue with white clouds and golden sun. A few days later, a messenger dragon flew and landed on the windowsill. On its back was a bamboo tube containing a letter. Moan said excitedly, "Sister, the messenger dragon is here." Leon nervously took the bamboo tube and pulled out the letter. Everyone gathered around him, watching anxiously. "Hurry up and open it." The letter's content read, "Dear Noah Melvey, congratulations on passing our school's exam. We invite you to come to the school for enrollment in 3 days." The four of them huddled together to read the letter's contents. Leon and Weiser said in unison, "In enrollment," while Noah said in surprise, "I passed." Even Moan was excited along with everyone else. Moan happily hugged her sister. "You're amazing, sister. Mom and Dad are amazing too." This made both of them smile happily. Weiser thanked him. "Thank you." Leon snorted and said, "What are you thanking me for?" It was mainly thanks to Noah herself. "As expected of my daughter." She turned around and said cheerfully, "We're having a celebratory party tonight. Remember to come and help, so you won't say you have no sense of existence in this house again." Leon grinned, showing all his teeth, and said, "All right, I realize you're very petty and hold a grudge." A few days later, it was the day of the entrance ceremony at Hitz Green Academy. Vaughn Wilson addressed everyone below. "Congratulations on passing the examination. Welcome to the entrance ceremony of Hitz Green Academy." The crowd below listened excitedly to his long-winded speech. He continued his speech. "This year's new students include many with outstanding academic achievements. We believe that only a harmonious family can nurture such excellent students. On this occasion, we would like to invite some families to come up and share their experiences with everyone. Next, please welcome the first student with outstanding achievements, Noah Melvey, and her family to the stage." Moan, sitting below, clasped her hands and said excitedly, wow, Mom, Dad, and sister are about to go on stage." Sitting next to her was Anna, the head maid of the Silver Dragon clan. She smiled at the little girl and said, "That's right, Your Highness." Weiser and Leon walked onto the stage together, holding Noah's hand. He forced a smile and thought, how did it turn into this? He recalled about an hour ago, when the principal had happily informed them, "Noah achieved the highest score in the entrance exam, and your couple's assessment score was also the highest. Please come up as the new student representative and representative family to give a speech." But he had to go along with it. There was no other way. It happened so suddenly, he could only suck it up and do it. He, Weiser, and Noah all maintained extremely serious expressions, preparing to speak. The principal began, "Student Noah, you are the youngest candidate, yet you achieved the highest score. Is there anything you'd like to share with everyone?" Noah spoke very calmly before the crowd. My mother is a very powerful dragon. When I grow up, I want to be as strong as my mother. When I mentioned wanting to go to school, my mother supported me. Beside her, Weiser looked at her daughter with endless pride. Also, my little sister Moan, she's always by my side. I'm very grateful to them. Down below, Moan's big, sparkling eyes looked up at her sister with admiration. Leon glanced at Noah, a hope rising in his heart. What about Dad? Was she mentioned Dad? The little girl took a breath to continue. Then Noah very sincerely said her thanks to him. Lastly, the person I want to thank the most is my dad. Every day, Dad helped me prepare for the exam, often staying up late to prepare materials. It's thanks to him that I'm standing here. Hearing his daughter say this, Leon was moved to the verge of tears and called her name. Noah, that is all, thank you. After speaking, Noah politely bowed to everyone below. The principal smiled and praised. It seems Mr. Leon is very good at raising children. In that case, since your daughter has thanked you like that, you should also give her a kiss to express a father's love, shouldn't you? Leon's face went pale as he turned to Vaughn Wilson in a daze, thinking, Principal, what are you saying? You don't want the entrance ceremony to turn into a patricide scene, do you? Then he turned to look at Noah and thought, a month ago, Noah wouldn't even let me touch her at the station. How could she let me kiss her in front of so many people? Then Leon spread his arms wide and said to the little girl, Noah, you don't have to force yourself. A hug will be fine, right? Noah's face turned red with embarrassment. The little girl turned her face away and stammered, hurry up. A quick kiss to end this shameful ceremony. Hearing that, Leon froze for a moment, then called her name. Noah. Since she had said so, he gently walked over and kissed her on the forehead, as if showing a father's love for his daughter. Below, Moan couldn't help but feel a little jealous watching the scene above. I want to run up and kiss sister. I also want to go up and kiss sister, but she was stopped by the maid beside her. Your Highness Moan, you cannot go up now. On the other side, Weiser breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, good thing it wasn't me. After the kiss, Leon smiled at Noah, while Noah's entire face was as red as a tomato from embarrassment. The principal continued speaking to the families below. An excellent dragon clan does not forget to be grateful to their family. The way the Melvey family gets along lets us feel what a true family is like. Whether it was intentional or not, he added another sentence. You've already kissed your daughter. As a loving couple, why did you forget to kiss your wife? Mr. Leon, the moment the words were spoken, both Leon and Weiser's jaws dropped in astonishment. They said in unison, huh? Both of them were trembling with anger. Leon gritted his teeth, his hands clenched into fists as he thought, this old dragon, he's really pushing his luck. I should have eliminated him on the day of the assessment. He looked worriedly at Noah and thought, but this is Noah's most important opening ceremony. I, Leon, have fought 100 battles. How can I be scared by a small matter like this? Then he turned and made an invitation to her. Come, my dear wife. We are the happiest, most harmonious family, aren't we? This made Weiser blush and stammer softly. Weiser continued to whisper, you really want to, in front of several hundred dragons, kiss me? He replied firmly, there's no other way. Noah and Moan are watching. Just play along with me. She stammered, this isn't a good idea. Below, Moan was still looking forward to their performance on the stage. No sooner said than done. Leon hugged her and brought his face close. She was embarrassed by his action and thought shyly, although we've slept together, held hands, we've never kissed, except for that one time 2 years ago. But why is he so calm, acting as if I'm the only one who's nervous? I don't care anymore. Weiser didn't want to think about it anymore and just gently closed her eyes, waiting for that kiss. Right after, Leon leaned over and gave her a loud kiss on the cheek. This surprised her, and she looked at him. She seemed a little disappointed as she touched her right cheek, where he had kissed her. Leon then placed one hand on his chest and the other behind his back, bowing to the crowd below. This is as far as I can go. Ladies and gentlemen, the crowd below cheered and said, why not a kiss on the lips? Kiss again, kiss again. He turned to her and whispered with a smug look, comfortable, stress relieved. After learning his true purpose, Weiser trembled with anger. She gritted her teeth and cursed him silently. This brat. How dare he use me to relieve his stress? If there weren't so many people here, I would pin him to the ground right now. Then the principal gave his concluding remarks. Thank you very much to this year's model families for bringing us applause and laughter. Please go down and rest. Next, time flies. The ceremony finally came to an end. Weiser stood waving goodbye to Noah before her first day of school. We're about to leave now. We'll come pick you up next week. Remember to take care of yourself. Noah. Noah also waved back at her mother. Yes, I know, Mom. Moan seemed reluctant to leave her sister. She ran to hug her sister and said with a look of regret, You have to miss Moan, okay? Noah calmly replied, I'll miss you. Leon bent down and reminded Noah at length, Remember to eat on time. Don't skip meals. For your studies, if you don't understand something, you can wait until your break to come home and ask Dad. Oh, and most important thing, if you get sick, you must go to the school to find the principal. Absolutely do not try to endure it. After listening to her father's long-winded speech, Noah said helplessly, I know, I'm not a child. He glanced at Weiser, pointed at her, and said, These are the words your mother said when she was drunk. It wasn't convenient for her to tell you, so Dad is helping her. Weiser stood behind him with her arms crossed and said, Nagging, he said as he rolled up his sleeves to instruct his daughter. If you meet classmates you don't get along with, stay away from them. But if they dare to bully you, just call home directly. Dad will back you up. Noah smiled at him and asked, When Dad was in school, did you do these things? Leon winked and replied proudly, Of course. It's just that every time I got into a fight at school, my uncle, my grandpa would take me home for a beating. Then he stood up with his hands on his hips and continued, But don't worry, your dad won't hit you over a small thing like this. Moan also trotted over to hug her dad's leg. Noah clenched her fist with determination and said, I know. In the Silver Dragon Holy Temple, the Queen's study, filled with precious books and lit by the bright light from a lamp in the room. Weiser looked at the page and read intently. Blood curse, a forbidden magic that can only be used once in a lifetime. Using blood as a medium, the caster will pay with their life as the price. As if thinking of something, she put a hand to her chin and smiled lightly. If I modify it a little, it might become a not-so-bad game. Suddenly, a shadow appeared. Knowing who it was, Rose Weiser spoke. You're back, Your Majesty. A young woman landed. She wore a maid's outfit, with purple hair and amber eyes. It was Soli, a divine maiden of the Silver Dragon clan. Weiser asked, How was the investigation? Soli bowed her head, looking very guilty. I'm sorry, I couldn't find Tiger Loren and his wife in the Empire. They've disappeared. Hearing that, Weiser's heart stirred. Disappeared? Soli continued. The information was wiped very cleanly. This subordinate couldn't trace their whereabouts. Realizing the situation, Rose Weiser deduced. According to Leon, his uncle is just a normal old farmer. Now it seems it's not that simple. Her voice turning serious, Weiser ordered her subordinate, Ensure safety. Continue the investigation. When you have any news, you must inform me immediately. Soli replied, Yes, Your Majesty. At this time outside, it was already late afternoon. Leon swung the wooden stick, showing off a powerful magic. He turned to Moan and encouraged her, Come on, do it like Dad. Hold this stick and chop down with force. The little girl replied eagerly, Yes. Full of enthusiasm, but no skill, Moan swung the stick in all directions as if swatting flies, making Leon look helplessly at the farce before him. Ugh. As he was correcting her posture, Rose Weiser appeared from behind. She and Anna approached. When Moan saw Weiser, she was overjoyed. It's Mom. Seeing his de facto wife return, he turned to greet her. Oh, you're back from patrol? She shrugged nonchalantly. Yeah. Holding Moan in her arms, Weiser stroked her head. Were you a good girl for Dad at home today? Moan nodded in reply. Yes. Moan was very obedient. Dad even taught me how to hold a sword. Seeing her daughter being so well-behaved, she was naturally very pleased. Not bad. It's almost time for dinner. Mom told the chef to make beef. Go change your clothes first. Bribed by the mention of food, Moan's eyes sparkled like stars as she said excitedly, Beef. Moan loves beef. Anna took her hand and led her away. Your Highness, Moan, let's go. Moan skipped as she walked, singing, Beef, beef. As her daughter gradually disappeared from sight, Weiser turned to Leon. That you? Before she could speak, he pointed a sharp, dry branch at her. Smirking challengingly, Rose Weiser said sarcastically, What, have you finally decided to make a move on me? In the Silver Dragon Holy Temple, pointing a weapon at me is a crime of insubordination, punishable by extreme torture. Leon was not to be outdone, retorting immediately, This is just a piece of wood. Does the Queen consider a piece of wood a weapon? Of course, Weiser didn't lose the argument. Weren't you once the strongest dragon slayer? If you were serious, the piece of wood in your hand could also become a murder weapon. As expected, Leon sighed. Phew, you win. He moved closer to her and teased a little. You female dragon. If you want to praise me, just praise me properly. Why be so sarcastic? She moved away in a huff. Humph, who would praise you? Turning away sharply, with his hands behind his head, Leon lamented. TSK, I wanted to scare you a little, but if you're not scared, it's no fun anymore. Weiser said, I also don't think that with your current physical strength, you could injure me with just that small stick. During the quiet moment, she continued, Noah wrote me a letter yesterday. She said she's been doing very well these past few days and told us not to worry. Sitting on the bench, he turned and asked, That's it? That short? She wagged her tail and replied, That's it. For her to take the initiative to write a letter, to say she's safe, is already a very difficult thing. Hearing that, Leon didn't object and nodded in agreement. That's true. In this aspect, she's very much like you. They watched the sunset together. He spoke his mind out of boredom. Your face is always so tense, making people unable to guess what you're thinking. But as long as one finds the right method, living together is also very fun. Seeing this, Weiser also explained further. Actually, Noah quite admires you. She has a very typical dragon mentality, craving to be strong, always looking up to the powerful. Weiser covered her mouth, trying to hold back her laughter when she saw his surprised expression. She continued, In her heart right now, you are a top student. So she said that after getting to the academy, she got a lot of top ranks, but she absolutely doesn't want to lose to anyone. Recalling the image of Noah calling him a clueless oaf, Leon gave a wry smile. I don't quite believe it. I thought that in her heart, I was just a weak, clueless chicken. Weiser took off her shoes to get comfortable and then spoke. When you first woke up, Noah always avoided you, right? But actually, when you were still in a coma, she would often run over to see you. Occasionally, when I discovered her, she would use the excuse that she was there to find Moan. Just hearing that, Leon burst out laughing. Haha, in terms of being stubborn with her words, she's just like you. Looking ahead, Rose Weiser was lost in thought. When they cried as babies, no one could soothe them, but as soon as we placed them next to you, they would immediately quiet down. Perhaps when they were still unconscious, the blood relationship had already pulled you all close together. An image of Leon Casmos lying with the newborn Noah and Moan flashed through her memory. He looked down at his hands, muttering bloodline, huh? It feels a bit foreign. At this moment, his childhood came flooding back, and Leon began a solitary internal monologue. I was an orphan as a child and never experienced parental love, so I don't understand what kinship is. At the age of 5, my uncle and aunt adopted me. Although we weren't related by blood, they treated me like their own son. In his mind, an image of him standing with a middle-aged couple appeared. And yet, Leon's heart always felt empty when he saw other happy families, saw a child calling for dad and mom in the distance. He would never forget that moment, the first time he had a concept of family, but a sense of loss would still occasionally surface in his heart. At that time, the 5-year-old Leon had wished, if only uncle and aunt were really my mom and dad, how great that would be. His aunt patted his head and advised, Leon, one day you'll become someone's father. He repeated his aunt's words in confusion. A father? That's right. They're the family you'll want to love and protect with all your heart. At this, the scene of Rose Weiser, Noah, and Moan at the end of the sunset appeared. Perhaps at this moment, Leon Cosmos' soul had matured a little. He clenched his fists, his heart set on a resolution. That's right. They're the family I cherish most right now. What are you spacing out for? Let's go home. Weiser's voice pulled Leon out his thoughts. Getting up in a fluster, he unconsciously spoke incoherently like a fool. It's nothing. Thank you for telling me these things. Well then, let's go home. But she refused to budge. Rose Weiser swung her leg back and forth, suggestively pushing her high heels. Looking at his partner's ridiculous antics, Leon raised an eyebrow. What is it? Just waiting for that, she suggested with a smirk. If you want to thank me, then help me put on my shoes. Hearing this, he almost went deaf. Leon Cosmos hadn't processed the data yet. What? Weiser sat comfortably on the chair and demanded, if you want to thank me so much, then help me put on my shoes. But Leon vehemently protested. Huh? Help you put on your shoes? How could I? Without any restraint, Leon pointed his index finger straight at her face and grumbled. Helping you wash your feet last time was humiliating enough, and now you want me to help you put on your shoes? Do I have no face to save? Hearing his refusal, Weiser unhesitatingly planted her 5-toed foot right on his face. She said, I still haven't settled the score with you for that kiss at the entrance ceremony, and now you can't even help me with my shoes? She wagged her tail, advising him to stop wasting words and hurry up so they could go home. Having no other choice, Leon had to lift Weiser's feet and slowly put the shoes on for her. Fine, fine, fine. I'll do it. Watching Leon's movements, she said with satisfaction, "Your mouth says you're unwilling, but aren't your movements quite skillful?" Hearing this, Leon retorted sarcastically, "Putting shoes on you is just like nailing horseshoes onto a donkey's hooves." This sentence successfully angered Weiser. She raised her long, slender legs, intending to give him a few kicks, but Leon was very nimble and dodged them. As he ran, he turned his head back to tease her. "As long as I run fast enough, you won't be able to hit me." Weiser thought angrily to herself, "What's the use of running so fast? Tonight, I'll teach you a lesson." Before long, several days had passed. The three family members, including Leon, Weiser, and Moan, were standing and looking up at the sky as if waiting for something. Suddenly, Moan cheered, "It's here, it's here." At that moment, a massive dragon appeared in the sky, spreading its wings as it flew towards them. The dragon they were seeing was the great dragon Leviathan. Leon was amazed and said to Weiser, "Wow, this dragon is much bigger than your transformed appearance." Under Leon's admiring gaze towards the great dragon Leviathan, Weiser calmly explained, "The great dragon Leviathan. Its body is enormous, but its combat power isn't strong. Because of its excellent endurance and emotional stability, it often handles transportation duties for the Dragon Clan." Hearing this, Leon wondered, "Emotionally stable?" She replied, "It's said that a Leviathan, from birth to death, over several thousand years, doesn't even get angry once. That's why the Academy uses them to transport the young dragon children." As soon as she finished speaking, a mystical blue beam of light shone down from the great dragon onto them. Within that beam of light, the small figure of Noah appeared. As soon as Noah returned and saw Weiser, she said politely, "I'm home, mother." Weiser happily replied to the little girl, "Welcome back, Noah." Even Moan was overjoyed to see her sister return. She excitedly hugged Noah tightly. "Big sister, I missed you so much." Although Noah seemed cold, her small face couldn't hide the joy in her heart. Seeing Leon, Noah shyly stammered, "Father." Perhaps she still wasn't used to it. Leon didn't force her, only thinking to himself, "This child still hasn't learned how to call me father." The family of four was now fully reunited. They happily held hands and walked through the city gate. Leon said dotingly, "It's good that you're back." Then he confidently boasted to Noah, "Your mother and I have made a lot of food you like." After the meal, they went to Weiser's study. On her desk, many test papers were spread out. She looked over the tests. Basics of Mechanical Alchemy, top score. Introduction to Magic, Young Dragon Edition, perfect score. History of the Dragon Clan, Volume 1, Young Dragon, top score. Weiser looked at the stack of tests with pride, while beside her, Moan looked at her sister with admiring eyes. However, among the tests, there was one subject where the score was not as desired. Holding the paper in her hand, Noah felt she had disappointed her parents. She said sadly, "I have one last test, the Comprehensive Physical Fitness Test. I only got 95 points and didn't get first place. I'm sorry." But Weiser didn't blame her, instead waving her hand in praise. "Ah, no need to apologize. That's already excellent." Moan hugged Noah's arm. She agreed with her mother, her sparkling eyes looking at Noah, as she said firmly, "Mother is right." In Moan's heart, "You're the best, big sister." Looking at the mother and daughter, Leon didn't know what to do. These two, one of them doesn't know how to express her feelings. The other expresses her feelings a bit too much. Looks like her real father has to step in. With that thought, he picked up the 95-point test paper and observed it for a moment that, running, weightlifting, pull-ups, this is all basic physical training. Compared to the 4 or 5-year-old dragons at your level, it's very normal for your physical strength to be a little weaker than theirs. Then he looked at Noah and pointed something out, but look here in the practical combat sparring section, you had 10 matches and won 9, the highest win rate in the class. This proves that although your physical strength isn't equal to the other children's, your strategy and combat skills have far surpassed them. Finally, Leon affirmed, "So there's no need to worry so much about this third place ranking. You'll have opportunities to surpass them in the future." Hearing Leon's words, Noah frowned, her small mouth trembling as she replied, "I heard from Mother that when you were in school, Father was always number one." Hearing Noah's words, Leon said gently, Actually, when I first enrolled, I wasn't number one at the very beginning either. It was only later, through effort and perseverance, that I slowly climbed to the top position. As someone who had been through it, Leon understood his daughter's worries. He added, "You still have a lot of time. Don't be discouraged by one mistake. I believe you can do it." Noah was indeed both smart and understanding. Leon's few sentences had reassured her that I understand, Noah said. However, after hearing about Leon's top academic achievements in school, Moan couldn't help but wonder, father is so amazing, so if you fought mother, who would win? When it came to competitiveness, this couple was truly alike. They both shouted at the same time, "Father will win, mother will win." Then they turned to look at each other, seemingly unconvinced, and said in unison, "Huh." Then Leon started beating his chest and boasting first. In my training strategy back then, whether in hand-to-hand combat or dueling with magic weapons, no one could be my opponent. Of course, I'm more amazing. Over here, Weiser wasn't about to lose either. She retorted, "Although I didn't win as many titles as you, I only win the crucial battles." The two of them ground their teeth, their gazes like electric sparks staring at each other. Weiser spoke first. "Wasn't it because you couldn't beat me back then that you were taken prisoner by me, right after we got married?" Leon retorted, unconvinced. "Clearly, it was because you couldn't beat me in the dungeon that we have our two cute little daughters, Moan and Noah, right?" "Right." Without another word, Leon initiated, "Let's go. I've wanted to fight you for a long time." Weiser replied without hesitation, "What? Let's have a little competition." With that, they both turned and ran outside, leaving their two cute little daughters behind. Although they said that, as the children of a competitive couple, they wouldn't easily pass up the chance to watch a match. The two of them scurried after their parents on their small legs. Noah took her little sister's hand. "Let's go watch." Moan's eyes lit up as she said, "Are they going to fight?" The space was silent. The thick smell of gunpowder. Leon and Weiser were both warming up their limbs. Noah and Moan were on the side, enjoying popcorn while watching the good show. Moan excitedly asked Noah, "You're also very curious about who's more amazing, Dad or Mom, right?" However, Noah's purpose for watching the match was different from Moan's. She said, "The teacher said that watching many matches between masters will also help us improve our combat skills." Back to the match. Weiser pretended to ask Leon, "Speaking of which, your health hasn't recovered to the level where you can fight a Dragon King, has it?" Leon replied while warming up, "So what? The opportunity to fight the Silver Dragon Queen doesn't come often. Of course I have to seize it." Hearing Leon say that, Weiser made a suggestion. "How about we bet something?" Leon asked her, "Bet what?" Weiser smiled and said, "If you win, I won't touch you for a month. If I win, you must fulfill my every request." Leon frowned and thought, although he didn't know what kind of perverted request this female dragon would make. As long as he won, he could rest comfortably for a month. He was celebrating inwardly, so happy he could cry. This was something he didn't even dare to think about on a normal day. Having committed, he had to follow through. Leon replied to Weiser, "All right, I accept this bet." As if her goal was achieved, Weiser didn't hesitate any longer. "Then let's begin." On the dueling ground, dust and smoke filled the air, along with the smell of gunpowder. Leon and Weiser looked at each other seriously. It was clear they were both tense. Little Moan was so excited that her legs were constantly swinging. She accidentally knocked over the glass of juice next to her, causing it to spill. Moan yelped in surprise, as if a signal had sounded. At that moment, Leon and Weiser entered a combat stance. The moment the drops of fruit juice hit the ground, it was like a signal announcing the start of the match. Two figures were seen rushing at each other, while Moan was crying her eyes out, "Boo-hoo, my juice." Noah reminded her it started. Leon nimbly jumped up, swinging his fist back, aiming with full force toward Weiser. But the swift reflexes of the dragon race helped her quickly block his attack. At the same time, her flexible tail also took the opportunity to attack from behind. Fortunately for Leon, he managed to dodge this dangerous blow from Weiser in time, showing that his skills were not to be underestimated. However, due to the long range of the tail, he had to do a backflip. As his hands touched the ground, Leon quickly entered an attack stance, supporting himself with one hand. He quickly gathered momentum and aimed a kick at Weiser. She was no slouch either, raising her hand to block it. But the attack was extremely powerful, inevitably forcing her back a few steps. After taking Leon's attack, Weiser became more cautious, realizing her own weakness. She thought to herself, I won't have an advantage if I compete with his physical strength. It's better to create some distance. Seeing Wiser retreat and channel mana into her fists, Leon immediately realized her intention. He said frankly, it seems Her Majesty the Queen doesn't want to play close combat with me. She didn't care about close or long range, replying, Amicham, as long as I can beat you, it's fine. No sooner said than done. Wiser launched mana orbs at an extremely fast speed towards Leon. This move was called Dragon Flame. Faced with the powerful Dragon Flame orbs, not dodging would mean being blown to ashes. Leon could only run away quickly. On the other hand, outside, our two little spectators began their commentary. Moan worriedly said, Is Dad about to lose? He's just been running this whole time. Noah calmly analyzed, Not necessarily. Dad is using pure physical skills to attack and dodge Mom's attacks, while Mom is constantly using Dragon Flame to draw him out and find an opportunity for a surprise attack. Noah took a bite of popcorn, her cheeks puffing up, and added a sharp observation. This shows that in close combat, Mother isn't confident she can beat Father. Hearing her sister's detailed analysis, Moan tilted her head, causing their cheeks to press together, and praised Noah. You know so much, big sister. Noah, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, blushed and replied modestly, The teacher taught it in class. I wonder who Noah gets her personality from. Back to the fight, Leon dodged wherever Wiser aimed her Dragon Flame. She said excitedly, Leon, aren't you very fast? Then dodge this for me to see. Leon replied while running, I'm not just fast, I'm also very tough. Hearing him say that, Wiser clasped her hands together, preparing to unleash a stronger move. She replied, Then what about this? Before long, a sound from behind put him on alert. A cloud of dust rose quickly, accompanied by two streams of magic power rushing in unexpectedly from the sides. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. A large cloud of smoke mixed with the purple light of the Dragon Flame, the shockwave causing the ground to crack. The scale of the explosion was clearly immense. After the explosion, the space suddenly fell silent and the smoke began to dissipate. Amidst the smoke, Leon's figure emerged, accompanied by flashes of blue lightning. He said confidently, Too slow, rose Wiser. Seeing Leon's figure and observing for a moment, she immediately realized this brat used lightning magic to enhance his own body. Leon was preparing to rush towards her. He said, No one can. Take away my 1 month of rest. The moment the words were spoken, like another signal, Leon shot forward as fast as a falcon. Standing in front of Wiser, Leon unleashed dozens of consecutive punches at her. The punches were both fast and filled with immense internal power, making it so that even if Wiser tried, she might not be able to block all of his attacks. As she parried the blows, she thought of a way to deal with him. His mana hasn't fully recovered yet, but to still dare to use lightning magic to enhance his body to this level is just too reckless. I need to end this fight quickly. Because Wiser was lost in thought, Leon noticed an opening. No longer using his fists, he swiftly kicked at her leg, intending to make her fall. Immediately after, Wiser's whole body began to lose balance. Ugh, she grunted. In a second, Leon had quickly closed the distance to Wiser. He raised his fist, enhanced by lightning magic, and as if victory was certain, he said, I've won. At this moment, Wiser's entire body was about to hit the ground. Her arm flailed in the air as if searching for a point of support. Suddenly, the hand enhanced by lightning magic, which was rushing towards Wiser like a flash, stopped. Immediately, Leon changed his target, quickly grabbing her arm, and then he pulled. The tense scene suddenly turned romantic. Leon's hand was on Wiser's waist, face to face, chest to chest. It seemed they were just a breath away from their lips touching. Suddenly pulled close, Wiser was taken by surprise. She blushed and called his name, Leon. It seemed a romantic scene was about to unfold, but no, we were deceived. Wiser placed her hand on Leon's chest and shouted, Dragon Flame, catching Leon completely off guard. Seeing his shirt burning, in contrast to his calm demeanor just now, Leon jumped up and screamed, it's burning. But then he realized something. Looking at the scorched part of his chest, he himself was not burned at all. Leon wondered, why isn't it hot? Wiser reminded him from behind, the fight isn't over yet. How can you be so distracted? By this time, Leon had turned his face away, otherwise he would have seen her blushing cheeks. From a distance, the two little girls ran over. Mona asked Mom, Dad, who won in the end. Having been hit by Weiser's move, Leon admitted, I made a mistake in the end. Dad lost this time. Although she had beaten him, Weiser was not arrogant. I have to admit that you are truly strong. Without enchanted armor or a familiar weapon, to be able to fight me like that just based on physical strength. Before you, no one has ever been able to do that. Leon replied confidently, of course. If I had fought with all my strength, I definitely could have beaten you. Hearing that, Weiser smiled and said, Oh, if you've admitted defeat, then don't forget our bet. Hearing Weiser mention the bet, Leon was so angry he could spit blood. I forgot about the bet. After spitting blood, Leon lay sprawled on the ground as if his soul had left his body. The two children sat to one side, looking at their old man. Mona asked Mom, why did Dad die? Weiser, on the other hand, was enjoying the sight of Leon and said, It's okay. He just overexerted himself, and his stamina couldn't keep up. He'll recover in a little while. At the castle, that evening in the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, the children's room, Leon began his reminders. Noah, after I leave, you have to take care of Moan. She's still young and doesn't understand things. You're the older sister, you have to guide her more. And Moan, you have to listen to your sister, don't make her angry, and be good at home. Moan listened attentively while Noah crossed her arms and pouted. Leon expressed his feelings. Leaving this time, I'm most worried about you two sisters. You're only 1-year-old children. How could your mother be so cruel as to take your father away like this? Noah spoke up helplessly. Dad, you're just going to Mom's room to sleep for one night. Why does it seem like you're being taken to your execution? He explained in a panic. In a sense, an execution by beheading happens in an instant, but your mother can torture someone for a whole night. It's much scarier than being executed. Moan said with innocent delight, Yes, I know. Mother wants to eat father, right? Moan also explained, I read in a book that after male praying mantises marry, the female praying mantis will eat the male. He crossed his arms and replied, Although that's not quite right. Your father is about to be eaten by your mother. Moan, why are you still so happy? Rose Weiser stood outside the door and said, All right, stop talking nonsense to the children, making it sound like I'm so scary. Then she came inside, smiled, and tucked the two children in. You two go to sleep early. Don't worry. Mommy just wants to discuss some interesting things with your father tonight, which made him jump in alarm. Leon spoke up, Interesting things? She replied, For example, the birth of the universe. He questioned, The birth of life, you mean? She replied, nonchalantly, The mysteries of the world. Leon questioned, The mysteries of the body, you mean? Rose Weiser immediately pulled him away without answering further. In short, you've said enough goodbyes. Hurry up and come with me. Being dragged away, Leon cried out, Wait, I still have last words to say. Noah, Moan, remember that father will always love you. In the children's room, Moan asked innocently, What are Mom and Dad going to do anyway? Noah replied with her eyes closed, I don't know. Just let them be. Childish adults. Returning to him and her, wine glasses were prepared in the Silver Dragon Sanctuary, the queen's bedroom. She crossed her legs and wondered, Aren't you going to drink? He crossed his arms and replied, No. Rose Weiser looked at him in silence. She asked, confused, What's wrong? I remember you agreed that after losing, you would fulfill my request. Now you won't even drink wine. Leon clicked his tongue and explained, TSK, I don't really want to drink right now. He thought to himself, I must maintain my reason. Tonight, I absolutely will not be led by the nose by her. She placed the wine glass on the table and said, Actually, I was also hoping you would win. He asked in surprise why. Rose Weiser explained thoughtfully, If you had won, I would have given you a month of rest. You could have taken this opportunity to take care of your body, and perhaps it would be a bit more fun to play. He crossed his arms, unimpressed. Then you could have just conceded today, couldn't you? She reached for her wine glass and said, No, I've thought of another, more fun game. She poured the wine over herself. Rose Weiser said with amusement, What I like most is this look of yours, having lost to me, but still refusing to admit defeat. He panicked when he saw her sitting on him. What are you doing? With a seductive face, she said, Drink it all, Leon. Leon looked at the wine on her body, contemplating. The scent of Rose Weiser combined with the aroma of red wine. This scene, it truly is. He pursed his lips, thinking to himself, absolutely wonderful, making it impossible for one to refuse. Leon buried his face in her chest, which amused her. She blushed and let out sensitive sounds. Then he looked up at her. Like this, is it enough? She smiled and said, of course it's not enough. Rose Wiser commanded, open your mouth. She bit her lip, making it bleed. As she dripped it into his mouth, he stared in shock. Blood. Leon quickly pushed her away, shouting, what are you doing? He moved far away from her. This feeling? Did you use that forbidden art on me? She licked her lips, her expression changing. That's right. It's the blood note. You're very familiar with it, aren't you? His eyes turned red. Leon clutched one side of his chest, trembling. Ugh, why? She looked at him thoughtfully. Ever since you used this forbidden art on me 2 years ago, I've been very nostalgic for this feeling. He panted and asked, do you know what the price of this forbidden art is? She replied nonchalantly, I know, of course. I've modified the technique a bit, minimizing the toll of the blood packed on a dragon's body, keeping only its enchanting effect. Leon gradually lost his reason, shaking his head back and forth. Why body is so hot? My mind is blank. She touched the side of his chest that he was clutching to. It has always been me forcing you, threatening you, and you always put on an unwilling look. She whispered in his ear, but now I want you to fawn over me like a mad dog, begging me to have relations with you. Next, he knelt down. She declared with amusement, the game is about to begin, my delicious prisoner, Mr. Leon Casmos. Leon clutched his chest, panting, Wiser stood with her hands on her hips, speaking to him smugly. The brave and upright dragon slayer. You're about to lose control of yourself, aren't you? Do you know what you look like right now? Leon replied in a low voice, no. As she spoke, Rose Wiser summoned a purple magic mirror. Rose Wiser laughed smugly and replied, I bought this in Sky City. It's a magical tool that can temporarily record images. He looked at his reflection in the mirror. Wiser said, Leon, face it and tell me, Leon, what do you want to do right now? Leon answered, kiss, want a kiss. He was suddenly startled, his mind screaming, that's not right. Rose Wiser asked again, What did you say? Speak up. Leon blurted out uncontrollably, I want to kiss you, Rose Wiser. But his mind was in turmoil. I clearly didn't want to say that. Rose Wiser caressed Leon's cheek, praising him. Leon, look how pathetic you look right now, throwing away your own limits and humbly begging for a kiss from your enemy. Then she pushed his face away, saying mockingly, but I won't let you kiss me. Leon was stunned into silence. Suddenly he roared, no, Rose Wiser. Leon suddenly pushed Wiser down onto the bed. But Rose Wiser continued to provoke him, so impatient, not like you at all. Leon kissed Rose Wiser's hand, saying sweet words, Rose Wiser, I want to kiss you, I want to hold you. He said something even bolder, I want to become one with you. This situation surprised Wiser, who thought to herself, so this is what I looked like when I was under the blood pact that year. She smiled smugly to herself, Leon, you have your day too. Suddenly, she reached out to embrace Leon and said, all right, you're the one who begged me for this. Little puppy Leon, let me see what you look like after being corrupted. Then, the two of them made sweet love. Until the next day, on the bed, a head of platinum hair was spread out. Leon woke up first. He sighed, He silently cursed himself. I fell from grace again last night. He sat up, muttering, ugh, it's all because of the blood curse. It made me lose all the pride and dignity of a dragon slayer, constantly begging her to be intimate with me. He said this while gritting his teeth, another boundary-breaking humiliation. Seeing Wiser sleeping soundly, he silently cursed her, the culprit of all evil. You had your fun, and now you're sleeping so peacefully. Then Leon couldn't help but stroke her cheek, silently praising. Such a defenseless appearance. He was suddenly startled, soft. Leon became flustered, his mind screaming, what am I doing? Why did I unconsciously touch her face like that? He shamefully reproached himself. Why would I want to touch her face? I just wanted to wake her up just now. There was absolutely no other intention. Then Leon looked at her again. But why isn't she reacting at all? Could she be pretending to be asleep? Leon called to Wiser. Hey, stop pretending to be asleep. He patted her face, calling, hurry up and wake up. Aren't you usually very disciplined? Leon crossed his arms, wondering, why isn't she waking up yet? Could it be the effect of the blood curse? He muttered to himself, the extent of the blood curse's effect depends on the caster's stamina. I cast the blood curse when I was on the verge of death. Although I don't know how I came back to life, it was enough to put me in a coma for 2 whole years. Rose Wiser is a healthy dragon king. I estimate she'll be in a coma for about a week. Leon pondered. Leon's expression turned mischievous. He thought to himself, then isn't this a good opportunity for me to escape? He pulled open a drawer while thinking, 1 week's time, with a normal human stamina, I can't run very far, but if I put on the black gold war chariot, it's a different story. He smiled smugly. Combined with stamina recovery potions and pills, as long as I run with all my might, it's enough to return to human territory. He confidently said to Wiser, by the time she wakes up and discovers I'm gone, it will all be too late, ha. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. But then his laughter grew quieter. Finally, he was helplessly dejected. He returned the potion to the cabinet, thinking, on second thought, I've been away from the Empire for 2 years already. I don't know what's happening over there now. He hesitated, pondering. There are still many questions about when I was captured that year. Rushing back is a bit dangerous. It's better to be cautious. He rubbed his chin, telling himself, besides, I previously asked Rose Wiser to investigate my uncle's recent situation. Perhaps I should wait a little longer for their news. He smiled faintly. Most importantly, in the courtyard below, Mian was chasing a butterfly. Sister, hurry and catch it. Noah instructed, slow down, be careful not to fall. Seeing the 2 little girls playing happily, he was secretly glad. I can't possibly abandon them now. Leon's eyes crinkled into a smile. I guess I've realized I still have to stay at the Silver Dragon Holy Temple for now. He looked at the sleeping Rose Wiser, muttering, after all. Leon chuckled. Let me tell you, I haven't gotten my revenge yet. Don't you think so? He softly called her name, Rose Wiser. Rose Wiser lay silently on her familiar bed. Mian looked at her worriedly from the bedside. Mommy, are you okay? You've been sleeping for a day. Naomi Melvi turned to him seriously and asked, what did you do yesterday? Leon Kaiman scratched his head and gave a forced smile about that. The little girl stared at him even longer as he offered an explanation. We were chatting on the balcony yesterday. Maybe she caught a cold from the chilly wind. Leon quickly pulled a nearby maid into the conversation. It's nothing serious, right, Anna? The girl immediately reported, Your Highness the Prince Consort, please rest assured. The Holy Temple's physician just came to check Her Majesty's condition. Aside from some physical weakness, everything else is normal. Anna also suggested, for the next few days, I will temporarily handle the internal clan affairs on Her Majesty's behalf. If Your Highness the Prince Consort has no other business, then I will take my leave. He agreed with her. Oh, all right, you may go. The little one still innocently touched Rose's hair. Get well soon, Mommy. Mian won't make you angry anymore. Leon Kaiman rubbed his chin, pondering, why is she sweating so much? I'll help her wipe herself down in a bit. His thought was immediately met with Naomi's suspicion. Is father planning to take advantage of mother's coma to do something? He leaned down close to the little girl and explained, Noah, you're overthinking it. Right now, father just wants to take good care of your mother. The little girl raised her cold eyes to look at him. Is that so? That's good then. With that, she didn't stay long and left directly. Let's go, Mian. We'll visit mother again tomorrow. Mian was reluctant to leave. Mommy, Mian will come visit you tomorrow. The youngest girl waved at him before closing the door. Good night, father. Leon smiled and replied, good night. After the room was left with just the 2 of them, he carefully looked at Rose again. Next, she was still sweating non-stop, her face slightly furrowed in discomfort. Time to get a basin of water. His hands deftly wrung out the excess water from the towel. He brought the towel toward her body and whispered, I'm just wiping you down because I'm afraid you'll catch a cold later. Don't misunderstand when you wake up. As he worked, he noticed something else strange. Normally, she always has her large tail out. I didn't expect her body to be so weak now that even her tail can't manifest. For the time being, Rose Wiser had been cleaned by him, so he continued to mutter, now that she's clean, wouldn't it be better to change her clothes while I'm at it? Now! And so, Leon Jamon directly threw open the wardrobe doors. There's so many clothes. It should be fine to change her into something I like, right? He rummaged through her wardrobe, which contained countless clothes of all styles. Off-shoulder, low-cut, bows, black stockings. Leon paused and pondered. I have to use the outfits I've found to substitute for the styles I need. But the key is how to deal with the ears. He gently touched her white hair and braided it. Maybe I can use her hair to create a pair. The result of his work was so perfect that Leon Jamin's face flushed with delight. Done. Rose's body was dressed in a very suggestive outfit, the limited edition bunny girl costume of Rose Wiser. Looking closely, it was exactly his type, causing Leon's heart to pound incessantly. I didn't expect it to suit her so well. The crest in the middle of his chest immediately lit up brightly. Leon frantically pulled open his shirt. Why did the dragon crest suddenly light up at this moment? Then he recalled what Rose had said before. The two of us are marked with the dragon crest. If one of us has thoughts of wanting to be intimate with the other, the dragon crest will react. Leon Jaemon became completely flustered with embarrassment and quickly dismissed the thought. Go away. Go away. How could I think about that with Rose Weiser when I'm in my right mind? It must be because of the limited edition bunny costume. Then the young man seriously clasped his hands together to tell himself, I should recite the 3 glories and 3 disgraces of the Dragon Slayer 10 times to calm down. Pride and loyalty to the Empire. Shame in colluding with the Dragon Clan. Pride in a bloody battlefield. Shame in fleeing from battle. Pride in being a Dragon Slayer. Shame in surrendering to the enemy and betraying myself. The dragon crest gradually faded along with his emotions. That was a close call, but it was so hard to dress Rose Weiser up like this. It would be too much of a waste not to record it. The innocent girl was still sleeping soundly, unaware that she was wearing a strange outfit. Leon tried to recall something and realized, I remember Rose Weiser seems to have a camera at home, right? He immediately went to a box in the room and rummaged through it. He quickly found a small camera, found it. Leon Jaemon didn't hesitate to take pictures of Rose from all angles. You have your day too, Rose Weiser. He even gently squeezed her cheeks to form a slight smile on her face. Come on, wifey smile. He was extremely smug. These dark historical photos, I will definitely help you keep them safe. At this moment, Rose Weiser suddenly let out a moan. This gave Leon a start. Holy crap, is she waking up this quickly? Fortunately, she lay still again afterward with no further movement. The young man breathed a sigh of relief again. That scared me. Their room was the only one with a light on in the dark night. I should change her back in her normal sleepwear. Tomorrow, I'll proceed with the next step of my revenge plan. The sky gradually brightened as a new day approached. Just as the next day began, Mian came running in a hurry. Sister, sister. Noah Melvey crossed her arms and asked her younger sister, what happened? Speak slowly. Mian held a Rubik's Cube in her hand and exclaimed, my Rubik's Cube is broken, so I wanted to find Father to fix it. But as a result, I've looked everywhere and can't find him. Noah's face darkened. Could it be he took advantage of Mother's coma to escape? Already, the older sister quickly took Mian's hand and led her away. Don't worry, I'll go with you to find Father. Mian obeyed and called out loudly, as if to summon Leon. Father, where are you? A voice echoed in the magnificent room. Father, where are you? Mian looked around and spoke again. He doesn't seem to be here. The two little girls went to another room, peeking inside through a slightly open door. Mian spoke again. He's not here either. The little one looked into a large pot and called, Father. Seeing her action, Noah was speechless and commented, how could he be in there? Mian replied naively, we've looked everywhere and can't find Father. Could he be lost? Noah's gaze became serious as she began to reason. Mian, some people are very nice, but sooner or later, they all have to leave, just like last time. Hearing this, Mian searched her memories and asked innocently, just like last time? Noah placed a hand on her chin, looking thoughtful, if I'm not mistaken. That man has already left. The little girl recalled Leon's figure. An image of family of 4 appeared from the two sisters' memories, that I've always felt that our family isn't normal. On the surface, we're very harmonious, but in reality, there's something very fake about it. Recalling the image of Leon lying in a hospital bed, Noah continued, ever since I can remember, that man was always sleeping in his room. Mother told us he is our father. Then one day, he finally woke up and immediately tried to escape. Mother didn't explain anything and just brought him back. After that, he didn't try to run away anymore. But I feel that he didn't stay here willingly. Noah remembered seeing the scene of her father trying to escape. The little girl continued to think about other moments, and then he started to deliberately get close to me and win me over, teaching me my studies, naturally taking on the appearance of a good father. Were these things truly born from his love? Or was this just him taking the opportunity while our guard was down to secretly plan his escape? Noah was filled with doubt. The little girl believed that when there are unknown factors hidden behind a feeling, I would rather not have this impure love than become a tool to be used by others. He doesn't belong here. He will leave us sooner or later. Noah, just like that, watched Leon's departing figure. After hearing this, Mian burst into tears. Mother isn't waking up, and now Father doesn't want us anymore. Sister, what are we going to do? The mature Noah placed a hand on her cheek to comfort her. It's okay. I will protect you. Hearing that, the little one threw herself into Noah's arms and cried even harder. Noah in turn hugged Mian tightly. Noah's gaze also became resolute as she declared, let's hold a farewell ceremony for that man. At the same time, near the back mountain of the Silver Dragon Holy Temple, where the pink trees swayed in the wind, Leon held a map in his hand and exclaimed, the scenery here is truly beautiful. That maid didn't lie to me. He recalled what Anna had said before. Does Your Highness the Prince Consort want to find the place Her Majesty the Queen usually likes best? Leon had replied then, that's right, I want to go for a walk today. Seeing his interest, the kind Anna suggested, if Your Highness the Prince Consort wishes to go, I will send someone to accompany you. Leon pointed at the map and replied with a smile, no need, I can go by myself. Just help me circle the area on this map. Back in the present, he looked at the object in his hand and smiled. My usual range of activity is limited. With that dragoness in a coma, I finally have a chance to go out and see. I'll take this opportunity to investigate the surrounding terrain clearly. When she wakes up, I'll give her a surprise. As he spoke, Leon clenched his fist, baring his teeth in a grin as he continued to mutter, of course, investigating the place the dragoness likes is just an excuse. This is just one part of my revenge plan. He told himself, what I want to do is take advantage of the dragoness's weakened state when she wakes up. She will suffer complete humiliation in her favorite place, just like what she did to me before in front of my homeland. Leon walked to the tree, then placed his hand on it and exclaimed again, this tree is quite big. He imagined Weiser's figure, his thoughts turning dark for a moment, just right for this position. Then Leon stomped his foot on the ground to test it. The ground isn't very soft. Covering it with flower petals, then, might not be bad. Looking at the holy temple from afar, he felt a bit of longing in his heart. From here, you can still see the Silver Dragon Holy Temple at the foot of the mountain. Very good. He wrote something on a piece of paper while muttering, I'll add this place to the list of options. Then he smiled confidently. All right, everything is ready. All that's left is for Rose Weiser to wake up. Leon's gaze sharpened as he told himself, Dragoness, this time, I'll definitely show you. In the courtyard of the Silver Dragon Holy Temple, the sound of mournful crying echoed as Leon approached. Anna approached, confused at what's going on. Why is it so lively? A maid replied, Their Highnesses said they want to hold a funeral, and they even want us to prepare a bonfire. Mian looked at the portrait in front of her, speaking politely to the person in the picture. Mian prepared steak for father. Please come back and visit us. Noah comforted her from the side. He's already gone. Try to move on. Seeing this scene, Leon wondered, are they playing a new kind of family game? I should play along with them. Then he pushed through the maids to get in. Excuse me, please make way. A maid exclaimed in shock, Your Highness the Prince Consort. In a moment, Leon was standing behind the two little girls and spoke. Who are you paying respects to? Your grandfather once taught me how to play the Swana. Do you want me to show you my skills? In the next second, he realized the person in the portrait was none other than himself. He gave a forced smile. So, it's me. He even smiled foolishly. I look quite handsome. In a sad play where he played both parts, Leon only realized the strangeness of the situation in an instant. Why? The two little girls immediately turn around, so surprised they almost screamed, Father has appeared. Leon smiled awkwardly and asked the two little girls, My dear daughters, I was only out for a day. Isn't it a bit hasty to hold a funeral for me? Already, Moan, with tears in her eyes, called out to him, Father. She burst into tears and threw herself at him. Father is back. Then she looked up at him and continued to sob. I thought Father didn't want Moan anymore. Leon patted her head, gently coaxing. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Father not want you? Noah, pouting on the side, added, Moan and I looked all over the holy temple several times and couldn't find you. I thought you had left. Leon chuckled and corrected her. How could I leave? I just went for a walk on the back mountain today. The little girl looked at the box in her hand and thought to herself, so I blamed Father wrongly. At this moment, Leon picked Moan up, comforting her while giving an order to the maids. All right, it's fine now. Everyone, you may all disperse. Moan whined, pointing and demanding, Father, you're back. Can Moan eat Father's offerings? He also doted on the little girl and agreed, of course you can. Instantly, Moan ran towards the food with a cheer great. Seeing this, Leon felt a little concerned and thought to himself, Moan's gluttony definitely doesn't come from me. At this time, Noah also spoke up. Next time you go out alone, remember to tell us. Leon asked, confused. Huh? Noah explained shyly, Moan. She was very worried about you. Leon scratched his head and replied, I'm sorry. I made Moan worry. In his heart, he thought, this child, she's clearly worried about me, but is too shy to say it. The little girl glanced at him, her face slightly flushed. In short, this is my fault. It was me who didn't trust you. I'm sorry. Hearing her words, he was startled. Then he wondered. They held a farewell ceremony because of her misunderstanding. It's clear that if she didn't say anything, no one would have known. Seeing Noah bow her head in apology, Leon couldn't help but smile. That's right. Children who mature early will always consciously take on responsibility and blame. But in the end, this misunderstanding is still because I didn't give her enough sense of security. He pondered. Noah longs for family and love, but she won't take the initiative to step forward. Even if I make promises to her now, she won't easily believe me. Thinking of this, Leon clenched his fist. Therefore, as her father, what I can do is use my actions to slowly prove it. Then he reached out and gently patted her head. That it's okay. Let's go have dinner together. You still have to go to school tomorrow. Noah replied with a yes. Leon looked at the little girl and silently promised himself, Father will always be by your side. The next day, in the queen's bedroom, Moan sat obediently kneeling beside the bed. Weiser's hand twitched slightly. Then she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Moan, who was beside her, joyfully exclaimed, Mommy, you're awake. The little girl's eyes welled up with tears as she continued to confess, Mommy, you kept sleeping. Moan was so worried about you. Weiser raised her hand, gently comforting the little one. I'm sorry. I made you worry. She thought to herself, my body has no strength, and there's no reaction from the magic power within me. Originally, with my Dragon King's body, I should have been able to resist the side effects of the backlash from the blood curse. But turning out like this is probably because I used that to save him before. Weiser mumbled as she checked her body. Then she was certain, with his personality, he has probably already escaped by now. With that thought, she spoke up and asked Moan, how long have I been asleep? The little one replied, 2 days. Hearing this, Weiser gritted her teeth. Only 2 days, he can't have run far. If I send people to catch him now, it might still be in time. At this moment, a voice rang out, Moan, let's have fish tonight. It was Leon. He was holding a giant fish in his hand, showing off as he walked. Father just caught a very big fish on the back mountain. Moan replied, okay. Leon smiled with delight. Isn't Father amazing? The little one also said happily, super amazing. The next second, he seemed to realize that Weiser was awake. Leon spoke up, asking, you're awake? Weiser was embarrassed. Why are you here? Leon winked and replied, where else would I be? I just went to the back mountain for some fresh air and conveniently caught a fresh fish to nourish my beloved wife. Hearing this, Weiser was a little bashful and angrily retorted, Who is your wife? Moan also chimed in, Father has no shame. Leon put his hands on his hips. Moan, Father has a glorious mission for you. Take this fish to the kitchen. Can you do it? The little one immediately obeyed. Yes, you can count on me, Father. He continued to instruct, that's right, Mom and Dad have some business to handle. You can have dinner first tonight. And so Moan, with her small frame, dragged the fish away. At this point, Weiser also spoke, I thought you would abandon your daughter and leave directly while I was in a coma. Leon replied as he took off his gloves, there's still many unsettled matters between you and me. How could I possibly leave? She asked, confused, matters between us? Leon leaned down towards her. You remember what you did to me over a month ago when I had just woken up? She stammered, what I did before. Wasn't it what you wanted? She continued to guess with hesitation. Leon's eyes darkened. That's right. It's just as you think. Weiser warned loudly, Leon, don't think you can lay a hand on me just because I'm weak. I advise you not to do anything rash. He asked back weak. Leon said angrily, so I wasn't weak before? When I had just woken up, before I even had a sip of water, you immediately pinned me down and carved a dragon crest on me. Did you give me a chance to refuse? She continued to threaten, you should know what will happen to you when I recover. So, absolutely do not do anything you will regret. Hearing that, he moved closer to her face and said, regret? No, my beloved wife. She was immediately lifted up. He added, this is the most correct decision of my entire life. Leon said smugly, this time, it's your turn to be the prisoner. On a quiet night, in the cherry blossom forest on the back mountain, Weiser angrily cried out, let go, let me go. Although she was resisting, he still didn't put her down, reminding her, "Don't struggle, or you'll fall." She thought angrily, if I hadn't yet recovered my strength, I would have sent this guy flying. He carried her to the base of a large cherry blossom tree. Seeing this, she asked, "What did you bring me here for?" Leon explained, "During the time you were in a coma, I investigated the places you usually like to go to the most. This place will be the first stop for tonight." Weiser frowned and said, "First stop? Which means you still want to take me to other places." He pointed ahead and said, "Hey, see that? That's your holy temple. From here, you can take in the entire holy temple with your eyes." Unconsciously, Weiser's old memories suddenly flooded back. She asked, "You want to get revenge for that time in my homeland?" He immediately confirmed, "That's right. An eye for an eye isn't exclusive to you dragons." As he unbuttoned his shirt, the mark transferred to her. It made her let out a sudden soft moan. Seeing that, he said, "Although I am a human, I also have a strong sense of justice and vengeance." Leon walked over and lifted her chin with his hand. Rose Weiser looked forward. He pointed towards the castle in front of them and said, "Your palace is there. All your pride and dignity come from there." Leon lightly brushed his fingers across her cheek, his voice both seductive and slightly mocking. "And right now, you can only let me do whatever I want. To you." Then he pushed her down and said excitedly, "Rose Weiser, how does it feel to be humiliated by a dragon slayer prisoner?" Leon kissed her fair back and said, "These are all things you did to me before." Right now, she could only lie still and endure it. But in her heart, she thought, "I clearly want to resist, but my body can't help but want more." Weiser remembered something, her eyes widening as she thought, if that's the case. Suddenly, her tail wrapped tightly around his hand. He was stunned and thought, her tail? How does she have strength again? She turned to face him with a resentful gaze, stating clearly, "While you can still control the situation, use your greatest effort to make me feel ashamed and unwilling." She immediately affirmed with certainty, "Because later, I will exact an even more intense revenge on you." Hearing that, he wasn't scared and even said confidently, "Don't talk to me about later. I've always been a man who lives for the present." Leon declared, "The night is still very long. The revenge revelry has only just begun, Your Majesty the Queen." Early the next morning, in the Silver Dragon Queen's bedroom, a place clean and luxurious from every angle, he exhaustedly flopped down beside her, saying, "Finally back." Recalling the night's itinerary, Leon felt incredibly exhausted, changing locations to torment her all night. "I'm dead tired." Leon looked at Weiser, sleeping soundly, and thought, but it seemed she was very satisfied with last night. Just look how soundly she's sleeping. He suddenly realized, wait, satisfied? Didn't I want revenge? He shook his head, deliberately refuting no. Just now she fully experienced the humiliation of being pinned underneath by the dragon slayer she despises. And then, looking at her face again, he thought, no matter what, my revenge this time can be considered a success. He sat up and said to himself, while the maids are still asleep, I have to get back to my room first. We're not in a relationship where we can sleep in the same bed until morning. Suddenly, she grabbed his shirt tightly. Unconsciously, she whispered, so cold. Seeing this, he thought, always wanting to move toward warmth while sleeping. It's the instinct of all living creatures. He quickly dismissed the thought that had just flashed in his mind, that I can't be enchanted again. But looking at the small girl lying on the bed, Leon gently took her hand, his heart wavering slightly. And after a moment of internal struggle, he ultimately chose to lie down with her. Leon gazed intently at Weiser's face and thought, compared to going back to that cold bed, staying here is a little warmer, isn't it? On a clear morning, Moan entered the room, rubbing her eyes. Mommy's still not awake. Then, she started climbing onto the bed. She called out, Mommy, wake up. The sun is shining on your tail. Weiser sleepily replied, go find Daddy to play. The little girl also turned and called, Daddy, wake up. The sun is shining on your butt. Leon, too sleepy, said, so warm. Let Daddy sleep a little longer. Hearing them both say that, Moan puffed out her cheeks in anger. The little girl said, annoyed that her parents are just hugging each other without paying attention to Moan. But if you two hug so tightly, who will play with Moan? Then she thought, this is the first time Moan has seen Mommy and Daddy being so intimate. It's just. Suddenly, Moan saw the red marks on their bodies and wondered, why do they have so many red spots on them? She said innocently, they must have been bitten by mosquitoes. Moan said as she went to find medicine, Mommy once taught Moan that if you get an insect bite, you have to apply medicine. She was delighted when she saw the jar of ointment. Found it. Moan stood before them and said, Don't worry. Big sister isn't here, so Moan will definitely take good care of you too. She quickly fumbled around, applying it to them, muttering, apply a little more for daddy. Sometime later, Weiser called Leon. Hey Leon, wake up. He slowly and groggily woke up. As soon as he sat up, his body felt strange. Why do I feel all sticky? The two of them sat on the bed, staring at each other. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. What happened to your face? Suddenly, Moan jumped up and said excitedly, Moan did it. Moan saw that Mommy and Daddy were bitten by mosquitoes, so many red spots, so Moan helped Mommy and Daddy apply it. Hearing this, Leon gave a dry cough. Red spots. He immediately thought it's better if children don't know about this. The little girl proudly asked her parents, Moan is very good, right? He patted her head and praised her happily. That's right, you did a great job. The little girl said delightedly, next time, I'll still help Mommy and Daddy apply it. The two looked at each other as if telepathically connected. Next time, we must lock the door properly. A while later, Leon had prepared food and brought it to her. He picked up the bowl of rice, intending to feed her. She avoided it, saying, What are you doing? Leon didn't stand on ceremony. He put it straight into Weiser's mouth. I'm feeding you. You haven't eaten anything for days. Although dragons don't need to eat or drink while in a deep sleep. You're probably hungry now, right? Weiser said while chewing, Even so, I don't need you to feed me. I can eat by myself. After just the first spoonful, she praised the taste isn't bad. He took a bite and said smugly, of course, This is the love fried rice that I made myself. Seeing Leon eating with relish, Weiser got angry and tried to snatch the bowl back. Wasn't that made for me? Why are you eating it yourself? He quickly held the bowl out of her reach and teased, I was afraid you couldn't finish it, so I'm helping you share. She shouted back, Who said I can't finish it? One more spoonful. A moment later, the bowl was empty. Leon reminded her, These past few days, your body has been weak, and it's been inconvenient for you to move. I'm the one who has been serving you, bathing you, and feeding you. I've been very good to you. Weiser said disbelievingly, You either intend to torment me after bathing me, or torment me in bed after feeding me. In the end, it all turns into R-rated business. He replied, How is it torment? This is all the loving care of a husband. She shouted furiously, Leon, every indecent thing you do now will be a humiliation I inflict upon you later. Remember that for me. He replied cheerfully, Then I'll see you tomorrow morning, my dear wife. She grimaced and cursed, Detestable dragon slayer, you're really skilled at tormenting me. Unable to contain her anger, Weiser punched the corner of the wall beside her hard. Unexpectedly, the force she had just unleashed caused a section of the wall to crack. Weiser was a little surprised to see this. She looked at her hand and said, My strength has returned. Meanwhile, Leon was busy washing dishes, constantly muttering, Wash the dishes, wash the dishes. He said maliciously, That female dragon better not recover so quickly. I still want to bully her for a few more days. At this moment, Leon was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. In a magnificent palace, a voice broke the atmosphere. Your Majesty, my apologies for the intrusion. Anna entered, holding a cup of tea, and respectfully said to the person sitting, This is the medicine prescribed by the physician. It can help you recover your strength. Weiser replied, My body has already recovered. It's fine if I don't drink it. Anna noticed the long crack on the wall and immediately asked, Your Majesty, what is this? Weiser quickly explained, I couldn't control my strength just now. Find someone to fix it tomorrow. After listening, Anna replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Weiser suddenly called out, Wait, for now, don't tell Leon that my body has recovered. I want him to take care of me for a few more days. Anna thought for a moment. Then she smiled and obeyed. Very well, I understand. Weiser thought resolutely, Leon, your peaceful days are about to end. 2 days later, Moan was jumping around and wheedling Leon, Daddy, Daddy, Moan wants to learn that thing, the one where your body becomes sparkly. Leon rested his chin on his hand and asked, shining and sparkling, Are you talking about magic? Moan's eyes lit up as she said, It's the thing that Mommy and Daddy did on the training ground. He was a little curious. Moan, why do you suddenly want to learn magic like that? The little girl confidently spoke her mind. Big sister learns a lot of things at school. Moan doesn't want to be left behind by her. He suddenly realized, So, you want to learn something too, right? The little girl quickly replied, Yes, yes. He thought to himself, the advantage of a family with 2 children is that there's a competitive relationship between them. The little one likes her big sister so much. Of course, she doesn't want there to be a gap with her sister. Leon confidently patted his chest and assured the little girl, "All right, Daddy will definitely teach you magic. We'll start with the simplest magic, okay?" Moan chirped with joy. "Thank you, Daddy." Sometime later, Moan was now practicing with her eyes shut tight. Leon watched her, silently acknowledging with endless praise. It's only been a few hours, and Moan has already successfully guided mana into her body. She might quickly undergo a magical awakening and awaken her innate magical abilities. Could she be a genius? Suddenly, a sound rumbled from her stomach. Moan looked up at Leon and cried out, "Daddy, Moan is so hungry. I have no energy left." He chuckled and thought to himself, "You really can't rush things." He took her hand and said, "Then that's enough practice for today. Let's go home and eat." Moan said happily with a smile, "Okay, Daddy is the best." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Anna was carrying a tray of tools covered with a red cloth to Weiser's bed. She bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this is what you asked me to find." Weiser replied casually, "Leave it at the side." Leon's face lit up as he shouted, "Wife, I'm back." She was instructing Anna, "You've worked hard. You may leave first." Anna walked past Leon. He suddenly recalled, according to what Anna said before, Rose Weiser still needs another 5 days to fully recover. I still have time to torment Rose Weiser. He walked over, a sinister look on his face, and his voice rose. "Is there anywhere uncomfortable today? I'll help you with a massage." Weiser changed the subject, teasing, "Why aren't you showing me the might of the Empire's strongest dragon slayer today? It's only been 2 days, and you're already flagging? It can't be that bad, can it?" Provoked, Leon asked in a low voice, "What did you say?" He suddenly grabbed her blanket and said, "All right, you female dragon. I was going to let you off today, since you looked so tired. It seems I was overthinking things." His action took her by surprise. He squeezed her face, glaring as he questioned her, "Why are you so stubborn? Your body must be very healthy, right?" Leon took off his shirt provocatively. "Rose Weiser, you're going to regret this." Weiser, not at all scared, retorted, "I've never regretted anything." Suddenly, a tail wrapped around his waist. The tail yanked, causing his eyes to fly wide open in shock. She used her tail to slam him hard onto the bed. She sat on top of him, a victor's smile on her face. He thought to himself, such powerful strength. Leon stammered loudly, "Rose Weiser, you've recovered." She brought a finger to her lips, signaling for silence as she teased, "A prisoner should obediently keep his mouth shut, my dear dragon slayer." She used her hand to remove the cloth, revealing a set of handcuffs and a few other items. He looked over, unable to believe his eyes, and wondered, when did she prepare these things? She picked up a cuff and cuffed his hand. Leon suddenly realized, did I just willingly offer a lamb to a tiger's den? Leon was blindfolded, his hands and feet tightly bound. His body on the bed trembled with every breath. Weiser's gaze had now changed, becoming more sinister. She reminded him, "Don't even think about resisting." Leon's scared voice scolded, "You're not planning to torture a confession out of me, are you?" The scene changes, and Weiser's memory flashes back again. One day, while Rose was sleeping, Leon had braided her hair. Weiser woke with a start and asked, "What are you doing?" Leon was surprised that you're awake. He smiled with delight, handing her a mirror, his voice full of pride. "How about a change of hairstyle, once in a while?" She held the newly braided lock of hair, a little surprised. "What is this?" He exclaimed excitedly, "I just braided it randomly. If you don't like it, you could just take it out." She praised him in her heart. "It's actually not bad." So Rose quietly kept the hairstyle. Leon immediately shrieked, "Mother Dragon, I'm telling you, I've had professional interrogation training. I will absolutely not submit to you." Weiser asked teasingly, "Is that so?" A blue orb projected an image of Leon shouting, "I want to kiss you, Rose Weiser." He was stunned. What is this? The voice in the orb continued, "I'm begging you, let me." Weiser teased relentlessly, whose groveling and begging is that? I wonder. The sound still echoed, "Rose Weiser." Leon, blushing red, stammered, That can't be me. It just sounds like my voice." She didn't stop, holding the orb close to his face. "Did I ask that so? Let me give you a closer look." The familiar voice in the orb grew clearer. "Rose Weiser, I want to kiss you. I want to hold you. I want to become one with you." He hurriedly bowed his head and begged, "No need. I remember everything now." She gently picked up the nearby rod. "That it's good that you remember. In that case, right now." Weiser lightly stroked the feather tip, her lips curling into a challenging smile. She demanded of Leon, "Read the contents from just now a few more times." Then She used the tip of the rod to lift his face, uttering a threat. If you don't remember clearly, this teacher here can help you review. Her silhouette was seen brutally and mercilessly beating Leon. The light in the room seemed to witness everything. After being let go, Leon lay on the bed sobbing, feeling completely drained. Weiser stood nearby, reading a letter a dragon had just delivered. He asked curiously, "Is that news from the academy? Sending a dragon to deliver a message this late. Did something happen?" She calmly reported, "The academy told us to go there for a visit tomorrow." Noah got into a fight. Hearing this, he sat bolt upright in shock. The next morning, at Vice Principal Wilson's office, Noah walked with an expressionless face. 3 boys were beaten to a pulp, with bruised faces, black eyes, and even broken arms. Vaughn Wilson sat seriously and informed Leon and Weiser, "I've called you both here today, mainly to handle the matter of Noah fighting with a classmate." Weiser frowned and asked, "Principal, do you mean that these 3 young dragons ganged up to bully our daughter?" She looked over at the 3 kids, her anger flaring. Leon looked at Noah and asked with concern, "Are you hurt anywhere, sweetie?" The little girl crossed her arms and replied calmly, "No, I'm fine." Vaughn Wilson explained, "Actually, your daughter beat up the 3 of them." Weiser exclaimed in surprise, "Is that so?" Leon looked at Noah, stunned. The little girl met his gaze. He winked, implying his praise that, "As expected of my daughter. You did a great job." The little girl understood and gave a proud thumbs up. Vaughn Wilson thought for a moment. Although this incident is just a small scuffle between children, it also involves the conflict between egg-born and live-born dragons. The dragon race has 2 methods of producing offspring: laying eggs and live birth. After reaching adulthood, there is no difference between these dragons, but in their childhood, there is a slight difference in terms of ability. Egg-born dragon whelps receive power directly transferred from their mother's body, giving them a certain advantage in physical constitution and talent. Live-born dragons, on the other hand, need to go through long-term learning to acquire power. It can be said that during the same age period, the strength of an egg-born dragon will be higher than that of a live-born one. He glanced at Noah, a bit of interest in his heart. Although she's a live-born dragon whelp, this child took on 3 older dragon whelps by herself. At such a young age, she has a lot of promise. Suddenly, the principal's office door was unexpectedly thrown wide open. Following that, 2 men strode in and boomed, "I heard my son beat someone up? It's no big deal. I'll just cover the medical expenses." The 2 were stunned when they saw Land's bruised and battered state. "Son, how'd you get beaten up like this?" The boy rushed over to hug the red-haired man, whining Dad. Weiser recognized the acquaintance and turned to briefly introduce him to Leon. That's the Dragon King of the Red Flame Dragon Clan, Constantine. Everyone in the Red Flame Dragon Clan is arrogant and unreasonable, very difficult to talk to. Leon said confidently to her, "The number of red flame dragons I've killed could circle the academy twice." The other man criticized Weiser in a disdainful tone. "I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the great queen of the Silver Dragon Clan? What's the matter? You're a queen yourself, but don't know how to discipline your own child, letting her bully other children at will?" The Silver Dragon Clan's combat power is no match for our Red Flame Dragon Clan, so you can only incite your whelp to bully our clan's child? Leon stepped forward to protect Weiser. She asked, stunned and angry, "What did you say?" The other man asserted furiously, "If you don't apologize to my son today, don't even think about stepping out that door." Leon fearlessly strode forward and provoked. "Who's afraid of whom? I was just itching for a fight." Seeing the situation escalating, Vaughn Wilson slammed his desk and shouted, "Order!" He stroked his beard and said, "Parents, please calm down. Let me recount the story from beginning to end. Last night in the cafeteria, Student Lon and 2 other students had an argument with Student Noah. Noah's plate bumped into Student Lon, dirtying his clothes, my clothes. Therefore, on the way back to the dormitory, the 3 of them blocked Noah in the dormitory's backyard. Then a fierce conflict occurred. He looked over at the 3 boys and asked, "Do you kids want to add anything else?" The 3 immediately stammered, "No, nothing." Noah raised her hand politely. "Principal, I'd like to add something." Wilson asked very gently, "Student Noah, what would you like to add?" Noah crossed her arms in front of her chest and said with a look of dissatisfaction, which made Lon tremble with fear, "First, in the cafeteria, he deliberately picked a fight with me. He was also the one who intentionally knocked over my food tray. Second, in the dormitory's backyard, they rushed over and startled me. I acted in self-defense and accidentally broke his arm." She asked in a cold voice, "Isn't that right, Student Lon?" Lan was so frightened by her words and expression that he burst into tears, and oh, that's not wrong. Lan's father turned around, looking confused. Why are you so afraid of that little girl? After hearing everything, Leon offered his assessment. Noah, I feel that there is indeed something you did wrong. Noah anxiously clenched her small hands, preparing herself for a reprimand. However, Leon just bent down, patted her knee gently, and reminded her, next time you encounter a situation like this, you should first kick your opponent's knee, understand? The little girl asked innocently, why kick the knee? He stood up straight and explained confidently, on the battlefield, if a red flame dragon's knee is injured, they can only take the beating. Noah very seriously took out a small notebook and wrote it down carefully. Yes, I'll pay attention next time. Lan's father, standing beside them, couldn't take it anymore and spoke out in frustration. Hey, principal, did you hear that? This guy is actually teaching his daughter to bully my child. But the opponent's next words made Leon and the others' expressions turn serious. A student with such violent tendencies, an apology can no longer solve the problem. She should be directly expelled. Wilson hurriedly tried to calm the tense atmosphere. This parent, please don't be angry. Whether to expel a student or not is for San His Academy to decide. He also added regarding Lan's transgressions. Besides, many students have reported that student Lan frequently bullies live-born whelps. The students in the cafeteria last night also proved that it was student Lan who deliberately provoked student Noah first. However, Lan's father had not cooled down and stubbornly stuck to his opinion. Principal, are you saying that their daughter beat my son, the academy won't punish her, and instead says it's my son's fault for starting it? Seeing the opponent's arrogant demeanor, Leon couldn't help but get into an argument. Have you no shame? How old is your son? What's the big deal about getting beaten up by my 1 year and 2 month old daughter? The man ignored him and continued to argue. Why do you care how old my son is? In any case, suddenly, Lan stammered, interrupting, I'm 7 years and 11 months old. Hearing this news, Leon covered his mouth to laugh, not forgetting to mock his opponent. If I encountered such an embarrassing situation, I would definitely dig a 3,000-foot hole and crawl into it, letting this matter rot in my stomach forever. Lan's father, still furious, gritted his teeth. You coward who doesn't even dare to show his tail. What right do you have to talk about my son? He pointed straight at Noah and her family and cursed. I see your whole family is a bunch of lowlifes. But as soon as the words left his mouth, his finger was bent back by Leon. His voice had become furious. It's one thing to point and curse at me, but you dare to point and curse at my wife and child. The opponent could only cry out in pain. Ow. Wiser, witnessing this scene, smiled faintly with pride. Leon, he's very protective of his children. Lan's father cried out in resentment. You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? He lunged to attack Leon, but was held back. I am a Duke of the Red Flame Dragon clan. Our leader is Constantine. The two people beside him kept trying to persuade him. Your Grace the Duke, don't be angry. The principal is still here. Don't get physical. Seeing that the man couldn't get past them, he relentlessly teased. Come on, I'm so scared of you. Wiser said in a cold voice, this parent. She warned with great authority, this is a small conflict between children at school. If it involves the status and position of the two families, it will not benefit your family at all. She expressed her viewpoint with great confidence. I believe that San His Academy will make a fair judgment, no matter what the outcome of the handling is. We will accept it. Wilson, who had heard everything, was very satisfied. The Dragon Queen is indeed the reasonable one. Understanding her meaning, he turned to warn Lan's father, this parent, if you insist on causing trouble at the school and complicating the matter. Hearing that his son was at risk of being expelled, the man finally stopped. Then your esteemed son's academic record may be canceled because of it. Lan at his side kept begging Dad let it go. I still want to go to school. For his son's sake. The man suppressed his anger. I was in the wrong just now. We accept the Academy's opinion. However, in his heart, he was still furious with Leon. I'll endure it for now. Let's just wait and see after we leave the school gates. Wilson also quickly announced the outcome of the incident. Very well. This matter was student Lan's fault first. Student Noah acted in justifiable self-defense, but was a bit excessive. In that case, he turned to Noah and said gently, Student Noah will return and receive punishment from her homeroom teacher and seriously reflect on her behavior. Next is the punishment for Lan and the other 2 students. The 3 students in Lan's group will each write a self-criticism letter and submit it to their homeroom teacher. In addition, they will be responsible for cleaning duties for 1 week. This is the final handling result. Just like that, the matter was resolved smoothly, and the atmosphere became peaceful again. Noah waved goodbye to Leon and the others. "Well, I'm going back to my room first." Weiser nodded gently. Go on." Leon, from behind, kept calling out to his daughter, "If they dare to bully you again, you must kick their knees." Wilson appeared behind him out of nowhere. "Mr. Leon." He forced a stiff smile and turned to look. "Principal Wilson, is there something else?" Leon prayed in his heart. He probably didn't hear what I just said, right? Wilson didn't care about that at all. He was curious about another matter. "Although we have only met a few times, I have always had one question. Your tale has never been revealed." Leon felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his face turning pale. Could he have discovered my identity? Wilson just smiled friendly and suggested, "I can't guess which noble dragon clan you come from. If it's convenient, could you tell me?" Seeing that things were not looking good, Weiser immediately came to the rescue. "My husband doesn't have any noble background. He's just an ordinary dragon citizen." Leon also laughed along. "Ha ha ha. That's right. I'm just a commoner." He didn't seem to suspect anything and just smiled in praise. "Yes, that's so? For the 2 of you to combine and produce a whelp with such talent, you could call a miracle." Wilson kept encouraging them. "In short, Sandheath Academy would be delighted to enroll children like them. You 2 understand my meaning, right? You 2 should have a few more. The more the better, the more the better." Leon and the others had long guessed his intention. The headmaster's meaning was completely obvious. He cleared his throat and became serious again. "I believe that by the time Noah graduates," Wilson was extremely firm, "she will definitely lead the dragon clan to victory against many dragon slayers." Leon gave him a forced smile. "Thank you very much." The scene of them talking happened to be witnessed by Lan's father. He turned his back and smirked cunningly. "Let's go." At the academy gate, after everything was settled, Leon and the others also left. However, they hadn't taken more than a few steps before being blocked by Lan's father's group. "Wait a moment, Silver Dragon Queen." Weiser, already feeling annoyed by them, said, "What do you want?" Lan's father said arrogantly, "The Academy has already handled this matter, and didn't you agree to it? Don't be so tense. Those were just pleasantries in the office. I said that to give the Academy face." His target now was Leon. "Now that we're out of the Academy, let's settle this according to the ways of our 2 dragon clans." Lan's father walked up and grabbed him by the collar. "I want to fight your husband." Weiser looked at the crowd, gossiping behind them, and thought to herself, "If we refuse here, they will surely slander the Silver Dragon clan for being weak and afraid to fight." Noticing their hesitation, Lan's father became even more smug. "You surely won't refuse, will you?" Weiser leaned over and asked softly, "Do you want to fight? Is your body okay?" Leon, on the contrary, was very excited and ready to start at any moment. "He's the one who actively came to me begging for a beating. Of course I have to fight," she advised from the side. "Go, just don't kill him." Leon nodded in understanding. "Got it." Inside the school, Noah also noticed her classmates gossiping about something. "Hurry up, I heard there are dragons fighting outside the gate. Let's go take a look." As soon as she heard that, the little girl worriedly thought of something. Fighting, could it be? The students were all standing on the balcony, watching the fight. "Look quickly, there's a fight over there." "Who is it?" Lan's father looked at Leon warming up in front of him and thought confidently, "This guy looks weak. He doesn't even dare to show his tail. Besides his tough talk, there's nothing to be afraid of." He was full of smugness. "My son lost the fight. Today I'll beat his father to help my son regain his honor." Lan's father approached and said, "The Crimson Flame Dragon clan doesn't bully others. As long as you can withstand 3 of my moves, I'll admit defeat." Leon looked bored and unwilling to listen. All right, spare me the chatter." He wanted the fight to be over quickly. "Let's get started." He was infuriated by Leon's flippant attitude. "You!" Lan's father shouted loudly. "This is an outrageous insult to a dragon." The next second, he rushed forward with a fireball in his hand. Leon easily dodged his opponent's attack. "Just as I thought, this guy is much weaker than the dragons I've met on the battlefield." After dodging, he didn't drop his mocking tone. 2 more moves to go. Lan's father frowned deeply. You know how to dodge? He threw a powerful punch that immediately shattered the ground. You're not just going to hide in your shell like a turtle, are you? But this time again, Leon lightly dodged it. He spewed a flame from his mouth. Leon looked a little surprised, but when he saw the flame approaching, Leon remained very calm. No surprise at all. This time he still dodged it with ease. Lan's father was stunned to see Leon had easily dodged everything. He smirked and declared, "Now it's my turn." Leon landed a direct kick to his opponent's knee, causing him to collapse immediately. Seeing himself at a disadvantage, Lan's father was furious. But Leon showed no mercy and threw a punch. Leon's punch directly distorted his face. Because of it, Lan's father was sent flying. He dusted off his hands and said with a disdainful attitude, "For someone your level, I don't even need to use magic." The other two parents were also stunned. "Duke Ryan." Leon turned back and asked gently, "You two want to give it a try?" They immediately retreated in fear. "No, not at all." Leon ordered them to take Lan's father away, not forgetting to warn them. "Then hurry up and get him out of here, and tell your sons not to mess with my daughter in the future." After settling the matter, Leon called out cheerfully, "All right, let's go home." But when he turned around, he was surprised to see a small figure who had been standing there for who knows how long. "Noah, when did you get here?" Noah hesitated and made up an excuse. I was just passing by. It seemed a bit magical here." Then the little girl handed them a box. "This is for you too." Leon immediately asked curiously, "What is it?" Weiser opened it and was surprised to find a box of cookies. Noah said a little shyly, "They're cookies that the teacher taught us to make in cooking class. I only got second place, so they might not be very good. You two should try them." Weiser immediately broke one in half for Leon to try as well. "How could that be? This is delicious, Leon. You try it." After eating, he also nodded in praise. "That's right. How could cookies made by my daughter not be delicious? Next time you'll definitely get first place." At that moment, Noah suddenly said, "Just now, Dad, you were very handsome." It was the first time Leon had received such a compliment, so he blushed in embarrassment. "Noah, you're praising me so directly?" His heart was now filled with joy. Does this mean that the relationship between me and the little one has gotten one step closer? Leon scratched his head and laughed loudly to hide his embarrassment. "Ha ha ha. That of course your dad is very powerful, you know?" He also gently patted the little girl's head and advised, "If you want to know any fighting techniques, just ask your dad." Weiser said nothing, silently observing the scene. Evening came, and Leon was alone in his room, reading very seriously. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening broke the quiet atmosphere. The person who came in was Weiser. He quickly put down his book, a little surprised by her appearance. "Why are you here?" Weiser said nothing and sat right next to him. Leon panicked and thought endlessly, "What is she doing sitting next to me? Don't tell me she has some new game she wants to play." Weiser just said coldly, "Your hand." Leon was taken aback by her words. "Huh?" Weiser had to patiently explain, "Isn't your hand injured?" Only then did Leon remember the wound on his hand. "You mean this? It's just a tiny wound. It'll heal in a few days." Seeing him being slow, Weiser directly took his hand. "Give it here, be good." Leon was too surprised to react. She skillfully dipped a cotton swab into the medicine bottle. Then she very gently applied it to the wound. But Leon couldn't stand the stinging pain it caused and cried out. Weiser gently reminded him, "Don't move. It'll be over in a moment." Leon was moved by her gentleness. As a dragon slayer who has been through many battles, I have countless wounds on my body. In the past, I always treated them carelessly. This is the first time someone has applied medicine for me so meticulously. Weiser, unaware, remained focused on applying the medicine. For him, more than ever, he could clearly feel the warmth from her hand. Weiser's palm was very soft and smooth, while her fingers were a little cold. Everywhere she touched felt tingly. Leon knew his thoughts were straying and immediately dismissed them. "What kind of nonsense am I thinking?" Weiser suddenly said, "Today, thank you." He didn't understand and immediately asked back, "Huh, for what?" While bandaging his hand, she said to him, "Lan's father was very aggressive. You proactively stood up to protect me and Noah." Hearing Weiser say that, he finally understood. "Oh, it's what I should have done. Although we are mortal enemies, in front of others, you are still my wife." Leon blushed and deliberately avoided her gaze. This was all for Noah. Wiser looked at his expression and understood completely. I knew you'd be stubborn like this. After applying the medicine, they also chatted for a while. That's right, my sister sent a letter inviting our whole family to visit. Do you want to go? That sister of yours, I don't want to go. All right then, let's settle our old scores. Damn it, fine, I'll go, okay? Time passed quietly until that day. Wiser transformed into her dragon form and flew the whole family to the territory of the Red Dragon clan. Soon, their whole family arrived. Leon, holding a child, called out gently, "We're here, Mo, wake up." As soon as Issa received news of her sister's arrival, she rushed out to welcome her, little Zos. She hugged her sister tightly and praised her profusely. Your dragon form is always so cool. Very quickly, Wiser transformed back. But Issa didn't let go of her sister because of that. You're beautiful when you transform back too. She was also tickled by her sister's teasing and burst out laughing. Sister, that tickles. Wiser smiled and said to her sister, Sister, let me introduce you to my husband and daughter. You two haven't officially met before. Then she formally introduced my husband, Leon Casmos. Leon also waved a friendly hello. Issa showed no hostility towards him. Hello, brother-in-law. I finally get to see you conscious. Next are the two little ones, and here are my daughters. Mo chirped playfully, hello, Annie. Issa excitedly hugged the little one. Let me guess, you're Mo, and behind you is Noah, right? Mo nodded in confirmation. Yes, Annie, you guessed right. She didn't forget to praise. You're just like little Zos described in her letter. Issa also didn't forget her other niece, little Noah. Do you want Annie to hug you? Noah was a little shy, but still agreed. Yes, you may. Issa then hugged her two nieces, overjoyed. She couldn't stop exclaiming to be able to give birth to two little dragon children. What a blessing. Issa turned to Leon and said politely, I heard from Wiser that you're usually the one taking care of the children. It must be tough on you, brother-in-law. He chuckled and replied, It's no trouble at all. I love taking care of the children, and the kids are closer to me. Wiser, standing beside him, retorted unhappily, They're obviously closer to me. But Leon wouldn't back down and argued back. My wife sure knows how to joke. How could that be? Her face turned serious with anger. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Leon, though annoyed, didn't dare to confront Wiser. All right, they're closer to you, okay? I'll concede to you. Seeing the couple in front of her still bickering like newlyweds, Issa teased, You two really have a great relationship, huh? At the mention of their relationship, both of them blushed in embarrassment. Wiser mumbled, It's just normal. Issa then spoke up to suggest, All right, you must be tired after such a long journey. Let's go inside. After dinner, their family gathered in the living room. Issa lovingly called her two nieces my darlings. She held an old album in her hands and asked, Do you want to see pictures of your mother when she was little? Mo immediately showed her excitement. Yes, we do. Wiser, beside them, was stunned. Wow, what? She quickly tried to snatch the album back. Sister, why do you still have those pictures? Give them to me. Issa was a step faster and held the album up. Little Zos seems to be embarrassed. She suddenly glanced towards Leon. He immediately understood her intention. And so, the two of them successfully coordinated to get the album. Wiser kept trying to stop them. Hey, wait. As Leon flipped through the pages, he thought excitedly, There's nothing more embarrassing than looking at childhood photos. Let's see what dark past you have. But when he opened it, he was extremely surprised. Leon held a stack of photos in his hand, full of excitement. Wifey, I never knew you had this side to you. Wiser heard this and was utterly panicked. Well, what? The children also clamored, Daddy, we want to see too. He held up a photo and praised it endlessly. You looked so full of life when you were in school. Wiser in the photo was elegant and radiant. Issa, watching from the side, was surprised. Oh, this is a picture of little Zos giving a speech as the outstanding student representative. Leon questioned doubtfully, So why are you so cold and aloof now that you're grown up? Before he could finish his sentence, she stomped hard on his foot with her high heel, making him cry out in pain. Ow, ow. Wiser snatched the photo from his hand and whispered, Don't get too smug. Her next target might be you. Issa walked over to Noah and her sister and continued gently. There are many more pictures of your mother when she was little up ahead. You two go take a look. Mo looked at each picture with endless excitement. Mommy was so fair when she was little. It must have felt amazing to touch her skin. Looking at Wiser's childhood photos, Noah exclaimed, Mom, she's so tiny. Mo excitedly chimed in. I want to touch her too. She pointed a picture and said loudly, Mom looks so cool in this picture. Leon suddenly rushed over to get a look. Let Daddy see. Issa looked at Wiser in the photo, dressed in imperial robes with an overwhelming aura. and marveled. Oh, this one was taken on the day Rose Weiser inherited the title of Silver Dragon Queen. Leon looked at her and teased, "Oh ho, you really do look cool." Weiser heard this, blushed, and turned away. Yeah. Noah now reached the end of the album. Surprised, it's the last page. Mo sighed with regret. Is it over already? I wanted to see more pictures of Mom. Weiser took the album from the children's hands and said sternly, all right, if you're done looking, sister, put it back where it belongs. Issa smugly held up a crystal ball. It's not over yet. Do you know what this is? Weiser shouted in panic, sister. Leon raised his hand and answered quickly, I know. That's called a memory stone. She mysteriously covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Do you want to see images of your mother again? Noah and Mo excitedly said in unison, yes, we do. Weiser grabbed her hand, her eyes pleading, sister, for the sake of me being your biological sister, don't let what's inside get out. Leon, not to be outdone, also pleaded, sister, I'm begging you to, for the sake of me being your biological sister's husband, you must let us see what's in here. He thought happily to himself, this extremely reluctant look on Rose Weiser's face. There must be something in there she doesn't want others to see. The two of them vied for her attention, causing Issa a headache. Sister. After a moment of thought, she winked and made her decision. How about this? Since it's Leon's first time here as a guest, we'll listen to him this time, and next time we'll listen to Little Rose. Leon, victorious, happily flashed a peace sign. Oh yeah. Weiser angrily gritted her teeth and vowed to herself, I'm definitely not bringing you next time. Issa lightly touched the memory stone, and the orb emitted a soft light. It began to flicker, projecting an image. Issa said mysteriously, this is a very precious image. Weiser looked at the projected scene, stunned. This place is. She quickly covered Leon's eyes in a panic. You're not allowed to look. This only made Leon more curious. What is it? The image of Weiser sitting by a lake appeared. Issa began, Little Rose, what are your standards for choosing a partner? She blushed shyly. Sister, stop recording. I'm embarrassed. Issa reassured her, don't be shy, just tell me. She scratched her face and said in a small voice, let me think. First, his achievements must be greater than mine. It's best if he's won many first-place awards. Then she continued, he must have a sense of responsibility and not dislike children. Mo was surprised. Isn't Mom talking about Dad? No also agreed. Yet Weiser's voice continued to echo in the room. And he must be powerful, but not use his strength to bully the weak, have his own principles, and not be influenced by the masses or the outside world. Leon was overjoyed. Powerful, doesn't bully the weak, that's right. She's definitely talking about me. She immediately pinched his mouth shut. Geez, have you no shame? The teenage Weiser continued. These 3 points are very difficult, especially the last one. Many people lose themselves after gaining power and authority. Issa looked at them and smiled unconsciously. The Weiser in the memory curled up, her eyes full of hope as she looked up. Who knows? If such a person doesn't exist, I won't force myself to get married. Then Weiser looked straight at the memory stone and smiled brightly. If I get married in the future, I will only marry a person like that. After hearing this, Leon blushed, his mouth agape in surprise. He looked at her and whispered, so I'm the perfect person in your heart. Weiser nudged him with her shoulder and quickly clarified that was just some nonsense I said when I was young. Leon lowered his voice. I get it. You don't have to be so embarrassed. Issa walked over to the two of them. Curious, I'm also very curious. Who pursued who at the beginning? They both pointed at each other and said in unison, he pursued me first. Hearing this, the fire of anger in Weiser ignited. She growled, say that again. Leon cried out in fear and then explained, she pursued me first. It's just that I was ignorant and didn't pay attention to her. I regretted it later and pursued her back. Hearing that, she calmed down and turned her head. That's acceptable. Issa chuckled with amusement. You two really do have a good relationship. They both shook their heads in denial. Not at all. She continued cheerfully. Well then, do you want to see the love letters that Little Rose received back then? There were enough to make a pile. Leon and his two daughters said in unison, we want to see. Weiser panicked. Sister, why do you still have those? Her scream echoed throughout the castle. Hurry up and give them to me so I can burn them. After a struggle, Leon led Weiser to a bright room. He whispered, there's no other choice. We can only sleep in the same room here. It's not like I want to. Looking at the items inside made her panic. A clean rose petal bathtub, fresh roses arranged in a heart shape on the mattress. The whole room looked no different from a honeymoon suite. The two of them froze, completely thunderstruck. What is this? Wiser was amazed by the splendor. Sister, what's with this room? Issa winked playfully. I specially prepared this room for you two. You can stay here for the next 2 days. Wiser was still embarrassed. Are there any other rooms? Issa immediately teased. You're already a married couple. What's there to be shy about? Watching the two sisters laugh and joke, Leon thought to himself, I was careless. The mother dragon's sister is certainly not to be underestimated. He saw through her wicked intentions. She wants to lock two endangered species together, wait for them to develop feelings, produce offspring, and fulfill the mission of making the race prosper. Leon tried to make a run for it. I have to get out of this place. But he was discovered by Issa. Where are you going, brother-in-law? He randomly came up with an excuse. The kids probably miss me. I'll go check on them. She already had a countermeasure. Moan and Noah, following Issa's instructions, were happily building with blocks. Don't worry, I can handle the kids myself. I prepared another room for them. They're probably having a lot of fun right now. Then she left them to their private space. You two just stay here and get some good rest. Both Leon and Wiser sighed in exasperation. She couldn't resist. It seems we can only sleep in this room today. He said sarcastically, I didn't expect your sister to be quite the schemer. Wiser admitted, that's just how my sister is. You'll know once you've lived with her for a while. Upon seeing the things in the closet, she couldn't help but feel shy and slammed it shut, leaving Leon looking bewildered. Wiser quickly changed the subject. This room only has one bed and one bathroom. You understand, right? You sleep in the bathtub. Hearing that, Leon immediately protested. On what ground are you telling me to sleep in the bathroom? Anyway, he discovered that Issa had prevented anyone from sleeping in the bathtub. Moreover, I've already checked. The drain in the bathtub has been blocked. Your sister is determined to force us to sleep in the same bed. When he touched it, he also felt a strange sensation. Oh, the feeling of this bed is also different from a normal bed. He exclaimed in horror. Could this be a waterbed? Leon was as excited as a child. Ha, it's pretty bouncy. He set a condition, a bed this comfortable. I won't let you enjoy it all by yourself, which made Wiser stammer. Titch, then let's sleep together. Leon pushed his luck, directly making her more embarrassed. Why the change of heart? Don't tell me you have some improper designs on me. Wiser, embarrassed and angry, retorted, so are you going to sleep or not? She even took out her whip to threaten him. Or maybe today we can play with the things in the closet. What do you think? Leon immediately backed down. No need for that. Getting the answer she wanted, she let him off. Then I'm going to take a bath. Don't you dare peek. It unexpectedly hit a nerve with Leon. Puffed. Who would want to peek? She just kicked him out, like I'd believe you. You go wait outside until I'm done. Leon mumbled to the side. It's not like I haven't seen it before. I'm sick of seeing it. But as soon as he went out, he ran into someone. Issa was surprised to see him in the hallway. She immediately asked, why are you out here? Where's little Rose? He answered honestly, she's taking a bath. I came out for some fresh air. Issa looked her brother-in-law up and down and then invited him. Care for a drink with me? Leon didn't refuse. Sure. As she poured the wine, she recounted. This is the wine that little Zose usually likes to drink. He accepted the glass, along with a word. Thanks. Issa began to confide. In the past, little Zose would occasionally drink wine and chat with me here. Leon commented, you two have a really good relationship. Aided by the alcohol, Issa poured out her heart. I watched little Zose grow up. From the day she was born until she was 15, she spent it all with me. After she became the Silver Dragon Queen, she left this place, and we switched to writing letters to let each other know we were safe. Over a year ago, she suddenly told me she had married a reclusive dragon king and was even pregnant with his child. She recalled that time. She was clearly married, but she wasn't happy at all. Her words gave the feeling that she was very anxious. This made Issa very sad. In her letter, she said your health wasn't good, that you would sleep for very long periods and couldn't be by her side. Although she had maids to take care of her, carrying 2 children, whether during pregnancy or birth, is much more difficult than one. Leon also drifted into thought, forced to carry the child of her enemy, going through pregnancy alone. She could only vent her worries and sorrows by writing letters to her sister. Rose Wiser must have felt like each day was a year back then. A moment of contemplation passed, and Issa continued her story. At that time, I thought she had married some trashy male dragon who was both irresponsible and lazy. Leon was a little offended and let out a forced laugh. Do I look like that kind of dragon to you? Seeing his reaction, Issa quickly tried to smooth things over. Based on the short time we've spent together tonight, I can see you're really not trash. Perhaps it was for other reasons. Her excuse was, but this also makes me believe even more that little Zoe's really likes you. Leon almost dropped his wine glass upon hearing that. This was like a bolt from the blue. Rose Weiser, she likes me? Thinking of Weiser's cute image, Leon blushed. Rose Weiser, she likes me? A second later, that thought was extinguished by the image of Weiser's angry face. No way, just thinking about it is impossible. How could that vicious mother dragon possibly like me? Then he looked at Issa and thought, you don't really understand your sister, do you? Seeing Leon like this, she teased. What's wrong, are you shy? Leon didn't answer. Instead, he let out a long sigh and thought, but I still have to pretend to be affectionate in front of her sister. Then he forced a smile. You're not wrong. We were a match made in heaven. Isa placed her hand on his shoulder and said excitedly, I can tell just by the way you two are together. She continued, little Zoe's is especially bad at expressing her feelings. Besides me, you're the first dragon to make her act this way. Isa's gaze turned terrifying. Leon, you are a responsible man. You should know what to do from now on without me having to tell you, right? Under that gaze, Leon couldn't help but tremble. If I say I don't know, she'll definitely kill me right here, won't she? Thinking this, he spoke up. Rest assured and entrust your sister to me. I couldn't be by her side to take care of her during her first pregnancy if she gets pregnant a second time. He placed his hand on his chest and declared solemnly, I will definitely protect my wife and child at all costs. These words made Isa smile lightly. You little rascal, you'd better be a man of your word. With that, she pushed Leon away. All right, stop showing off. Hurry back. Don't keep little Zoe's waiting. As he walked away, she called out, all right. Leon turned his head back, confused, and asked, is there something else? Isa smiled suggestively and whispered, tonight, you don't have to be so formal and restrained. That room is very well soundproofed. Hearing the 4 words, very well soundproofed, Leon froze solid. And when he understood, his face turned completely red. Then he shouted, I'm so grateful to you. Back in their room, Leon tiptoed inside. Approaching Weiser, he wondered to himself, has Rose Weiser fallen asleep already? A sinister smile spread across his face. Not bad. I won't have to be tormented by her tonight. Leon took a moment to admire Weiser's expression in her sleep. Even though we are enemies, I have to admit she looks truly beautiful when she's sleeping. Suddenly, Leon seemed to see something. Weiser's chest was now glowing, making Leon wonder, why is her chest glowing? He was terrified. Don't tell me the dragon crest has activated again. Then he calmed down, pulling open his shirt to check. That's not right. The dragon crest on my body isn't resonating. What's going on? He slowly pulled back her blanket and saw a light bulb inside. Just then, Weiser woke up, catching Leon in this ambiguous act. Leon jumped in fright and yelled, what the hell? Why did you hide a light bulb under your feet? You scare me half to death. Weiser held up the light bulb while saying gleefully, I just found this toy among the ones hanging on the shelf. I thought it was interesting, so I took it out to tease you. She continued, what's wrong? Seeing your reaction like that, don't tell me you're feeling disappointed. As if she'd hit a sore spot, Leon blushed and avoided her gaze. No way. With that, he immediately curled up in the blanket like a cocoon. I'm going to sleep. Don't talk to me. Seeing this, she laughed out loud. Just then, she teased him. Don't you regret it, and then ambush me in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Weiser carelessly bumped into the headboard. A spider dropped down from a thread out of nowhere. Seeing it, Weiser's face turned pale. She screamed, making Leon sit up immediately. What's wrong? Weiser threw herself into his arms, her voluptuous body clinging tightly to him. Weiser looked up, her voice filled with fear. There's a spider. Hearing this reminded Leon. Today, when I was looking at the photos, I think I saw a picture of Rose Weiser as a child being scared to tears by a spider. Is it because of a psychological trauma from her childhood? Then Leon laughed loudly. So there's something that can scare the Silver Dragon Queen? Right after, he stepped in front of her to catch the spider. I'm helpless against you. I'll help you catch it. She urged him on in fear. Hurry up. Leon placed his hand on the spider. As soon as he picked it up, he realized something. Leon held the spider out in front of Weiser. Look, it's just a toy spider. What's there to be afraid of? She squeezed her eyes shut, not daring to look, and screamed. A second later, her anger erupted. Whether it's real or fake, destroy it for me. Vaughn, frightened by Weiser's tense expression, quickly tried to calm her down. Hey, calm down. Calm down. I'll throw it outside for you. A second later, the spider was thrown outside, even saying to itself, I'm free. Leon turned his head back and smiled comfortingly at her. All right, the spider's been dealt with. Can we sleep now? He sighed and thought to himself, this spider was probably also her sister's doing, right? Was it to make Rose Weiser reveal her fearful, weak side? Weiser's face was now completely red. That sinister plan had indeed made her reveal her vulnerability. She stammered a suggestion. So, can I sleep on the inside and you sleep on the outside? Leon generously replied, no problem. You can sleep wherever you want. The two lay down without a word, a moment of silence falling between them. Suddenly, Leon spoke up. If you're still scared, do you want to hold my hand while we sleep? Weiser was stunned, not understanding what was happening. She shyly exclaimed, if you're the one who said it then. Then she gently reached out her hand to take Leon's. Leon spoke, making Weiser blush even more. How can you feel safe just by holding my pinky finger? She asked back shyly, then how should I hold it? Leon then directly interlaces his fingers with hers. Then he explained again, silly, you have to hold it like this. The two looked into each other's four eyes, and Weiser was astonished. Weiser thought to herself in confusion, why is this guy holding my hand so naturally? Am I the only one who feels weird about this? She quickly shook her head, dispelling her thoughts. No, that's not right. I am the Silver Dragon Queen, who dares to act and dares to take responsibility. It's just holding hands. What's there to be shy about? Just then, Leon also spoke up. Why are your hands so cold? She immediately made an excuse. I was born this way. He continued to question her. Are you nervous? Why are your palms sweating? She immediately retorted, it's you who's sweating. Weiser, with one eye closed and one eye open, peeked at Leon, silently observing the hand holding hers. Leon's hand has small scars and calluses from holding a sword for many years. It's a little rough, but incredibly warm. Where their 10 fingers touched, it felt like an electric current was passing through. She moved her hand slightly. Thinking this, she shyly turned her head away. Leon suddenly spoke up to start a conversation. Tell me about your criteria for choosing a partner earlier. Weiser immediately cut him off. That was fake. It's been over 100 years. Don't take it seriously. Leon continued to ask, so what are your criteria now? She replied coldly, I don't have any criteria now. Then the atmosphere became quiet again with the two red-faced people lying next to each other. Inside, Leon was screaming, unable to sleep at all. Then, unable to resist, Leon peeked at Weiser. Has she fallen asleep? He slowly moved his hand while thinking, holding still in one position. My fingers have gone numb. Sneakily moving my hand a little should be fine. Weiser, on her side, was actually still awake, constantly screaming in her mind, this guy, if you're going to hold my hand, just hold it. Why do you keep fidgeting back and forth? Her eyes were displeased as she looked at Leon. A prisoner dares to touch his master? Then Weiser made a bold decision. Very well, then I'll touch you too. Leon's whole body suddenly shivered. He shifted, wondering uncomfortably what's going on. Why does Rose Weiser keep touching me? His hand accidentally touched Weiser's thigh, causing Leon's mind to wander. Her body is so soft. Everywhere our skin touches, it feels tingly. Their bodies kept getting closer, making Leon ponder, what a strange mood. There's a feeling of hunger rising wildly. Leon swallowed, I really want to. Weiser's ears also turned red, and he had the same thought as her. I really want to. I really want to do something. Then the two opened their eyes and looked at each other, as if understanding each other. They both nodded as a signal. The blanket was thrown up. Leon leaned over Weiser. The two, blushing, pressed close to each other just for tonight. The two looked into each other's four eyes. Weiser whispered his name, Leon. Leon also hummed in response to her. Then he thought to himself, we clearly know what's about to happen, but the strange thing is the dragon crest isn't reacting at all. The dragon crest is a type of magic used to enhance pleasure. When there is a pure desire and affection for each other between two people, the dragon crest will not react. Leon's lips almost touched Weiser's. His arm accidentally touched a mechanism on the bed. Instantly, a spider appeared again. Weiser let out a blood-curdling scream. Leon hastily reassured her, don't be afraid, I've caught it. Don't release your dragon flame. Outside, ISA, holding a glass of red wine, said smugly, they must have discovered the surprise I prepared for them, right? Back to the two of them. Leon held Weiser in his arms, constantly cooing, don't be afraid, it's all over. I've checked thoroughly inside and out. There are no other mechanisms. Outside, the two spiders that were thrown out are also cuddling. It's just the two of us now. Leon and Weiser hugged each other without letting go. Weiser suddenly looked up and said, your heartbeat is too fast. He quickly found an excuse. I'm also afraid of spiders. Weiser clutched his shirt tightly. I won't do this with you again in the future. Leon took the opportunity to hug her. Weiser carefully reminded him, after tonight, don't mention this again. He also agreed with her, okay, I know. The next morning, bright light shone through the window. It shone directly on Weiser's face, waking her up. She sat up, wondering to herself, when did I fall asleep? And looking to the side, she continued to wonder, that guy woke up early? Weiser slowly got out of bed, but that's good too. After what happened last night, I don't know how to face him now. She pondered. While changing her clothes, Weiser thought, this is also the first time I've broken my own principles, revealing my weakness in front of human, and even sleeping in his arms. Weiser silently scolded herself while getting dressed. In a moment, she was done. She stepped out of the room. This is too embarrassing. It absolutely cannot get out. Just then, a voice rang out. You're awake? It was ISA. She looked at Weiser and smirked. How was it last night? Was it exciting? Weiser shouted in annoyance. Extremely exciting. Don't do that again next time. ISA continued to whisper in her ear, the toys I prepared for you too. Have you used them yet? Weiser replied shyly, not yet. Hearing that, ISA added, what a pity. All right, wait a bit. I'll pack up some toys. You two can take them home to practice. When are you two going to have another child? I'm waiting for her to inherit the Red Dragon Sanctuary. Weiser shyly cut ISA off, sister, the two of us, that you don't need to worry about it. Let go of breakfast. At the Red Dragon Sanctuary's dining hall, Moan and Leon were playing happily. Seeing ISA and Weiser approaching, the little one called out, Mommy and Annie are here. Moan jumped off Leon's lap. We can eat now. At the dining table, the atmosphere was extremely silent. Leon and Weiser were extremely awkward. Leon glanced at her while eating. This is so embarrassing. He recalled last night's scene. Last night, I was led by the atmosphere and almost kissed Rose Weiser, and even slept while holding her. Two personalities rose up in Leon. The angel's side poked Leon. Leon, you threw yourself into the arms of the enemy. That's an act of betrayal. The devil's side laughed mockingly. They're husband and wife. They've already done everything to take the next step. What's this little thing? Then the two sides charged at each other. Let's have a fight. Meanwhile, Leon expressionlessly brought a piece of bread to his mouth. The bread tasted a bit bland. He reached out his hand. I'll add some peanut butter. Leon's hand accidentally touched Weiser's. The two looked at each other in surprise. The following is the secret of the waterbed, taught by teacher ISA. This is the waterbed that makes your heart race and your emotions surge, which I specially prepared for Little Rose's couple. Both sides of the bed are designed with trigger buttons. When you touch a trigger button, the toy spider that little Dao is afraid of will immediately appear. She explained, if you two just hug each other on the bed, you won't be able to activate the mechanism. So, you two know what to do, right? Hearing this, Weiser couldn't take it anymore and screamed, you're doing too much. The two, embarrassed, quickly turned their heads to opposite sides. Leon spoke up, you go first. Weiser also replied, okay. At this moment, ISA also teased, is it hot in the dining hall? Why are both of your faces so red? Hearing this, the two pretended to fan themselves with their hands. Weiser forced a laugh and replied, yes, it's quite hot. Leon also added, no, not wrong. Hearing that, ISA raised her hand and whispered, then do you want to go back to the room to take a bath? They shouted in unison, no need. ISA covered her mouth and giggled. No matter how many times I tease you, your reactions are still so interesting. Then she seemed to realize something and stopped teasing. All right, little Dao, I heard that a few days ago you had a conflict with a duke for the Red Flame Dragon clan. Weiser answered her. His son brought others to bully Noah, but failed and got beaten up instead. After that incident, he still wanted to cause trouble for us. He got a beating from Leon. Leon laughed out loud. That dragon was too weak. He was knocked down with just one punch. At the same time, ISA turned to stroke Noah's head. Our Noah is so good. Then she returned to the main topic, but that useless duke, after returning, went to find the leader, Constantine, and he blatantly exaggerated the story. Hearing this name, Weiser clenched her fists in anger. That despicable man. Leon also placed his hand on his chin and thought, Constantine, I seem to remember that in the history of the dragon race, he was described as a heroic figure who expanded the territory for the dragons. ISA continued to explain, you also know, recently he has been very active in expanding his territory. He might take this opportunity, so you two must be careful. Weiser replied in a low voice, If he really makes a move on me, the Silver Dragon Highness, for the sake of that useless duke, then. Her eyes became sharper as she continued. I won't be polite in reforming the Red Flame Dragon clan either. At the gate of the Red Dragon Sanctuary, a farewell is taking place. Isa hugged Wiser. Be careful on your way back. She also replied happily, yes, sister, we'll come to visit you again in the future. Then Isa continued to wink at Wiser. A farewell gift for you. Remember to open it when you get home. Okay, Wiser couldn't help but be confused but still replied, thank you, sister. Then Isa hugged Moan and Noah. She looked at the two little girls happily and advised, you two eat well and grow up quickly. Come and play at Annie's place again next time. She bent down and kissed Noah's cheek. The little girl obediently replied, yes, ma'am. Moan also chimed in, Moan will eat a little more. Isa stood up straight, looked at Leon's face, and said, finally. She stepped forward to shake his hand. Don't forget what you promised me. Leon also affirmed, I'm a man of my word. Leaving Wiser there, stunned and not understanding what was happening. Then Wiser transformed, becoming a white dragon. Then she flew away. The two little girls said loudly, goodbye, Annie. Isa below also waved goodbye. Have a safe trip. Just then, Isa returned to the house. She exclaimed, young dragons are really interesting. Then she opened a door and entered a room. I wonder when their whole family will visit me again. Here, a spider appeared on the door out of nowhere. It spun a thread down, startling Isa. Her face darkened. That little rascal, so eager to protect his wife. On Leon's side, a sneeze immediately rang out from being talked about. Leon rubbed the tip of his nose and thought, her sister must have discovered the surprise I specially prepared for her, right? Remembering the image of Rose Wiser and Isa, Leon became pensive. Rose Wiser and Isa are completely different from the Dragon Kings I've come into contact with before. Recalling the sight of the two of them playing together, he continued to think. After spending time with them, I can see that they are very friendly, gentle, and also very family-oriented. From them, I can feel a passionate love for their relatives. He continued to mumble, her sister actually entrusted her most precious little sister to me. At this moment, Wiser, with a sharp gaze, also spoke up just now when you were about to leave. What did you promise my sister? Hearing her question, he laughed and replied, teasing her, you want to know? I'm not telling you. Hearing that, Wiser was a little unhappy. Night falls. By now, Moan and Noah were fast asleep. Wiser quietly stepped out of the room. She found Leon already waiting there. He looked at her and said that thing. She asked back, puzzled. He began to explain, can you reenact the recording from yesterday for me? Leon's revenge plan for today. Use her embarrassing past to attack Rose Wiser. Don't let her sleep well. Leon reenacted Wiser's actions from yesterday. I like to take a clean bath, wag my tail, and blow bubbles. Seeing this, her anger flared up. The following is the section for exposing Wiser's dark history. In the living room of the Red Dragon Sanctuary, Isa looked at Moan and said, let's watch other recordings of Little Dao. The little girl replied excitedly, okay. Isa signaled for silence and whispered, follow me. The two walked slowly. They arrived in front of Wiser's bathroom door. Inside, Wiser was unaware and still humming a tune. I like to take a clean bath. A young Wiser sang enthusiastically, wag my tail, and blow bubbles. Back in the present, Leon laughed until his stomach hurt. Wifey, your singing voice is as beautiful as a nightingale's. Wiser was angry. Don't stop me. I will definitely destroy it. Isa hurriedly hugged her to stop her. You can't do this. I have to keep it as a family heirloom. In the end, it was hard to escape fate. This object was sealed, and on it were the words, please do not open. Back to the main story. Leon stood there choking with laughter, not caring in the slightest about Wiser's feelings. You're really so silly. Wiser's eyes turned cold. It seems you're very bored, aren't you? She pushed him against the wall, growling his name, Leon. Once Rose Wiser gets extremely angry, the consequences are very serious. She cracked her knuckles, her eyes like a demon's. Should we, perhaps, continue what we were doing last night? Leon broke out in a cold sweat. The mother dragon has gone crazy. Running is the best option. With that, he ran for his life, leaving Wiser to roar in anger. Stop. He ran into the room and closed the door. But he was a step too slow. Wiser poked her head in, her voice cold. I'll give you 1 minute. Take a clean bath and come to my room. She pressed her face close to Leon's, her words full of danger. Tonight, Teacher Rose here will teach you a proper lesson on what happens when you use my embarrassing past to threaten me. Then, she slammed the door and left. Leon slapped his own mouth. This mouth, why is it so clumsy? Then he thought again, I didn't expect her to react so strongly, but this proves that this embarrassing past is very effective against her. Leon smiled slyly. Leon fantasized like a hero, although the price for breaking her defense is that my body has to endure torment. This is also a worthy sacrifice for a dragon slayer. Back in reality, Leon cried his eyes out. My body, if it has to be ruined, so be it. At this moment, the sound of running water came from Weiser's bathroom. He silently made a resolution. As long as I can make the Silver Dragon Queen uncomfortable, then I will never refuse. On the other hand, Weiser, unaware, continued to enjoy herself and hum. In his own room, Leon shouted, just you wait, Rose Weiser. 10 minutes after Leon entered the room, Leon said wearily, Don't be so fierce, Rose Weiser. Weiser's eyes were sharp. Call me Teacher Rose, got it? Leon replied cheekily, still putting on an act. You're quite the actress, Mother Dragon. Hearing this, Weiser raised her whip, insolent. She whipped him hard. Leon cried out in pain. Weiser, no new coy land. You call me the wrong name again. It seems the student still doesn't understand his situation right now, Student Leon. Leon thought to himself, this whip doesn't hurt much when it hits me, but the feeling is really uncomfortable. Leon immediately realized something. I get it. The Mother Dragon wants to humiliate me through this role play. Looking at her model teacher cosplay, he thought to himself, Rose Weiser is playing the role of a teacher, and I'm the disobedient student who won't listen. If I want to end this game quickly, I have to cooperate with Rose Weiser. At this moment, Weiser's voice cut through his thoughts. Do you know where you went wrong? Leon, blushing, stammered, I'm sorry, teacher. From now on, I'll study hard, listen to you, and won't do it again. Weiser took off her glasses and replied, very well. Student, are you ready to submit your homework? Leon asked in surprise, homework? What homework? She said coldly, you don't even know what homework? And you still dare to say you'll study hard. He stammered in reply, then please tell me again. I'll listen properly. Weiser replied, fine. Who said I'm not a reasonable person? Right after that, Weiser sat directly on Leon. She had an unreadable expression. Today's homework is to make my dragon crest light up. She pushed him down. If you can't do it, there will be a heavier punishment. Leon stammered. Who said I can't do it? Immediately, he put his hands around her waist. He thought to himself, we've spent countless nights together. I'm the one who knows the Mother Dragon's sensitive spots the best. As soon as he hit her weak spot, Weiser's face involuntarily flushed. Her voice also became strained. Student Leon, you've mastered the lessons so quickly? Leon pressed his face against Weiser's chest, making her let out a soft moan. Post-credits. Weiser opened the gift box from ISA. Inside was a swimsuit. Seeing it, Weiser said to herself, next time I'll take the kids to the beach. Leon hugged Weiser. His face was flushed. He stammered, I've finished my homework, is that okay? Weiser smiled sinisterly. That was just reviewing some old exercises. That's all. She slid her hand down Leon's shirt. Your real homework. You haven't submitted it yet. Leon replied helplessly. That's allowed? Leon looked at Weiser and cursed in his heart. Damn it, I knew this Mother Dragon wouldn't let me off so easily. The great fake dragon slayer Leon was once again defeated by the Mother Dragon. He looked at the mark on his body and wondered, is it because it's related to the dragon crest? His mouth was also getting dry. My mouth is getting drier and drier. Weiser wrapped her arms around Leon's neck. He thought to himself, my body is also starting to feel uncomfortable. The two shared a sweet kiss. Weiser's voice also became strained. Student Leon, not well-behaved at all. He kissed her neck in reply. Isn't this what you wanted? She replied to Leon's words, no, not wrong. Hurry a little faster. Their hands intertwined, wrapped around each other. A moment later, Leon let out a tired sigh. His tired eyes thought, it's finally over. Then he put on a shirt and said, Teacher, the homework is done. Can we in class now? Weiser pulled his hand back. She leaned in and said, you've only submitted one subject. There's still 6 more to go. Leon asked again, confused. Just then, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Leon's head was spinning. Miss, you're a real homework fanatic. Meanwhile, Wiser was blooming with joy. Stop wasting your breath. Student Leon, hurry up and get your spirits back. Prepare to do homework all night. This is bound to be a long and arduous night. The next morning, Wiser's face was radiant. Wiser was in high spirits. In contrast to her, Leon, beside her, had dark circles under his eyes, looking weak and unsteady on his feet. Moan immediately started teasing him. Dad's dark circles are so black. Noah asked sternly, "Why do you look like you didn't sleep all night, Dad?" He pointed to his dark circles and explained, "This is from doing homework too late." Moan asked, confused, "Do adults have homework too?" Wiser replied to the child, as if it were true, "Children have children's homework, and of course, adults have adults' homework too." The two little girls were still confused. Suddenly, Moan raised her hand to speak. Moan has discovered a super-duper powerful rule. When Mom is in a good state, Dad becomes very weak, and then when Dad is in a good state, Mom becomes weak. Is that right? Hearing this, Leon patted Moan's head. "Good girl, you're just too smart." The little girl smiled happily at that. Leon thought to himself, she so easily discovered a truth that ordinary people don't notice. Then he stood up spiritedly with Moan. "From now on, if anyone says you only know how to be clingy, Dad will be the first to fight them to the death." The quiet Noah just observed them without saying anything. At this moment, the former dragon Leviathan had also arrived. Seeing this, Noah said, "Oh, he's here." The little girl turned to say goodbye to Moan and Wiser. "Goodbye, Mom." "Goodbye, Moan." Wiser replied, "Be careful." Moan, still playful, waved her hand. "Come back and play with Moan soon, big sis. When you're not here, Moan misses you a lot." Leon also said goodbye to Noah. "Study hard. See you next week." The little girl replied a bit shyly, "MHM." Then she said goodbye to everyone. "I'm leaving now." Moan said goodbye, big sis. "Bye-bye, big dragon." At this point, Leon turned to ask Moan, "Now that we've seen your sister off to school, what should we do today?" Moan put her hand to her mouth, thinking, Dad is always weak and tired. Mom also looks very worried. The little girl showed her firm resolve. "Big sis isn't here. I have to push Dad to train his body to become stronger." Seeing Moan's strange actions, Leon was a bit bewildered. Then Moan pulled Leon's hand and ran off. "Dad, let's go to the training ground to run today." He replied, "All right." Seeing this, Wiser thought to herself, "It seems the little one is very interested. I'll follow them and see what's up." Leon taught Moan some warm-up exercises. He counted rhythmically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Moan, tired, asked, "Dad, why do we have to do these exercises?" While exercising, he explained to Moan, "Warming up before exercise is very important, sweetie. Stretching helps the body relax, increases flexibility, and reduces the risk of injury during exercise." Moan quickly understood and replied, "Yes." "Yes." Moan understands. Wiser had also put on her gloves by now. She was in a ready state. Mom's joining too. Hearing this, Moan excitedly asked, "Awesome. Mom is going to run with us too?" Wiser patted the little girl's head. She smiled cheerfully and replied, "That's right. In a little while, Moan will have to try her best. Mom won't go easy on you." Moan was thrilled by that statement. "Okay, Moan won't go easy on Mom either." Leon suddenly spoke up. "You sit in the office all day. Watch out or it'll affect your legs." Wiser smiled confidently. "Don't think you beat me in our last sparring match." Hearing this, Leon angrily retorted, "Don't twist the facts. It was a draw. I wasn't even using my full strength." She held out her hands with a victorious smile. "If you're not convinced, let's have another match." After hearing this, Moan also stood up to cheer. "Awesome. Mom and Dad have another match." Leon immediately ran over and covered the little girl's mouth. Children shouldn't be talking about fighting all the time. Hearing that, Moan asked again, "Why can't Dad beat Mom?" This question from the little girl made Leon freeze. He thought to himself, "You're so young. How do you already know how to add fuel to the fire?" With that thought, he stood up and said loudly in a strained voice, "It's not that Dad can't win. It's that Dad is afraid of hurting Mom, so I go easy on her." At this moment, Wiser's tail swiped a strong line on the ground. She crossed her arms and continued, still so stubborn. "Huh? How about we compete right now to see who has better endurance?" Hearing this, Leon's competitive spirit flared up. A competition it is, who's afraid of whom? When it comes to endurance, it's not yet clear who will win. All three were in a stance, wanting to win. Moan shouted, "I won't lose either," and also began to give the signal, ready. Go. As soon as the word was out, all three of them dashed off, kicking up a cloud of dust. Leon turned to look at Wiser and said mockingly, "Does your tail get in the way when you run like this?" She smiled and replied, "The tail is for balance. You should be admiring it." She continued, "If you're so great, why don't you take out your tail?" Leon said pettily, "I can beat you even without a tail." Ignoring the two of them talking, Moan had already taken a significant lead. After 2 laps, Moan was panting and sat on the ground. "Moan, can't run anymore." Anna brought over a cup of water, smiling warmly. Young Miss is already very impressive. Seeing that Wiser and Leon still hadn't given up, Anna spoke up, "Let's stand to the side and cheer for Her Majesty and the Prince Consort." Leon thought as he ran, "The Silver Dragon clan is inherently #1 in speed. Racing against Wiser, I definitely don't have an advantage. But I've charged across many battlefronts. I will definitely not give up." He glanced over at her. "I'm betting the dignity of a dragon slayer. I absolutely cannot lose here." With that thought, he sped up, shouting like a madman, one of the dragon slayer's creeds, "Live to fight until you die." After 20 minutes, Leon had no strength left and was lying flat on the ground. Wiser stood beside him and asked, "Have you conceded yet?" A man's pride wouldn't allow Leon to concede. He retorted, "No, I don't concede." After hearing that, Wiser, not tired at all, offered, "You don't concede? Fine, then get up and let's keep running." Leon breathed with difficulty. "Give me 2 days to train. I will definitely beat you." Wiser sat down in front of him. "Are 2 days enough? I think you might not even beat me in 2 years. Hearing this, Leon yelled, "Who says I can't win?" Wiser touched her small tail to Leon's cheek. "So, my clueless mister who was utterly defeated by me, show me a performance now." She continued, not paying attention to Leon's helpless expression. "I like to wash my body until it's very clean." Then he stood up angrily and shouted, "You hold such a grudge against me. I'll definitely make you suffer." Wiser was unfazed, saying bluntly, "Oh, I'm so scared." Right after that, Wiser held out her hand towards Moan. "Moan, your dad is too weak. Let Mom continue training with you." The little girl quickly ran toward Wiser. "Yes, Mom, wait for me." At this moment, Moan turned her head back. "Dad's body is too weak. You have to remember to train hard, okay?" Hearing this, Leon felt like he was struck by lightning on a clear day. He shouted in frustration, "30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't you dare look down on your old, weak father." At this time, the table was filled with delicious dishes. Moan scooped up a spoonful of soup and offered it to Leon. "Dad, open your mouth." Leon quickly did as Moan asked and opened his mouth. As soon as he ate, he kept the spoon in his mouth and collapsed onto the table. Seeing this, Moan cried out worriedly, "Dad." Wiser also said, "Your limbs are getting old. Don't push yourself so hard in the future." Leon took the spoon out of his mouth, his eyes dazed. "It's definitely related to last night's homework. If I hadn't done homework so late, I definitely would have beaten you today." Hearing that, Wiser said teasingly, "Is that so? Then do you want to do more homework tonight?" Leon, who was like a living corpse, was startled and shot up. "What?" Then he used little Moan as a shield. "I have a date with Moan tonight. I have to tell her a story." Moan was still just an innocent child. She asked again, "Dad, do we have a date?" Leon replied, "We didn't a moment ago, but we do now." Hearing that, Wiser didn't tease him anymore. "Then you two shouldn't tell stories too late. You need to rest early." Moan replied happily, "I know, Mom." On the way back to the room, Wiser's sharp eyes noticed someone was watching her. She spoke, "Come out." Hearing this, Sally also stepped out and bowed. "Your Majesty." Wiser asked, "Is there any new information?" Sally continued sternly, "I found a place where Tiger Lauren and his wife were hiding, but they moved away a year ago. They're no longer in the Empire now." She continued, "Additionally, when they moved, all their household assets were donated to an orphanage. Their livestock was also given to the surrounding neighbors, except..." At this point, Sally hesitated a little. Wiser glanced at her and asked again, "Except what?" Sally slowly said, "The atmosphere a bit fearful, except for a donkey." In the next second, she described the donkey's appearance to Wiser. The neighbor said the tiger couple cherished this donkey very much. They even specifically brought it with them when they left. After hearing this, Wiser seemed to realize something. Could it be the donkey Leon mentioned before? With that thought, she spoke, "All right, I understand. You continue to search for Tiger's whereabouts. If there's any news, report back to me." Sally obeyed and replied, "Yes, your subordinate takes her leave." Now only Wiser was left. She looked outside pensively. Leon's master, why did he leave the Empire? A few days later, a voice echoed in the castle. "What?" Wiser and Leon asked in unison. "A family sports day?" Noah replied, Yes, next week the Academy will hold a family sports day. Hearing that, Weiser recalled, a sports day, huh? When I was studying at Sanus Academy, I also participated, but back then, parents weren't required to participate. Noah immediately answered Weiser's questions. I heard it's the first time they're testing it out. Moan, at the side, was extremely excited. What place did you get at the sports day that year, Mom? Weiser looked down and answered the two children. Of course, it was first place. Moan praised her. Mom is so amazing. Then she turned to ask Leon, what about Dad? Leon was calm. Me? I didn't have a rank. Moan was a bit curious. Why not? Leon answered with confidence, because every time I participated, my score was much higher than second place. The Academy suspected I was cheating, so they didn't publicly rank my achievements. Moan said naively, so you cheated, Dad? The next second, he gave her a sharp flick on the forehead. Leon explained, of course not. Later, the Academy secretly gave me a medal. I melted it down and made it into a gold bracelet to give to your grandmother. Hearing him say that, Weiser said curiously, don't you value honor and championships very much? Yet you melted down the medal? Leon replied slowly, an honor that cannot be obtained openly and honorably is not needed. Weiser didn't seem to care much about Leon's answer. She turned to ask Noah again, so, are you planning to sign up for this sports day? The little girl said, clearly yes. This family sports day is just a fun competition, and the results don't count towards academic performance, but after a moment's hesitation, the little girl said again, I also want to win first place. Seeing this, Leon looked at the little girl and thought, Noah has a much stronger obsession with being number one than other normal young dragons, completely inherited from the competitive traits of me and Rose Weiser. Then he turned to look at Weiser, and the two faced each other. They understood each other strangely well, speaking in unison. Then Mom and Dad will participate together. Moan looked at Noah with sparkling eyes. Big sis, Moan wants to join too. In response to that expectation was a blunt statement. This competition allows a maximum of 3 people. Moan was a little unhappy. Seeing this, Leon immediately patted her head to comfort her. Moan could be in charge of cheering. With Moan's support, Mom, Dad, and your sister can definitely get a good result. Moan immediately regained her spirits. Okay, Moan will definitely try her best to cheer for Mom, Dad, and Big Sis. Leon also played along with Moan. The whole family working together, winning the sports day, will be no problem at all. At the training ground, to prepare for the family sports day next week, the whole family had begun special training. At this moment, Leon's eyes fell on Weiser's cheerful state as she warmed up in the distance. Leon couldn't stop wondering to himself, although I've thought it before, a mother dragon is truly a clothes hanger. She looks good in anything. At this moment, Weiser spoke up, suggesting a competition with Leon. The kids aren't up yet. Let's run 2 laps first to warm up our bodies. How about it? All right. The two of them talked as they ran. Leon spoke up and asked, what events are there in the Dragon Clan's Academy Sports Day? Weiser also answered. She recounted, the year I participated, there were 3 events: Dragon Clan Endurance, a running race, high jump, long jump, things like that. Hearing this, Leon's eyes crinkled into a smile. And it's no different from our sports day. Seeing his attitude, she was unhappy and retorted, don't look down on it. Our Dragon Clan sports day is not as simple as you think. Leon patted his chest, replying confidently, we Dragon Slayers are not as simple as you think. Weiser, also competitive, continued, no one's backing down. Is that so? And yet someone just a few days ago ran a few laps and ended up flat on the ground, unable to get up. Weiser poked at his sore spot, making Leon fume with anger. He ran behind her, shouting, isn't that because you forced me to do homework all night? Weiser turned her head back, her feet still jogging nimbly in place. Or, how about I give you a little motivation? She raised her hand and continued in a clear voice, if we get first place in this family sports day, I'll give you a week off. Hearing this, Leon's eyes lit up like the stars. Really? Weiser replied, really? At this moment, Leon's whole body was filled with a spirit like a blazing fire. All right, the sports day championship will definitely belong to our family. With that, he shot off like a rocket, startling Weiser a bit. Charge! She let out a smile, thinking to herself, this trick is still quite effective for motivation. Huh? After finishing the warm-up, Weiser sat down on a chair, breathing heavily. Weiser walked over and asked, are your joints and muscles all awake now? Leon stood up with spirit, clenched his fist, and said in a loud voice, not just awake, it's like I've fought a huge dragon. Weiser replied to him, her hands already prepared with all the equipment. That's good then. This sports day is organized as a family unit, so the events will probably change too. With that, she pulled a rope taut. So we can't just train our physical strength. We also have to cultivate our chemistry. Seeing the rope, Leon backed away in fear, crossing his arms and shouting, "What's the rope for? Isn't playing the teacher game enough? Now you want to play SM too?" Seeing him like this, Weiser replied coldly, "What are you thinking? Have you ever heard of a three-legged race?" Leon blushed a little and answered, "I know. I've seen it before at the Dragon Slayer Academy." Hearing that, Weiser handed him the rope. "It's good that you know. We'll start training our cooperative movement with the most basic three-legged race." Leon immediately agreed, "Okay." The two of them tied their legs together. At this point, both of them looked unhappy. Leon thought to himself, "The distance is too close. This is so awkward." To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Leon spoke up, "Well, let's get this over with quickly." With that, he lifted his leg to walk, but Weiser stood still. Leon turned back confused and asked, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Weiser replied unhappily, "You didn't say where we had to go." Leon was also unhappy, pointing in the direction they needed to go. "To the grass over there. It won't hurt if we fall." Once on the grass, the two of them started to have friction. Weiser said, "Hey, don't push me." Leon, also competitive, retorted, "You're clearly the one pushing me." Each wanted to be the winner. Leon spoke up, "Let's be clear. Don't you dare slow down my pace." Weiser was no less competitive. "Thank you for giving me a laugh this morning." The two ended their competitive conversation. Leon started counting down 3, 2, 1, run. As soon as he finished, Weiser dashed off quickly, forgetting that this game required coordination between teammates. Leon immediately realized something was wrong. He shouted from behind, but Weiser was still oblivious. Leon's blood-curdling scream scared even the birds. "Stop!" Leon sat down to retie the rope and questioned her, "I'm asking you, do you understand what teamwork is?" Weiser, however, didn't care. "You're this old, and you still can't keep up with my pace?" Leon, feeling helpless, waved his hand dismissively. "I won't stoop to your level." He used his finger to explain, "Let's do it like this. When I count 1, we step at the outside leg. When I count 2, we step at the tied leg, okay?" Weiser's attitude was a bit indifferent. "I know." Suddenly, Leon placed his hand on her waist. Her face turned completely red. "You," Leon replied slowly, "this will close the distance, making it easier to move." Hearing that, she turned her face away to lessen her embarrassment. "Let's continue." The two of them started practicing just like that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. The chemistry between a human and a dragon was being enhanced. The following is the Queen's special training. In order to improve Leon's physical fitness, Rose Weiser came up with special exercises for him. For example, 500 push-ups every day. Weiser sat on his back and started counting down 1, 2, 3. Leon said wearily, "You sure know how to enjoy yourself." His arms also began to tremble. Just when Leon was about to give up, Weiser slipped down and lay underneath him. "Persevere. If you don't, you'll have to kiss me." Although Leon was very tired, he still had to force himself. "Absolutely not." Rose Weiser lay under Leon to cheer him on and motivate him. At this point, Leon's soul had already left his body. And just like that, today's 500 push-ups were also completed smoothly. Time flies, and the day of the Family Sports Day at Sandhits Academy has arrived. The audience above was cheering enthusiastically. Wilson stood on the podium and began to read the announcement. The first Family Sports Day of Sandhits Academy officially begins. Moan was in the stand with Anna. The little girl said excitedly and loudly, "Mom, Dad, and Big Sis, do your best." A girl with blue hair and a youthful beauty spoke up, "Hello everyone, I'm Xiaolo, your most familiar commentator. Today, I will personally report the situation of the match to everyone." She began to read the rules of the competition. The first round is a relay race. Each family will send 3 dragons to participate in the match, including the student currently studying at the academy. The atmosphere was more lively than ever at a total of 3,000 meters, 1,000 meters per person. The family with the shortest time will win. A staff member also announced over a loudspeaker, now distributing identification cards. After receiving their cards, contestants will attach them to their chests and go to their corresponding running points. Noah stood distributing papers to Leon and Weiser. The little girl said, "Then, Mom takes the first leg, I'm at the second station." Weiser quickly agreed with Noah's instructions. "Okay." Then Noah seemed shy, stammering as she handed the red card to Leon. "Third place. Is that okay?" Leon happily reached out to take the card and thought, "Did Noah almost call me Dad just now? I want to hear it again. With that thought, he spoke, "Of course it's okay." At this time, Weiser also spoke up. "The relay is about to start. My position is here. You two can go now." Hearing her say that, Leon also replied, "Okay." The two looked at each other, signaling to the other, "Do your best." Weiser looked at Noah with a spirited gaze. "Noah, don't be nervous. Mom will definitely be the first one to run the baton to you." The little girl happily nodded in agreement. Then the father and daughter walked off with determination. At this moment, the announcer also gave an order. "Will the second station contestants please gather here?" Leon knelt down to stick the paper on Noah, not forgetting to remind her, "Then Dad will be waiting for you at the third station. Be careful and don't get hurt." Noah immediately replied, "MHM." Then he held out his hand in front of Noah. "Cheer for Dad, won't you?" The little girl was a bit shy, but then she also agreed. Okay. The father and daughter high-fived to boost their morale. At the same time, the announcement also rang out. The family relay race officially begins. Will the first leg contestants please take your positions at the starting line? Moan in the stand saw this and shouted her encouragement. "Mom, do your best." At this time, the announcer also gave the order, "On your marks," then gave the signal, "Ready, go." Weiser's determined eyes blazed as she shot forward like the wind. Xiao Lu spoke through the screen. "Look, contestant number 7, Rose Weiser from the Silver Dragon clan, is holding the first position, already far ahead of the other competitors." At this time, another mother had also caught up to Weiser's speed. "There's a contestant urgently chasing from behind. It's contestant number 10, Misty from the Electra Dragon clan." Leon said in surprise. To think someone could actually keep up with Rose Weiser's speed. The person next to him, who seemed to be that woman's husband, also spoke up. "That's natural. It's not just your Silver Dragon clan that's good at speed." Leon was unhappy to hear that, glancing at the man and thinking to himself, "The Electra Dragon clan? Huh? These junkie dogs may not have high combat power, but they run very fast. On the battlefield, they often launch feint attacks to deceive others." At this time, Xiaolu also began to speak again. "Look, contestant number 10 has overtaken contestant number 7. The lead is about 1-2 people." Xiao Lu observed the situation on the racetrack, then looked over at the person next to her, the chairman of the Family Sports Day, Deng Kong, and asked a question. "One is from the Silver Dragon clan, one is from the Electra Dragon clan. Both of these dragon clans have an advantage in speed. Who do you think among these two contestants will be the first to pass the baton?" He lifted his teacup and smiled lightly, saying, "Until the last 15 minutes, you can't know anything for sure." The brown-haired man from before, with an overly confident look, turned to Leon and said, "Although it's just an entertainment competition, it also shows the difference between the dragon clans. My wife is so far ahead, you don't even need to watch to know the result, right?" Leon didn't seem to care much, just answering perfunctorily, "Your wife is really good." Hearing that, he nodded his head repeatedly, laughing like a fool. "Exactly. My wife is very formidable." At this time, Leon also spoke up, but hearing this, the man felt something was off, thinking to himself, "Why does that sound like something's not quite right?" Leon finished with one sentence. "My wife is better." Back on the field, Weiser's determined eyes blazed as she sped past, leaving the woman beside her far behind. Seeing this, she opened her eyes wide in surprise, gritting her teeth in anger and thinking, how can she still have such a powerful burst of strength? Weiser flashed a triumphant smile, looked at her, and said, "Running ahead like that, the wind resistance must be strong, right?" Weiser's speed got faster and faster. The woman running behind her thought to herself, I can't keep up with her speed." Xiao Lu continued. Contestant number 7, Rose Weiser, used her opponent's body to reduce wind resistance and conserve her stamina, finally bursting with speed in the last 100 meters. At this moment, Weiser had passed the baton to Noah and was the first to hand off the baton at the second station. Xiao Lu stirred up the atmosphere, making it exciting. Contestant number 10 has completed the handoff. Can contestant number 11 then catch up to contestant number 8, Noah? At the same time, something seemed to attract Weiser's attention. She glanced over and saw Leon signaling that she had done a great job. She signaled back to Leon, "It's up to you two next." The commentary rang out as Weiser started. Let's get back to the family relay race. The second leg runners have all started. The person behind spoke with some disbelief. How was the girl in front running so fast? It's exhausting. The commentary continued. Leading the race are contestant number 8, Noah, and contestant number 11, Din. Unexpectedly, young Din was trying his best to overtake Noah. Bye-bye, short legs. She resolved that she absolutely could not let him widen the gap too far. From the stands, Moan's cheers could be heard. Go, big sister. The commentators up here remarked, contestant Din clearly has an advantage over contestant Noah in age and height. Do you think contestant Noah might fall too far behind because of this? Dang Kang calmly sipped his tea and replied, you can't say anything until the very end. At all. The girl continued to announce as the two children ran towards their fathers. Here they come. Here they come. The two contestants have reached the final corner, entering the crucial stage. They commented while observing Noah and Din's efforts. The two dragons are evenly matched, neither giving an inch. The question was raised as Din successfully passed the baton first. So who will be the first to pass the baton? But very quickly, Noah also managed to pass the baton to her father. The two men started running while the commentary continued from above. Contestant Din, with a slight advantage, was the first to pass the baton to the next leg. Contestant Noah has also successfully passed the baton. Noah dejectedly returned to apologize to Weiser. Mom, I'm sorry. I wasted the lead you created. But she just gently stroked her head, softly comforting her. Noah, you did very well. Your opponent is older than you, so he has a physical advantage. Then she enthusiastically suggested, let's go to the finish line together to cheer for Dad. At this moment, Moan's voice came from the stands. Go, Dad, you're the best. Din's father arrogantly said to Leon behind him, watch closely. In a moment, I'll be 5 seconds ahead of you. And then he accelerated, widening the gap between them. Leon gritted his teeth and thought angrily, don't you underestimate my obsession with this vacation, you idiot. The commentator's voice rose with the pace of the race. Oh. The competition has entered its most intense phase. Contestant number 13, Gordon, and contestant number 9, Leon, are still accelerating. Which family will be the champion? In contrast, Dang Kang still held his own opinion. You can't say anything until the very end. Noah was now in the stands cheering. Go, she screamed. Dad, go. These words successfully gave Leon more motivation. Noah just called me Dad. I absolutely cannot lose. A man with family in his heart is inevitably empowered. Leon quickly caught up with Din's father. He gritted his teeth, thinking in annoyance. At this rate, he's going to overtake me. Then he decided to resort to a dirty trick. His entire arm began to spark with lightning. If that's the case, then I'll have to let you suffer a little. Leon's eyes widened as he sensed this malicious attack. He stomped his foot hard on the ground to gain momentum. Then he ran with all his might, widening the distance with Din's father behind him as much as possible. If you want to use dirty tricks, then don't blame me. He inhaled the dust and cried out in anger. Ouch. And carelessly kicked his own leg. Gordon stumbled like that to the astonishment of the crowd. Contestant Gordon has fallen right before the finish line. As for Leon, he leisurely crossed the finish line. Contestant Leon is the first to finish. Leon ran to reunite with Weiser and Noah amidst the praise of the commentators. Congratulations to the Melka family for winning the championship of the relay race. Leon lifted Noah up, smiled, and said, what did you just call me, huh? She shyly repeated, Dad. He delightedly rubbed his cheek against hers and exclaimed, this feels great. Say it a few more times. Noah pouted and made a demand. Wait until we get first place in the competition, then we'll see. Weiser crossed her arms and continued, you're not hurt, are you? Leon looked at her and answered curtly, I'm fine. At this moment, Gordon suddenly caused a commotion. I'm reporting him he cheated at the last minute, threw sand in my face, a serious foul. His words annoyed Leon. Huh, you little brat, you've learned to play the victim, have you? He directly accused him in front of the crowd. This bastard was agitated and wanted to ambush me just now. The proof is the traces of electric current left on his shoulder. He even added a few tears to win over the crowd. I was so scared at that moment. I just desperately ran forward. Maybe I accidentally kicked up some sand then. You can't blame me for that, right? In the end, his crocodile tears successfully convinced the higher-ups. The tournament staff looked at Gordon and requested, please cooperate with us. He cried out, wait. Gordon's wife chimed in from the side. My husband was made to fall by him. On what grounds do you demand to inspect him? The commotion was enough to draw out a mysterious figure. What happened? As soon as Din saw the patriarch's figure, he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, Patriarch. The person who appeared was Saul, leader of the Turtle Dragons, chairman of the referee committee. Seeing a high-ranking person appear, Gordon immediately latched on, pointing at Leon to accuse him. Is this guy also from the Electro Dragon clan? Weiser is covering for him completely. Gordon and his wife sneered and thought to themselves, based on the fact that we're from the same clan, the patriarch will surely side with us. At this time, Saul finally spoke. This old man has understood the whole story. I have just reviewed the match video with the other referees. Contestant number 12, Gordon, did indeed commit a foul. According to the rules, your family is disqualified from the competition. Your current achievements are also voided. The announcement made Gordon's family turn pale. What? He stammered, pleading, Pa Patriarch. But he was frightened by Saul's stern attitude. Shut up. He continued to approach Leon and Weiser with an apology. My clansman has caused trouble for your family. I deeply regret this, Melka. She replied bluntly. I hope you can manage your clansman better, Patriarch Saul. She followed up by defending Leon. Luckily, my husband was agile this time and wasn't injured. If he had actually been hurt somewhere just now, then your apology right now would not have been enough to resolve it. Saul took all her comments, his gaze flicking to Gordon, making him flinch as he replied to her. I understand. I will teach them a lesson when we get back. As the other dragons left following Saul, Leon began to tease Weiser. Io, my wife has a lot of face. She kindly explained, normal dragon clans, as long as they aren't foolishly arrogant like the Red Flame Dragon clan, will know to apologize and pay their respects to me. Then, as if remembering something, she crossed her arms and questioned, Wait, who's your wife? Don't be so familiar. He smiled and replied, Aren't I complimenting you? Weiser also teased back with an exclamation. Disgusting. The female commentator spoke up again at this moment. Mina-san, the relay race has concluded. Next, we will turn our cameras to the next activity location. She continued to explain, this sports day will be based on the family's total score. Next is the Young Dragon High Jump competition. Noah helped her family get 50 points. The commentator's words continued. The points earned by family members in the competitions will ultimately be added to the family's total score. The three-legged race for adult dragons, participated in by the couple Leon and Weiser, earned them another 50 points. The instructions didn't stop there. Points can be accumulated in every competition category. The higher the ranking in an activity, the more points are awarded. The mismatched answers competition, their telepathic connection, helped them get 25 points. After all competitions are over, the three families with the highest total scores will receive valuable prizes from the Academy. They also dominated the affectionate feeding competition, earning 50 points. After many competitions, still at the same arena, an announcement was made to Leon and Weiser. Welcome, you two, to the final stage of the three-legged competition. This stage is called Rekindling Love. They listened quietly as the girl explained. The rules of this game are very simple. A family dish made with overflowing love. The choice of dish will be decided by drawing lots. After that was the introduction of the judges for the competition. The time limit for this competition is 1 hour. The final result will be decided by the judges. This girl smiled and reminded them, please note that during the cooking, you cannot remove the rope from your ankles. The cheesy words made Leon and Weiser jump. Let this love be transmitted to each other through the rope. He prayed as he drew the lot. Please, let it be something simpler. The item drawn in his hand was cream puffs. Leon probed Weiser. Do you know how to make them? She answered with 2 words, I don't. Meanwhile, the host was announcing, we will provide the cooking steps. The two of them put on aprons and Leon began to instruct. In short, let's start working first. He gently instructed as he worked. Pour the milk into the small pot, add butter, gimme the butter. Weiser was like an active assistant beside him. At the same time, an announcement rang out. Their gazes turned to Noah on the screen. Our balloon popping competition has reached a critical moment. Only 4 little young dragons remain on the field. Leon said that is. The match over here is even more fierce. 2 of them are from the Sharp Claw Dragon clan, 1 is from the Ice Dragon clan, and 1 is from the Silver Dragon clan. Din sneered and demanded, surrender. The unfavorable situation for Noah was described for some unknown reason. The 3 little young dragons had reached a tacit agreement, simultaneously surrounding contestant number 8 Noah of the Silver Dragon clan. Everyone's eyes were on her with anticipation. So, facing the encirclement of 3 larger dragons, can little Noah escape? Noah glided past them in a single motion, successfully popping 2 balloons. Before the opponents could even react, she dashed forward, easily taking the last balloon. At this moment, The announcement rang out amidst Noah's confidence and her opponent's disappointment. The final winner is Noah Melka. Although she is the youngest of the young dragons, she was able to take on 3 opponents at once, escaping the encirclement with ease. Moan in the stands was cheering for her sister with all her might. See that? That's Moan's big sister. Super awesome, you know. Leon was not the least bit surprised by this result. Well done, I knew Noah could do it. Wiser and he were in perfect sync, a harmonious couple. Of course, just look at whose daughter she is. At this moment, Leon suddenly paused when he saw something. He casually reached out to Wiser's nose while saying, "Wait, you've got something on your face." This incredibly sweet action immediately surprised Wiser. Huh, where? That scene was even announced for all to hear, surprising the subjects themselves. Oh my, this couple is so affectionate. Vaughn Wilson observed that the competition was proceeding enthusiastically, paying special attention to Leon and Wiser's family. He opined, "A proper family dish not only has superior ingredients and is delicately made, but also contains care and love for one's family members. I have high expectations for your results." The camera turned to the awkward couple who were forcing a smile. The commentator exclaimed enthusiastically, "Let's give a round of applause for this model couple of the dragon race." Noticing the scene of Leon wiping the smudge from Wiser's nose, the commentator praised them profusely. In the midst of a fierce cooking competition, they don't forget to care for each other. "I remember they're the Melka family of the Silver Dragon clan." Cheers erupted, forcing the two of them to try to smile and wave in response. Leon said quietly, "Which dragon should I kill to end this sports day sooner?" Wiser, beside him, tiredly added, "My opinion is to just kill whichever one you see." The cooking competition continued, and after a while, a plate of cream puffs overflowing with filling was presented. The 3 judges above were all a little surprised by the result of the couple, Leon and Wiser. He and she invited them in unison. "Cream puffs, please help yourselves, judges." Vaughn Wilson was the first to try, and it seemed to be quite to his liking. These cream puffs are plump on the outside. The shell is crispy and delicious, and the cream inside is smooth and delicate. Vaughn Wilson praised them endlessly and even made a wild guess. "You two must make these often at home." Leon was startled and forced a smile to go along. "No, that's right. My wife and I often make sweets at home. She loves eating cream puffs and really enjoys the process of making them." At this point, a sensual image of Wiser appeared in Leon's fantasy. She said coquettishly, "It's dirty now." Realizing he was almost led astray by his inner demon, Leon quickly shook his head. "The cream puffs are pure. It's the human heart that is dirty." Looking at the two of them, Vaughn Wilson's spirits lifted. "It seems your private life is also very passionate and fresh. So, do the cream puffs you two made have a family secret ingredient?" Hearing him say that, Leon and Wiser, without prior planning, both formed a heart shape with their hands and said in unison, "It's love. We've added the passionate spice of our love inside." After that, the judges gave their scores, the highest being a perfect 10 from Vaughn Wilson. The commentator exclaimed, "It seems the judges are very satisfied with these cream puffs." All 3 judges gave very high scores, which is also the highest score of the rekindling. Love round. Leon looked at their achievement and couldn't help but be satisfied. "This is great. Now it's almost 90% certain that we'll get first place in the total score." He laughed proudly. 7-day vacation, here I come. A moment later, the results of all the rounds were in. The Melka family ranked highest, the commentator reported. After the conclusion of all rounds, the rankings for the first family sports day of Santa's Academy are here. They proceeded to award this year's prizes. In 3rd place is the Alex family from the Sharpclaw Dragon clan. They won a voucher for Tesla noodles. Next, in 2nd place, is the Rose family from the Wind Dragon clan. They received a B-rank magic power core. And finally, the awkward family of Leon and Wiser stood proudly on the podium. Our first prize winner is the Melka family from the Silver Dragon clan, and the prize they receive is... Leon curiously looked at the prize with Noah. The commentator announced, a 7-day luxurious hot spring trip. Hearing this, Leon looked as if he was struck by lightning. His face darkened in horror. He seemed to fall into despair. Meanwhile, Wiser asked her daughter, "Not bad. Huh, Noah, do you want to go on vacation?" The little girl smiled. "Yes, I want to go." For Leon, his 7-day leisurely vacation had grown wings and flown away. Why didn't anyone tell me this was the first place prize? The crazy sports day was over. Night had fallen at Wiser's residence. The small family of 4 raised their glasses to celebrate. The 2 little ones drank orange juice. The 2 big ones had barley smoothies. Cheers. Moan praised enthusiastically. "Our family got first place. Mom, Dad, and big sister is so amazing." Moan also tried really hard to cheer. Wiser smiled at the little one. Everyone saw that. Noah blushed shyly. "To be able to win the championship of the sports festival, I'm really grateful to you too." Wiser smiled and explained that it was only natural. Mom and Dad were just doing what parents should do. The most important thing was your effort. Leon nodded repeatedly. "Your mother is right." She glanced at Leon with annoyance. This guy, ever since he heard what the prize was, he's been gloomy and unhappy. Does he dislike going on vacation that much? Suddenly, Noah said in a small voice, She made a request that made the whole family's eyes widen in surprise. "Can everyone close their eyes for a moment?" After that, Noah ran to hug her little sister first. Next was to hug her beloved mother. The last person was Leon. Noah was noticeably more shy. He thought to himself, what surprise does she want to give everyone? Noah finally boldly hugged Leon. He was a little surprised and was about to stand up. But when he heard his daughter's sweet voice, he was very happy. "Thank you, Dad." He stroked her head and thought to himself, so she's using a hug to express her gratitude. She told everyone to close their eyes because she was shy. It didn't stop there. Suddenly Noah pulled him forcefully. The little girl kissed her father's cheek. Then she shyly turned and ran away. "Okay, you can open your eyes now." His eyes widened as he looked at Noah. "Noah, just now you." The little girl tried to pretend to be cold, but her face was beet red. "Before, I agreed with Dad if I won the championship. Then I would call you Dad. Just now was also to thank you for supporting me." Her next words were something no father could resist. "But whether I won the championship or not, I would still call you that." He was moved to tears. "Noah." Moan saw Noah's flushed face and quickly asked, "Your face is red. What's wrong?" The little girl avoided the question. "It's nothing. Hurry up and eat." But a certain man laughed heartily in high spirits. "I'm happy today. Where's the wine? Dad's having a drink." Wiser teased and reminded him, "Don't drink too much. Tomorrow you still have to take the kids to Sky City to buy swimsuits for the trip," having his little joy taken away. He whined petulantly, "I'm having a good time drinking. I can't hear your scary words." The next morning in Sky City, Leon breathed on the glass door, scribbling the 2 words vacation. There was once a perfect vacation right before his eyes, yet he did not cherish it. He endlessly mourned his bleak fate, regretting it endlessly after winning the championship. The most painful thing was losing the battle and being taken away. A little girl on the street saw him and pointed, calling her mother. "Mom, that dragon is so weird." The mother quickly pulled the little girl away. "Don't look, you'll get infected." Leon lay helplessly on the table in a tea shop. If the heavens could give him one more chance, he would definitely choose to rest at home. If he had to set a time limit for this vacation, he hoped it would be 7 days. Excerpt from the glorious and abstract life of the Empire's strongest dragon slayer, Leona Casmos. Leon couldn't stop crying. He kept muttering, "Vacation goodbye." Suddenly, Wiser's voice made him jump and quickly wipe his tears. "What do you think of this outfit?" "Beautiful." Wiser reminded him with annoyance. "You didn't even bother to turn your head to look. Are you just humoring me?" Leon turned with a trustworthy expression, even giving a big thumbs up. "Believe me, you look beautiful in anything." Wiser's eyes widened as she inspected every stitch. "Is that so? I feel like this material is a bit too much, and the chest is a bit tight." After that, she went to choose another outfit. So, holding up an outfit that covered the necessary parts, she asked again, "How about this one?" In Leon's mind, a perverted fantasy of Wiser wearing it immediately appeared. "Is it beautiful?" Thinking of this, he had a massive nosebleed. The little boy in Leon's heart screamed endlessly. If Rose Wiser wore this swimsuit to the hot springs, then that dragon mark wouldn't just glow, it could probably glow all night long. Outwardly, he quickly waved his hands. "I don't think it's very good." Wiser sighed and put the outfit back. "All right, I thought you liked this type." On the side, a staff member brought out 2 cute dresses for Moan and Noah. She said, "But the main reason for going out this time was to buy things for the children. I've already prepared my swimsuit." After changing back, Wiser asked nonchalantly, "What's wrong? Unhappy?" He pouted and quickly replied, "No. How could I be?" Weiser gave a bright smile. I know it wasn't easy for you to win this vacation, but this hot spring trip can't be changed. Glancing at the two children excitedly choosing things for the trip, her dragon tail couldn't help but curl up. Think about the kids. They are both very much looking forward to this vacation. The daughters are happy. Shouldn't you, as a father, be happy too? Hearing her words, Leon forced a few laughs. I'm very happy. Suddenly, Weiser put her arm on his shoulder and made a small deal. How about this? I guarantee I won't touch you for these 7 days. How about it? He gave her a suspicious look. Like I believe you. With your hands on me, can't you touch wherever you want? But this time, Weiser's expression seemed a bit different. She raised 3 fingers and swore, I swear on my honor, as the Silver Dragon Queen. Seeing her sincerity, Leon also decided to go along with it. All right then, it's a deal. But Weiser ran over and whispered some flirtatious words that made Leon blush. But if you can't take it, then don't blame me. He also pressed himself against her ample chest, looked at her, and replied, Of course I can take it. What kind of joke is that? I'm a proper dragon slayer. Why would I touch a mother dragon like you for no reason? After that, Weiser left, not forgetting to provoke him. Remember your words. If the dragon mark on my body lights up even once during these 7 days, Leon, you're dead meat. He sneered. Who's afraid of whom? The whole family prepared everything. The next day at Flowing Cloud Valley, in a hotel lobby, the receptionist smiled while checking them in. You're the model family that won the championship organized by San his academy, right? Weiser smiled and nodded. That's right. Leon, beside her, complained in his mind. Champion is just champion. Why add the word model in front of it? It must be the personal bias of that old dragon vice principal. While the receptionist was explaining, San his academy has covered all expenses in the village. You can enjoy all of these facilities. The two sisters Moan and Noah had already run to point of the fish pond. Look, big sister, these fish look delicious. You can't eat these. After completing the procedures, the receptionist said cheerfully, Here are your room cards. Weiser replied, Okay, thank you. Suddenly, Leon's face darkened. Only 2 rooms? The receptionist's eyes widened. What's wrong, sir? Are you dissatisfied with our room arrangements? He thought to himself, the 2 daughters get 1 room, so doesn't that mean Weiser and I are sharing a room? Seeing his hesitation, the receptionist offered a suggestion. If you don't like this hot spring room, we can recommend a couple's honeymoon suite for you. He quickly refused. That won't be necessary. Weiser cheerfully called her children. Let's go, Noah, Moan, come here. Leon trudged along listlessly while the receptionist fulfilled her duty. Well then, I wish you all a pleasant vacation. The more excited Noah and Moan were, the more listless their father became. A thought constantly gnawed at him. So I have to share a room with Weiser again. I have to think of a way to avoid it. Then he thought of a way. Kids, do you want to share a room with Dad? Moan's eyes widened, and she refused without a second thought. No way, Dad. I want to stay with Big Sister. The little girl's next words turned Leon to stone. Annie Weiser said, whether you're an adult or a child, everyone needs their own private space. You can't disturb us. He screamed internally. Thank you, Moan. You've cut off Dad's last lifeline. Seeing his 2 daughters being so close, Leon went from disappointed to desperate. Thank you, Noah, for being so thoughtful of me. But Dad hopes you'll stop thinking. Weiser giggled from behind. You can take care of Moan now. You 2 can enjoy a world of your own. Afterwards, she handed the room card to Noah and instructed, This room card is for you 2. Call Mom and Dad if you need anything. The little girl obediently replied, Yes, Mom. Right after that, Moan eagerly pulled her away. Hurry up, big sis. Let's go open the door. Looking at his 2 sensible children, he couldn't stop shedding tears. You've grown up. You don't rely on your old dad like me anymore. Just then, Weiser came over and snapped him out of his emotional moment. What are you standing there spacing out for? Let's go. Leon told himself, the real challenge has begun. Sunlight streamed into the room through the window frame. Weiser looked at Leon and remarked, The scenery here isn't bad, is it? Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel curious. Have you never been here before? She shook her head while explaining, No, this is my first time here too. I was always busy handling the affairs of the Silver Dragon clan before, and never had time to take the kids out. Weiser added as she put down the suitcase. That's why I specifically brought a camera. I'll take pictures of the kids later as a souvenir. But as soon as this was mentioned, Leon's expression immediately turned to one of horror. A camera? Could it be the one I used before? His suspicion was further confirmed when he looked at the items inside. That's right, this is it. This is the prize I won for getting first place at the sports festival. Leon's face visibly paled as he held the camera in his hands. This is bad. Inside, there's still the pictures I secretly took took of Wiser in a bunny suit. That's the weapon to threaten the mother dragon. If it falls into her hands, I'll definitely be sentenced to death. He glanced at Wiser while panicking internally. Before she finds out, I have to quickly get these photos developed and hide them, then erase the criminal evidence from the camera. Unexpectedly, she held out her hand, demanding, "Give me the camera." And she couldn't help but wonder at his evasive attitude. "What are you doing? Protecting it like it's a treasure?" Leon clutched the camera tightly, stammering a suggestion. "Let me help you, and the kids take pictures. I'm super professional, you know?" At this, Wiser grew even more curious. "Aren't you a dragon-slaying expert? When did you become a photography expert?" But Leon insisted on persuading her. "Just leave it to me. I've been taking pictures of my master uncle's donkey since it was little." Hearing this, Wiser didn't ask any more questions and directly agreed. "Fine, if you like it, you could take the pictures. Tonight, there's also outdoor roasted duck and a fireworks display. Let's take a walk around first." Leon breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "No problem." While strolling the garden with his wife and 2 daughters, Leon suddenly suggested, "Dad will be in charge of taking pictures for everyone today." The 2 little girls excitedly agreed at once. "Okay." And then they held hands and struck a pose. Then Moan and Noah went to a place with some deer, and they each approached them in their own way. "The little deer is so cute. Want to eat?" Wiser was even surrounded by a whole herd of deer, making the 2 girls exclaim in admiration, "Mom is so beautiful." A moment later, they arrived at another stall. Moan excitedly suggested, "Mom, let's go play that." And Wiser also indulged her child and tried her hand at the claw machine. "Go, Mom." Leon, with the camera in his hand, thought with some surprise, "Her expression isn't bad." Wiser beamed, and he captured that exact moment. "I got it." He gazed intently at the photo he took of her. Wiser came to his side with a remark. "You're pretty good at taking pictures. I thought you'd make me look terrible." Leon smiled in reply. "Don't underestimate me." At another spot in the amusement park, Leon suddenly asked Wiser curiously, "Why did you follow me over here? I can wait in line by myself." She replied shyly, "Isn't it because I was afraid you'd be bored?" At this time, they were lining up to buy ice cream for their daughters. Holding a teddy bear in her hand, Wiser's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Seeing her expression, Leon couldn't help but wonder, "What's wrong?" She shyly handed it to him, "Giving it back to you. Didn't you give me one last time in Sky City?" Leon laughed and replied, "What I gave you is a king bear. This one of yours is at most just a little bear." Being teased by this stinky man, Wiser was fuming. She sulkily reached out to take the bear back. "If you don't want it, then fine. This is something I had a hard time winning." But Leon was faster, holding on tightly to the gift from his beloved wife. "I didn't say I didn't want it." Over here, the 2 little girls had long grown impatient. "Mom and Dad are so slow. When will Moan get to eat pineapple ice cream?" Just then, Noah spoke up. "Actually, sometimes I really admire you, Moan." Hearing this, Moan asked curiously, "You admire me? Why?" The little girl swung her legs, hesitantly explaining, "I admire you because you can say anything to Mom and Dad without having to hesitate or think twice." Hearing this, Moan immediately replied, "You can too." But Noah shook her head right away. "No, I can't." The little girl added quietly, "I'm grown up now, and when you're grown up, you can't just say whatever you want." 2. Speaking of which, Noah wasn't so mature from the beginning. As the older of the twins, she was only born 20 minutes earlier, and they grew up carefree in their mother's loving arms, exploring the world and learning new things. That's why in the children's eyes, their mother was the strongest existence, someone who could do anything. But then one day, Noah saw her beautiful and strong mother sitting dazedly by the bed of her comatose father, silently grieving. The little girl suddenly realized, so Mom has a weak side like this too. A thought flashed through Noah's mind. If I grew up a little, could I help shoulder some of Mom's burden? And from then on, a seed of desire to care for her loved ones began to grow in little Noah's heart. She started trying her best to act like a grown-up. Noah forced herself to grow up a little faster, to become independent and mature, wanting to get good achievements. The reason for all of this was so that her mother would never have to show that weak side from that day. Again, just then, Moan spoke up. Moan isn't someone who understands complicated things very well, but Moan really admires you too. Her words made Noah slightly surprised. "You admire me?" Noah asked in surprise. How could you admire me? Moan replied innocently, why not? She looked up with her big round eyes and continued, you're smart and capable, and you know how to take care of Moan like a grown-up. You've also won a lot of first-place prizes. She looked up full of admiration. So Moan wants to become someone like you in the future. Hearing those words, Noah was slightly stunned. The little girl said shyly, embarrassed, You don't even know what I'll become in the future. Moan put her hands on her hips and asked casually, so what do you want to be in the future? The little girl tilted her head, her gaze shifting towards her parents, then replied, well, I want to become the kind of daughter the two of them should have. Moan laughed innocently. Then Moan is the same as you. At this moment, Leon walked over and gave water to the two girls. You've been waiting a long time, right? Here's some water for you. Both of them replied obediently, thank you, Dad, thank you. Just as dusk fell, the sky suddenly lit up with brilliant bursts of fire. Works. The two girls' eyes widened and their mouths dropped open in amazement. Weiser sat with Leon, seeing her children's delighted expressions. She asked happily, seeing them like this trip wasn't a waste, was it? He nodded slightly. That's right. It's a good thing we came. As he spoke, he fumbled with his hand. As their father, I need to preserve all of their beautiful memories. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes darting towards her. Leon asked in alarm, Ugh, when did you grab the camera? She curiously turned on the camera. Let's see what you took this morning. He gritted his teeth, thinking in a cold sweat during the day when they weren't paying attention. I used the time I went to the restroom to go to the only photo shop in the village. But unfortunately, they don't offer developing services. His face was incredibly tense. So the bunny suit photo is still in the camera right now. You just need to flip back a few pictures to see it. At the same time, Weiser spoke up. When did you take this picture of me with the deer? He muttered, you have to think of a way, Leon. Use your brain. If it were Master Uncle, what would he do right now? Suddenly, he felt around below him, and an idea flashed in his mind. Got it. He took out 2 pieces of candy and held them out in front of her. I bought some candy this morning. Want some? Weiser, focus on the camera, blurted out, ah? Leon looked at the candy and misinterpreted her. Does she mean she wanted to feed her? I'm really at a loss with her. He quickly tore open the candy wrapper, then moved closer to her here. Weiser also unconsciously opened her mouth. She held the candy in her mouth, her eyes wide in shock. Suddenly, Weiser shook her head and shouted, why did you suddenly get so close? He tried to explain, didn't you tell me to feed you? She glanced at him, then thought to herself, this guy has been taking pictures all day, but there isn't a single picture of himself. Weiser raised the camera and suggested, how about we take a picture together? After saying that, she didn't forget to make an excuse, ahem, I just don't want the kids to ask why we don't have any pictures together. Don't misunderstand my intentions. He crossed his arms and replied coolly, fine, your majesty is indeed farsighted. As soon as the words were out, she immediately looked straight at the lens, playfully holding up 2 fingers and reminded him, get a little closer. Your big face is out of the frame. He retorted sourly, you want to talk? A 200-year-old dragon like you is still making a peace sign. So childish. Although they bickered like cats and dogs, in the end, they both happily moved closer together, capturing a beautiful picture together. In that quiet moment, a sparkler was suddenly lit. Weiser played happily with Noah. Leon, holding a fast-asleep Moan, sighed to himself, you two are usually so serious. It's not often you get to have fun like this. He looked at the little girl and asked, Moan, why aren't you playing with the sparklers with Mom and your sister? Her voice replied lazily, Moan is tired of playing. Moan wants to rest. She added sensibly, usually Big Sis has to go to school, and Mom is also very busy with work. They have very little time to play together like this, so Moan wants to let Big Sis and Mom be together a little longer. He smiled, stroking her cheek. You've grown up, Moan. She replied innocently, Moan isn't grown up yet, and doesn't know what being grown up is. Moan just wants to make Big Sis and Mom and Dad happy. Leon was moved to tears. He thought to himself, even though Moan and Noah have completely opposite personalities, they both have their own way of loving their family. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Moan, how about Dad takes you? But when he looked down, she was already fast asleep. Seeing her sleeping soundly, he remarked, are you really that tired from playing? Weiser walked over. She asked in a low voice, she's asleep? He lifted the little girl onto his shoulder, then stood up and said, yeah, let's head back. Weiser glanced at Noah in silence. She looked at the little girl with sparkling eyes. Can Mom carry you too? Noah was stunned, not knowing how to react for a moment. Her cheeks flushed red as she replied shyly, "Okay." Just like that, the first day of Leon's hot spring trip ended happily. But not at all. He suddenly stood casually in the hot water, opening his mouth to suggest, "Let's soak in the hot spring together." Weiser was frozen. She was utterly bewildered. Wait, how did things develop to this point?